Chapter 1. Awakening. In the silence of an October night, a child was born under the crescent moon. This birth signaled the arrival of one with limitless power. The equilibrium of the ninja world had become altered, heralding a new era where strength would be redefined by the hands of this very child marked by fate. October 10th, Konoha Hospital. Come on, Kushina-chan. Just push a little harder. A steady, yet concerned, voice echoed through the dimly lit room. The cool night air mingled with the sterile smell of disinfectants, creating a stark contrast to the warmth of the moment. There stood a tall, fair-skinned man with blue eyes as deep and boundless as the sky. His yellow hair, extending to his jaw, glowed softly in the lantern light. The red swirl on his all-blue Konoha uniform marked him unmistakably as Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage of Konohagakure. This night was special as his wife, Kushina Uzumaki, was scheduled to give birth to their first child, a boy, named Naruto. I'm pushing as hard as I can. Kushina's fierce voice rang out, her red hair clinging to her sweat-drenched face. An older woman with long, brown hair kept in a high ponytail hurriedly moved past Minato. You're not helping, the voice of Bawako Sarutobi, wife of the third Hokage, stated as her sharp eyes sent daggers into him. She quickly motioned for two nurses to bring towels and then turned to Minato. You should wait outside, her voice commanded with no room for argument. Minato laughed nervously. Apologies, Bawako-san. I think I'll do that. He took a couple of steps back, his gaze still fixed on Kushina, his heart pounding like the drums of war. The room was thick with tension, each second stretching into eternity. If this were a normal situation, Minato would be guarding the Kyubi, nine-tailed fox. A powerful chakra beast in the form of an orange fox with 9 tails, seal placed on Kushina to prevent the beast from breaking free. But that burden had been lifted from her since the end of the Third Great Ninja War, leaving them vulnerable in a different way. Just a little further, Kushina. You're almost there, Bawako's voice softened, preparing for the arrival of their son. With a final, deep cry, Kushina brought their child into the world. The newborn's cry pierced the heavy silence, filling Minato with a profound sense of relief and joy. He rushed in, eager to hold his son, but Bawako's firm hand stopped him. The mother gets to hold him first, she said sharply, going to hand Naruto to Kushina. Minato rubbed his hand and gave a sheepish smile on his face. He can hold him first, Kushina said, her voice weak but warm. Bawako handed the baby to Minato, who cradled his son carefully. The child's snow-white hair and blue eyes, so like his own, took Minato by surprise. The chakra he sensed within the boy was dense and limitless, unlike anything he had felt before. Is the white hair natural? Minato asked, holding his son closer. The baby had stopped crying, his blue eyes wide and curious, as if taking in everything around him. Bawako was about to speak, but Kushina interrupted, her voice barely a whisper. Yes. It's a rare hair phenotype from my clan. It's considered a sign of good fortune. Minato nodded, lost in the depths of his son's eyes. This moment, this fragile piece was everything he had ever hoped for. He gently handed the baby to Kushina, who held him close, her exhaustion momentarily forgotten. Our little boy, Naruto. He's got his father's face, she murmured, tracing his tiny features with her fingers, causing her son to giggle. But he's got his mother's smile, Minato added, his voice filled with pride and love. The new parents sat closely together, their hearts full, ready to face whatever the future held. Suddenly, the air grew thick and heavy. In the distance, an explosion shattered the night's calm, sending a plume of smoke and debris into the sky. A massive chakra presence loomed, its malevolent power unmistakable. Cries and screams of terror were heard across the entire village as a roar boomed over the land. Minato's eyes widened in shock as he fell upon the sight of the orange tails of the 9-tailed fox swaying in the distance from the chaos. He made contact with the beast's red eyes and could barely make out a Sharingan staring back at him. What the? He muttered, his body tensing. This shouldn't be possible. Is that the Sharingan? Did someone from the Uchiha clan put the 9 tails into a genjutsu? Why would they do that? Minato shook his head. I let my guard down. I should have expected something like this down the road. Quickly, a squad of Anbu materialized beside him. Hokage-sama, the village is under attack by the 9-tailed fox. What are we to do? Minato turned to see Naruto crying from the noise and shaking, with Kushina doing her best to comfort him. His heart wrenched, torn between his duty as Hokage and his duty as a father. "Hokage-sama?" the Anbu prompted, awaiting orders. "What is your command?" The cries of the villagers clashed with the wails of his newborn son, each a siren call to a different aspect of his soul. At that moment, Minato felt the weight of the world on his shoulders, heavier than any jutsu he had ever wielded. Minato began, but Kushina's voice cut through his hesitation. "Minato," she said, her eyes locking onto his. "Protect the village. We'll be fine." "Kushina," he tried to argue, his voice breaking. The words caught in his throat, a silent testament to the war raging within him. Bawako spoke up, "I'll guard them, Hokage-sama. You have my word." Minato looked at his family one last time, his heart heavy with unspoken fears, and nodded. He quickly went over to the stand and grabbed a white cloak with red kanji on it. "I will win and be right back. Come with me," he said to the Anbu as they disappeared in a flash of yellow light. After they left, Bawako turned to Kushina. "We should relocate to avoid being put in the path of destruction." "Stay put, I'll find some nurses to assist us and be back." She left the room, heading into the sea of panic that filled the hospital. Kushina lay there with Naruto, comforting her crying son. "Don't worry, Naruto-kun. Kasen is here." She kissed his forehead, soothing his cries amidst the destruction happening in the village. "Tucson will protect us. He's strong, the strongest in the village." "I have no doubt you'll be stronger than him one day," she whispered, looking into his sky-blue eyes. They were beautiful. She chuckled softly. "You're going to be a ladies' man, but don't worry, Kasen won't let the fangirls have you," she said, caressing his white hair. For a moment, Kushina grew silent, lost in thoughts of regret and pain from long ago. "I'll protect you, Naruto-kun. That's my duty as a mother." She kissed his forehead and waited for Bawako to return, her mind drifting to the past. "I owe it to them. I will protect you even if it costs my life," she stated, staring at the moon in the night sky. 7 years later, Konoha Ninja Academy. The sun filtered through the windows of the Konoha Ninja Academy, a place where the next generation was taught and raised to inherit the will of fire and protect their village. The rays of light cast a warm glow over the rows of desks. The classroom buzzed with the low hum of students' chatter, the occasional scrape of chairs against the wooden floor, and the rustling of papers. At the back of the room, away from the noise and distractions, sat Naruto Uzumaki, dressed in a light blue sweatshirt with a red swirl on the back, gray shorts, and black sandals. His snow-white hair gleamed in the sunlight, and his piercing blue eyes were focused intently on the book about Fuinjutsu. It was the only thing keeping him from falling asleep. It had been a year since the Sandaime Hokage enrolled him in the Ninja Academy. The Sandaime had told him it would be the perfect place for him to become strong, as it was the place where all the strong shinobi in the village had gone. After a year, Naruto was starting to doubt what the old man had told him, and it was a ploy to get him to make friends. He didn't need or want friends, especially if the kids in this class were to be his friends. Why would the strong need friends? It didn't help that his classmates were a bunch of weaklings who were too busy trying to make small talk instead of getting stronger. Speaking of his classmates, some of them stole glances at him, whispering behind his back. He quickly gained notoriety for his sharp tongue and disdain for weakness. His arrogance and intelligence set him apart, making him both admired and resented. But his looks had gained him a group of fangirls, who were seated a few rows ahead, constantly giggling and darted their eyes back to him. At the front of the class, their Chunin instructor, Mizuki, scribbled an equation on the board. Naruto could hear each chalk stroke and see the white particles breaking apart. He guessed it was something to do with his eyes. They had always been special. Right now, they were doing Algebra 2 problems, specifically, factoring using the quadratic formula. He learned it from a math book he picked from when he was in the village orphanage. It didn't take long for him to understand everything about it. His eyes allowed him to process and store information very effectively compared to the regular person, plus it helped that math was his favorite subject. But due to this quick processing, certain parts of the day felt like they lasted eternity, especially this day in class. As he listened to Mizuki's voice drone on and on, explaining the steps to solve it, he kept his eyes glued to his book. Why would he listen to this loser, especially when he was doing the problem wrong? The room was stifling, the oppressive heat of the afternoon mingling with the monotony of Mizuki's lesson. Most students were barely paying attention, their minds wandering far from algebra or any school-related subject. Mizuki finished the problem and turned around, his eyes scanning the room until he landed on Naruto. His lips curled into a malicious grin. Here was an opportunity to assert his authority and vent some of his frustration as he saw the demon was fixated on some book. "Uzumaki," he called out, his voice cutting through the classroom's murmur, "since you seem to think you're above paying attention, why don't you solve this equation?" Naruto didn't look up from his book. He turned a page, seemingly oblivious to Mizuki's words. The classroom quieted, students turning to watch the unfolding confrontation. Mizuki's face darkened with annoyance. "Uzumaki," he barked, "pay attention when I'm talking to you." Still, Naruto ignored him. Mizuki's patience snapped as he heard a low chuckle from the boy. Grabbing a piece of chalk, he hurled it at Naruto with a quick, angry flick of his wrist. Without looking up, Naruto caught the chalk mid-air. The room fell silent, the students' eyes wide with shock and awe. Slowly, Naruto raised his head, his blue eyes cold and dismissive, staring deep into Mizuki's soul. "What do you want, loser?" he asked, his voice dripping with disdain. Mizuki's face flushed with embarrassment and fury. "You need to pay attention in class, Naruto," he snapped, his tone laced with sarcasm. "Maybe if you did, you wouldn't be such a disappointment. No one else is paying attention and you call me out?" Naruto's lips curled into a mocking smile. "But why should I pay attention to a wrong answer, clown? You need to learn the basics before trying to correct someone else." The class gasped, whispers spreading like wildfire. Mizuki's confusion was evident. "What are you talking about?" he demanded. Naruto closed his book with a decisive snap, stood up, and slung his bag over his shoulder. He walked down the aisle, his every step exuding confidence. The fangirls sighed and exchanged excited whispers. Reaching the front of the class, Naruto took the chalk from Mizuki's hand and turned to the board. "Here," he said, writing quickly and confidently, "is how you actually solve it." He worked through the equation, demonstrating the use of imaginary numbers to handle the negative under the square root. Within moments, he had the correct solution displayed. The classroom was silent, students and the teacher alike staring in disbelief. Naruto turned to face Mizuki, with a cocky smirk on his lips. "Simple, if you know what you're doing," he said. "Next time, try not to embarrass yourself." He tossed the chalk back to Mizuki, who caught it reflexively, his face a mask of stunned anger. "This class is such a waste of time," Naruto continued, his voice carrying a bored tone. "You're just another insect trying to feel powerful. Go get a life, loser." With that, he turned and headed to the door, leaving a trail of shocked silence in his wake. Mizuki stood frozen, his humiliation rapidly morphing into a seething rage. The students watched Naruto's retreating figure, a mix of awe and resentment in their eyes. "Quit looking at me, weaklings," Naruto stated coldly as his silhouette vanished behind the doorframe. Unbeknownst to Naruto, an old man watched the boy from the crystal ball on his desk. Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed as he reflected on what he witnessed. He didn't know how to talk with Naruto and help the boy overcome his arrogance. Since Naruto was kicked out of the orphanage, his worldview changed. He started viewing people in terms of strength and didn't care about their values, only how strong they were. Anyone he deemed weak would not find kindness from him. Hiruzen didn't know how, but Naruto could tell the old cage was still strong and still listened to him occasionally. They haven't had much time to talk, mostly due to the ongoing war with Kumogakure, Hidden Cloud Village, which was hopefully nearing its end. However, he noticed Naruto would glance at him with a look of disdain from time to time. He needed to have a serious conversation with Naruto before things got out of hand and their relationship fell apart. He was about to get up and go after the boy, but then his eyes fell upon the skyscrapers of paperwork before him. Hiruzen groaned and called out to one of his Anbu guards nearby. "Cat," he summoned. Quickly, a kunoichi with long purple hair and a cat mask appeared in his office. "Yes, Hokage-sama," she spoke. "Please inform Iruka that Naruto has left his class yet again," Hiruzen said. The Anbu nodded before disappearing. Hiruzen looked at the ceiling, seemingly lost in thought. "Kushina, Minato, I am sorry that I've done a poor job looking after Naruto. I wish you two were here to raise him properly. I hope you two can forgive me. As Naruto made his way from the academy gates to the training grounds, he felt the weight of countless eyes on him. Villagers stared at him, their faces twisted with contempt and fear. He caught fragments of their hushed conversations. Monster, demon, they called him. Naruto's jaw tightened. He could feel his blood boiling beneath his skin. What are you staring at? Got something you want to say? He snapped, his voice laced with irritation. The villagers recoiled, eyes widening in surprise that quickly turned to anger and discomfort. Muttering under their breaths, they hastily moved away, creating a wider berth around him as if he were diseased. Naruto's eyes flickered with frustration and sadness, masked quickly by a scowl. He shoved his hands into his pockets and continued towards the training grounds. 3 years. 3 years since he'd been kicked out of the orphanage. 3 years of living alone in a rundown apartment, piecing together the reason behind the villagers' hatred. It always came back to the Kyuubi attack on his birthday. It wasn't always like this, but after his 4th birthday, a rumor started to spread of him being the reincarnation of the beast. This caused everyone to turn on him, effectively making him an outcast. Not only was that bad, but whenever he tried to buy food, clothing, or books, the store owners would glare at him. Some refused to serve him outright, others would demand exorbitant prices. He learned quickly to avoid their shops unless necessary. Once, he had dared to enter a bakery. The warm scent of fresh bread had drawn him in, and his stomach growled in anticipation. But as he approached the counter, the baker's expression turned cold. "Get out," the man growled. Naruto was confused. "But I have money," he said, holding out a few coins. "I don't give a damn, demon. Now get the hell out." The baker's voice was like ice, and Naruto left empty-handed, his eyes glued on the baker, promising to get revenge. Even the children were taught to avoid him. Mothers would pull their kids close, whispering warnings as he walked by. He could feel their eyes on his back, feel the distance they maintained. This was back when he was naive and thought it was something he did, but eventually, he learned the truth. He knew the truth about the 9-tailed fox, that it was a beast made of chakra and couldn't be killed. The beast was probably sealed somewhere else, but it didn't make sense as to why they blamed him for the destruction. But logic didn't matter to them. Their ignorance only fueled his determination to prove them wrong. A wide grin spread across Naruto's face as he imagined a stronger version of himself, one who could make them eat their words. "I will become the strongest," he muttered. "Then I'll show them who's weak." After a few minutes of walking, Naruto arrived at Training Ground 11, an isolated field surrounded by dense trees. It had become his sanctuary, a place where he could train without interference. Naruto let his bag fall and began to stretch, feeling the burn in his muscles. Pain was the price for power, and he was willing to pay it. Most of his training came from books, scrolls, and his instincts. He relied heavily on the scrolls he borrowed from the Konoha library, honing his skills in secret. He had learned the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, shadow clone technique, by watching a Jonin perform it. He didn't particularly like the technique, viewing it as a one-trick pony. Through his training, he had discovered a unique technique. Extending his right hand, he channeled his chakra, and 3 small rocks rose from the ground to circle his fingers. His sky-blue eyes glowed with a peculiar light, a testament to his special abilities. "Nice," he murmured, smiling at the sight. But the glow quickly faded, and the rocks dropped as a throbbing pain erupted in his head. He stumbled, grabbing his temples. "Gah, these headaches are getting worse," he muttered. "I need to find a way to limit the amount of information my eyes take in." Unable to find a proper name or any history of the technique, Naruto decided to call it Mugaken no Jutsu, limitless technique. He knew he was only scratching the surface, but mastering it would take a long time. Despite his frustration and slow progress, Naruto knew the secret to progressing this technique lay in his eyes. From ancient text found in the restricted section of the Konoha library, he'd learned about the Rikugen, 6 eyes, a powerful Kekkei Genkei of the Uzumaki clan that hadn't been seen for over 500 years. Not only did they grant him enhanced cognitive abilities, but they also allowed him to have perfect chakra control, see chakra, understand all forms of ninjutsu, and see the techniques of other shinobi. However, the more he trained, the more strain his eyes placed on his brain. They couldn't be deactivated, and the constant influx of information was overwhelming. He closed his eyes and decided to move on from training these abilities and focus on his taijutsu and sensory skills. He began with a warm-up of 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, and 100 squats, followed by calisthenics. Running around the training ground, he dodged obstacles and traps he had set up. He jumped over logs, ducked under tripwires, and avoided kunai and shuriken from hidden contraptions. This secluded area of the forest was his playground, shaping him into the warrior he aimed to become. Although Naruto wanted to read his Fuinjutsu book to improve his skills, he knew it required extreme attention to detail and wasn't something readily taught, so he won't worry about it now. He thought about asking the Hokage for help but knew the old man wouldn't give him any answers. The memory of waking up one morning to see a complex seal on his stomach and the Hokage's dismissive response echoed in his mind. "I think you're imagining things, Naruto. Don't worry about it," the old man had said. This constant lying was why Naruto stopped talking to him and trained in secret. "Whatever, screw him. I've wasted too much time thinking about dumb stuff," he concluded and returned to his training. The sound of grunting and fists hitting tree stumps was drowned out by the noise of the wind flowing past Naruto, signaling the things to come. Naruto's eyes were fixed on the cool sky above him, watching birds pass as the high sun cast a glow over the training field. His back was sprawled out on a tree branch as he let the cool August air flow past him, providing relief for his sweaty body. He was taking a quick break from his training. Naruto lifted his right hand and examined it. "Happy birthday, to me," he said somberly, reflecting on how he was now 7 years old. 7 long years of being alone and orphaned. He never knew his parents, he didn't even know their names. All he knew was that they died during the Kyuubi attack protecting the village told to him by the Hokage. He felt a mix of anger, frustration, and sadness at the fact the information he received was so vague. "Why did you risk your lives for this stupid village? Why didn't you just save me? Why did you leave me?" he questioned, closing his fist and letting it fall back to the tree branch. He put his arms behind his head and closed his eyes. He didn't get it. He was strong, meaning they must have been strong. Why would the strong sacrifice themselves for the weak? Naruto laid there for a couple of minutes until he felt a familiar chakra signature appear close by. "Oh, I was wondering when he would come." "Naruto," a voice called out. Naruto opened his right eye and out of the corner saw a man of average height with brown hair, kept in a ponytail, dark eyes, and a scar across the bridge of his nose. "Oh, Iruka-sensei, how's it going?" Naruto said, closing his eyes again, trying to get comfy on the tree birch. Iruka stomped closer to the tree Naruto was resting on. "What are you doing out here? Get back to class this instant," he shouted. Naruto rolled over to his side with his back facing Iruka. "Could you quiet down, sensei? I'm trying to relax." Iruka then kicked the tree hard, causing it to shake violently, which subsequently made Naruto fall out of the tree and land on the ground head first. "OWW," he said, quickly getting up and sitting down as he rubbed his hand. "You could have killed me." Iruka looked at Naruto, crossing his arms. "None of this would have happened if you just stayed in class. Why would I sit in that class and listen to that loser? He hates me and doesn't even know what he's talking about," Naruto retorted. "Everyone hates me." Iruka softened up at Naruto's last statement, taking some time to figure out the right things to say to him. It was true that a lot of people hated Naruto for something outside of his control. Irrational hate is very difficult to overcome, Iruka would know as he used to hate him as well. "Not everyone hates you, Naruto," Iruka finally said. "Don't lie to me, sensei," Naruto said, looking at the grass below. "The people in this village think they can just assign responsibility to others without taking accountability for their own weakness. To hate and blame someone else so blindly and passionately, yet they go around eating up the will of fire, nonsense. It's a load of crap," he stated, throwing some grass. Iruka nodded, processing Naruto's words before he responded. "It's true that there is a lot of hypocrisy in this village, Naruto. I won't disagree with you, but hypocrisy is a part of our human nature. I'm not excusing their actions, but just because the villagers treat you badly, teachers treat you badly, or even your classmates, it doesn't mean you have to resort to the same tactics. Two wrongs don't make a right." Naruto kept his attention on the ground, listening to his words but not engaged. Iruka kept his patience as he truly wanted to help Naruto. "Listen, Naruto, I don't hate you. The young white-haired stopped moving for a split second and looked up to meet the gaze of Iruka. Confusion was etched across Naruto's face as Iruka had never spoken to him like this. Throughout your short time at the academy, I've got to know you better as a student in person. I think you're probably the smartest student who's ever been enrolled at this academy. Your ability to solve complex problems and break them down is amazing. I don't think a lot of Jonin could process information as quickly as you do, Iruka continued. And, as much as it drives me insane, you can be funny and land a good joke from time to time. A genuine laugh escaped from Naruto's mouth. Thanks, sensei. I try my best to make fun of everyone. Iruka rolled his eyes. Yeah, sure. What I'm trying to say is that you have a lot of potential to do a lot of good. To help or even save people. Don't let the way people treat you dictate how you want to act. Yeah, I guess you're onto something. If I save people, it'll boost my popularity and get everyone to take notice of how cool I am, Naruto said, grinning ear to ear. That way, news of my strength will travel quicker. Thanks, Iruka-sensei. No, that's not the... Iruka took a deep exhale and pinched the bridge between his nose. I'm not going to let you rile me up again. All I want for you is an attempt at being nice. I'm not saying to be buddy-buddy with everyone, just try to make some meaningful connections. If you genuinely don't like someone, don't force yourself to be in their presence, but it's not good to be alone. I too was an orphan, so I know the feeling. Just give it a shot. Iruka looked down at the white-haired boy with the vast and deep blue eyes. You understand me, Naruto? Naruto gave a mini salute. Yes, sensei. I'll do my best to get everyone to accept my coolness and status as the strongest. Iruka shook his head. He needs to humble himself. His arrogance may get him killed one day. Okay, let's go back to the village, he said, ruffling Naruto's wild hair. Let's say we get some ramen at Ichiraku's after school to celebrate your birthday. Naruto was surprised yet again by Iruka's kindness. He tried to fight this feeling off but couldn't deny the affection felt nice. Thanks, sensei, he said softly and genuinely. Iruka smiled. You're welcome. But what about Mizuki? I know you said to be nice, but he's a terrible teacher and has it out for me. I'm starting to think he's a closet pedo and is trying to prey on me, Naruto said with a joking tone. I'm not stepping 1 foot in his class ever again. Did he just call Mizuki a closet pedo? Iruka pondered, wondering if Naruto was being serious or messing with him. But he has been acting strange and hostile towards Naruto as of late. Maybe I should. Can I be put into your class? Pretty please. The begging voice of Naruto rebounded, taking Iruka out of his thoughts. He looked to see Naruto on his knees. Get off of the ground and stop begging. If you come into my class you have to show up every day and limit the horsing around. Naruto quickly got up. Not happening, but what about this instead? I will only show up when homework is due, there is a test that day, or if it's something important. But I automatically fail for the entire year if I score under 100% on any assignment. That's too harsh of a punishment, Iruka responded. Come on, Iruka-sensei. Be careful not to downplay my abilities. I alone am the smartest one, Naruto smirked. You'd best believe it. Iruka looked at Naruto blankly for a few seconds while his eyelids twitched. Alright, let's just go back before the academy ends. Also, you need to start being more humble. Naruto waved his comment off. My arrogance is just part of my irresistible charm. This kid, Iruka sighed but then smiled, putting his hand on Naruto's back as they ventured back to the academy with the sun's radiant glow guiding their path. Konoha Ninja Academy. Naruto and Iruka arrived back at the academy after a 30-minute walk. My class is out for recess. When the bell rings, follow the students back to my classroom, Iruka instructed. And don't cause any trouble. OWW, sensei, you're hurting my feelings, Naruto faked. When have I ever started a fight? Iruka gave him a stern look. I'm serious, Naruto. Don't do anything stupid. My class is filled with clan heirs, so you don't want to mess with them and end up having a whole clan against you. They're not as thick-skinned as you and I. Naruto shrugged his shoulders. If they get mad at words, that's on them. Iruka sighed. I just pray that he doesn't run across Sasuke. Those two constantly arguing back and forth will be the death of me. It's bad enough I've got fangirls, a lazy student, a shy kid, a food addict, a wet dog running around, and insects crawling all over the place. Yeah, I'll handle your paperwork, but I'm serious. Do not get into trouble. If you do, I'll make you pay, Iruka said with a foreboding tone. Yeah, whatever, Naruto responded. Iruka began walking away into the academy building, muttering something about needing a drink. Meanwhile, Naruto made his way to the academy field where his new classmates would be. The academy field was an open space with various pieces of equipment sprawled out where students could train taijutsu and ninjutsu. There was a row of 4 wooden posts for ninja tool training and a large tree near the outskirts of the fence guarding the academy from onlookers. So this is it, huh? Not that impressive, Naruto mused, continuing his journey through the field, taking in everything around him. He began to see the silhouettes of his classmates and could make out some appearances. He saw a pink-haired girl with a red bow laced on her head, and a blonde girl with a long ponytail consoling a dark blue-haired girl with strange pupils. Those two were weak, Naruto pondered as his Rikugan scanned their chakra networks. But that girl, she's got a special chakra signature. I wonder if she's from the Hyuga clan given the weird eyes and all. He kept looking around, eventually spotting a pineapple-shaped head boy trying to rest his head while some kid ate chips loudly. Another kid was wearing a fur hoodie with a puppy resting on top of his head. He also spotted a guy with some round black glasses holding his finger out with a small bug crawling on it. They looked like they were in a deep conversation, in which Naruto could barely make out what they were saying. Sasuke and fight are 2 important words he caught. Who's this Sasuke guy, and did a fight just happen? He started to get excited at the possibility of having someone that could rival his strength. Those guys look like they're from some of the lesser clans in the village. They don't look that strong, but that bug guy has some cool glasses. I've got to get some shades like that. Naruto chuckled as he continued walking. But this Sasuke guy, I wonder who he is and what clan he's from. It didn't take long for Naruto's wish to be granted as he turned his head, seeing a raven-haired kid with spiky hair and onyx eyes sitting atop a pile of students. The raven-haired kid wore a black long-sleeved shirt with a high collar that had a red and white clan crest on the back, gray shorts, and black shinobi sandals. That's the Uchiha crest. His eyes told him there was something special within Sasuke, something that held tremendous power. A wide grin appeared on Naruto's face. HMPH, this just got very interesting, he chuckled, heading toward the pile of students. Let's see how strong you are, Sasuke. Groans were heard as there stood a pyramid of beaten and bruised children. A pile of 10 rested there, feeling pain all across their bodies as one raven-haired boy sat at the top. The Uchiha crest shining brightly to all onlookers. There's only one rule when interacting with others, the Uchiha said condescendingly. Do you know what it is? One of the beaten boys spoke up. I don't know, he said, his voice trembling. He was on the verge of tears. It's I won't kill you, so please don't kill me, either. You can replace kill with anything, but the point is to not infringe on other people. For many to exist together, they need that rule. The Uchiha got up and started walking down the pile of bodies, using them as stepping stones. He made it to level ground and headed off. If you ever try something like that in front of me again, I'll make sure you won't walk for months, he warned. The pile of kids slumped down, feeling the ache over their bodies. Gah, what did we ever do to you? A bully said before passing out. A far distance away from the pile where several onlookers stood with various reactions. Hinata, are you alright? The blonde girl, Ino Yamanaka, asked. I can't believe Sasuke did all that by himself, especially for Hinata of all people, strange. YYS, I'm alright. The Hyuga girl stuttered, fidgeting with her hands while looking at Sasuke, who was walking away. Wow, Sasuke didn't even break a sweat. That was insane. Right, Akamaru? Kiba exclaimed, and his dog barked in agreement. Shino adjusted his sunglasses, his voice calm and analytical. It's impressive, but also concerning. Such power should be used with caution. Shikamaru sighed, resting his head on the table in front of him. What a drag, but I guess he made his point. Choji munched on a bag of chips, nodding. Yeah, but he didn't have to be so harsh. Oh my gosh, Sasuke-kun. You're so cool, the pink-haired girl, Sakura, screeched out, pumping her fists in the air. Sasuke ignored their comments and kept walking forward. These people didn't matter to him. However, he soon heard a grunt and turned to see one of the bullies throwing a punch. Before the blow could land, a hand quickly chopped the bully in the back of the neck, causing him to fall face first to the ground. Sasuke was then greeted by the smile of a kid he had never seen before. "Looks like you missed one," a white-haired kid said, sporting a shit-eating grin. His eyes were very blue, reflecting the pattern of the sky. It made Sasuke feel uneasy but also slightly intimidated. Sasuke raised an eyebrow, trying to understand who this was. "Who are you?" he asked. "I'm Naruto Uzumaki, the strongest," Naruto declared, confidently. "The strongest?" Sasuke mused. "You must be delusional if you think you're the strongest. You're Sasuke, right? I'm guessing you're part of the Uchiha clan, given your broody nature," Naruto chuckled. "But I didn't think you'd be this emo." "Why do you care?" Sasuke asked, keeping his composure. "Unless you've got some vendetta against the Uchiha." "Nah, I just heard they were the strongest clan in the village and wanted to see if the rumors were true," Naruto replied. "So he only wants to see if I'm strong," Sasuke thought. "He's just like everyone else in this class." He turned and began walking away. "Hey, where do you think you're going?" Naruto shouted. Sasuke kept walking. "Away from you, loser." Naruto put his hands in his pockets. "Wow, and here I thought the Uchiha were cool. No wonder they're not liked around the village. They walk around with sticks up their asses." Sasuke stopped in his tracks, and a brief silence fell over the group. Ino and Sakura's initial admiration and interest in the new boy quickly turned to annoyance. Insulting their glorious king was unforgivable. "Who does he think he is?" they shouted. Hinata watched nervously, her hands fidgeting. Sasuke-kun doesn't usually get this angry. Shikamaru opened one eye, studying the newcomer. "Already starting a fight on his first day, I need to avoid that guy. If not, he's going to make my life troublesome." Choji, munching on a bag of chips, glanced at Shikamaru. "This is gonna be trouble, isn't it? They both look ready to explode." Shino adjusted his sunglasses, his tone neutral but with a hint of curiosity. "Not necessarily. Sasuke is the one being provoked and is on the verge of reacting because of this newcomer's comments. I wonder who he is." Kiba smirked, folding his arms. "Whoever he is, he's got guts, I'll give him that. But he's picking a fight he might regret." "Right, Akamaru?" His dog barked in agreement. "I guess you didn't like it when I insulted your precious clan," Naruto taunted. "Are you going to cry me a river?" Sasuke turned around, fists clenched, jaw tight. Naruto smiled, seeing his frustration. The Uchiha walked back to Naruto, stopping a few feet away. "What did you say, Usura Tonkachi?" he spat, trying to intimidate him. "You heard me, Kasama," Naruto egged him on. "You Uchiha bastards walk around with sticks up your butts." Sasuke's anger flared and he moved forward. Naruto sensed Sasuke's chakra rising. "Oh, what are you going to do? Fight me? Don't be mad. You can't dish out insults if you can't take them." Sasuke's shadow rippled, while Naruto's eyes began to emit a faint blue light. In an instant, they grabbed each other's shirt collars and went for a punch. Before their fists made contact, a loud voice boomed across the field. "What the hell are you two doing?" Naruto and Sasuke turned to see Iruka storming toward them. Iruka glanced at the pile of beaten-up students, then back at the boys. "Naruto, didn't I tell you?" Naruto cut him off, a smirk playing on his lips as he tightened his Sasuke's collar. "Hey, don't pin this on me. Mr. Sunshine over here lost his cool." "What did you call me, loser?" Sasuke snarled, tightening his grip as well. "You got any better comebacks than calling me, loser, you piece of—" Iruka grabbed Naruto's collar. "Hey, OWWW," then grabbed Sasuke's, causing both boys to let go of each other. "You two are coming with me," Iruka said, dragging them away. "This is exactly what I feared. This is Sasuke's third fight of the week. I'll have to talk with his parents again and with Lord Third about Naruto's behavior," he thought. "I need a vacation." In front of the classroom, Iruka stood giving his lecture on the history and founding of Konoha. Everyone had their eyes glued to the front of the class. Not because Iruka's lesson was particularly interesting, but because to the right of Iruka were Naruto and Sasuke holding a bucket of water over their heads. Their arms quivered, legs shaking from exhaustion. The class snickered at their predicament, delighted by the sight of the two troublemakers suffering. "Think they'll finally behave now?" one student whispered. Doubt it, another replied, giggling. Finally, the bell rang, signaling the end of class and their punishment. The two felt relief wash over their bodies as they placed the buckets down. The other students packed their bags and exited the classroom, rushing to meet their parents who were waiting for them. Hinata took one last look at Sasuke before exiting the class. She felt responsible for him being punished. Iruka turned to face them, a stern expression on his face. I hope you two have learned your lesson, he said. Naruto and Sasuke looked at each other before nodding and turning to Iruka. Yes, sensei. We've learned our lesson, they spoke in unison. Iruka nodded approvingly. Good. Now, follow me. Before he could finish, a smile shot across Naruto's face and Sasuke's forms flickered before the two then disappeared in a puff of smoke. What the? Cage buncheons? How did they? Iruka muttered, stunned. He frantically looked around for the two. Naruto. Sasuke. He bellowed. From an elevated position, high up in a tree, Naruto and Sasuke watched through the classroom window with Naruto snickering at the successful prank. Serves him right, he said, gracefully dropping down from the tree with a grin. Sasuke said nothing, his face serious as he landed lightly beside him and began to walk away. Hey, wait up, Naruto called, catching up to the Uchiha. Sasuke turned around and the two of them stood a noticeable distance apart. Naruto's face was lit with a goofy grin, while Sasuke's stern expression didn't waver. Naruto glanced at Sasuke, a mischief in his eye. You know, they say smiling's good for your health. Or is that not a thing for the noble Uchiha? Sasuke's glare was icy. Why are you talking to me? We are not friends, Usura Tonkachi. Wow, I was just joking earlier but it seems you really have an attitude problem. How can you call me a loser when we have the same number of friends? Naruto retorted, forming a zero with his fingers. Kasama. Sasuke's eyes narrowed and he got closer to Naruto. You've been all over me since we met. You're just an attention seeker trying to get close to me because of my name. If you want to know strong we are, then fine. I'll show you the strength of the Uchiha. How can you someone without the Sharingan show me the clan's strength? Whatever, I don't know what your problem is but, let's do it. I've been itching for a fight. Naruto grinned, getting into a ready stance. Bring it on. Before they could engage, Naruto sensed large chakra presence nearby. He dropped his stance and turned around, his eyes glowing faintly. What the? Has someone been watching us this whole time? Sasuke noticed his change in demeanor and looked in the same direction, curious as to what Naruto could see. I'm impressed you could see me from back here. A voice emerged from the darkness, as soft as the rustle of leaves. You must have good eyes. A silhouette materialized from the bushes, revealing a tall man with long dark hair styled in a ponytail with center-parted bangs. He had dark eyes with long, pronounced tear troughs, yet his face was tranquil, and his posture held the weight of unspoken stories. Sasuke's face softened in recognition. Itachi, what are you doing here? Father sent me to get you. Your teacher sent a messenger hawk home, saying you got into another fight, Itachi stated. I remember you saying you wouldn't start fights anymore. Sasuke, still brooding over his recent altercation, looked up at Itachi with a hint of defiance. They were trying to act superior when they're nothing but insects. They thought they could exert their power over that Hyuga girl. It disgusted me. Itachi nodded, understanding his brother's sense of justice. I see, but what if instead of fighting those you call insects, you tried to save them using your words? Sasuke's defiance slightly wavered, before returning. Why would I ever save someone? It's not like any of them deserve saving. I'm not here to become a hero. I'm here to become a shinobi. To save someone is to recognize their worth, Sasuke, Itachi responded calmly. Everyone deserves the possibility to be saved. Sasuke was getting annoyed at his brother's preaching. He would say stuff like this. So you think I should have talked it out with them? Be like the other teachers who give them a slap on the wrist and let them run rampant. Is that fair? Sasuke shot back. I was just giving them what they deserved. Itachi's gaze intensified. But is it fair for you to only defend the students you deem fit and ignore others who get bullied? Sasuke opened his mouth to respond but hesitated, knowing that Itachi had a point. No, fairness is a concept that eludes many, including yourself, Itachi said. True fairness isn't about treating everyone the same, it's about giving each person what they deserve. Sometimes, that means protecting those who can't protect themselves, even if you don't feel a personal connection to them. Sasuke did not respond. Itachi gave his brother a warm smile. Remember, Sasuke, everyone you encounter is fighting their own battle, one you may know nothing about. True strength lies in discerning when to extend a hand and when to wield a blade. And sometimes, the hardest person to save is yourself. Sasuke looked at his brother with an annoyed expression, but his gaze was met with Itachi's gentle face. He finally gave in and turned his attention to the trees around him, irritated that his brother could always counter his points, but also trying to understand Itachi's words. Naruto's gaze shifted between Sasuke and Itachi, listening to their conversation. What was that crap about true strength? I can see that you're strong, but why concern yourself with saving people? It's pointless. Itachi turned his gaze to the white-haired boy standing in front of him. You're Naruto, right? Naruto nodded. Yep, I'm Naruto Uzumaki and I have a goal of becoming the strongest. Itachi raised an eyebrow, intrigued by Naruto's proclamation. Why do you wish to become strong? Is there someone you wish to protect or a goal you want to accomplish? No, nothing like that. Those sound lame, Naruto chuckled. I want to become the strongest so no one can touch. I'll be able to do anything I want and get anything I want. Is that so? Itachi questioned. Naruto crossed his arms and grinned widely. You bet. I see, Itachi said, pausing for a moment. I would recommend finding friends and people you wish to protect. Strength can bring you power, but it can also bring isolation. Having people who care about you is far better than being strong. Naruto scoffed. Friends are overrated. They just slow you down, ask for stuff, and pester you. I don't need to do anything for anyone besides myself. If someone's in pain, they can handle it. If they need help, they can help themselves. Without strength, you can't protect anything, let alone yourself. Itachi took a long silence before responding. If that is your reason for being strong, then you'll never be as strong as you want to be. Naruto's composure shifted at Itachi's words, a frown forming on his face as he contemplated Itachi's statement. That's easy for you to say. You were born into strength, born into one of the most powerful clans in history. You've always had people to rely on. Itachi's gaze softened but remained intense. Strength can come from many sources, Naruto. My clan's legacy is one, but it's also a burden. Those who are strong can be egotistical and arrogant, but true strength isn't dependent on these factors. He stared at Naruto, almost piercing into his soul. No matter how powerful you become, don't try to shoulder everything on your own. If you do, you'll fail. Naruto's eyes narrowed, his defiance rising again. You're just saying that because you don't think I can handle it. But I can, and I will. I don't need anyone's help. Itachi's expression remained calm. It's not about whether you can handle it alone, Naruto. It's about understanding that true strength involves recognizing your limitations and valuing the support of others. Never underestimate your friends. They can be the light that rescues you from the darkness. Remember this. Those who fight alone often fall alone. Naruto clenched his fists, struggling to find a counter-argument. He wanted to reject Itachi's words, but something in them resonated, stirring a feeling he couldn't quite identify. After a few moments, he gave in slightly. I'll think about it, he said, his tone still defiant but with a hint of uncertainty. Itachi smiled gently. It's been nice talking to you, Naruto Uzumaki. I hope my brother and you can be friends one day. I think it would help the both of you. He looked at Sasuke. But we need to go. Father, mother, and Iruka-sensei are waiting for us. Sasuke nodded and followed his brother. On the other hand, Naruto stood there, still thinking about Itachi's words. I wonder if there is more to this strength thing than I thought. Naruto pondered, still unconvinced by Itachi's words but felt conflict brewing in his mind. It would be nice to have someone there for me. He put his hands in his pockets and headed off to the academy training field. It would help him get his thoughts in order. Where do you think you're going? Sasuke called after him. I'm going to train, Naruto replied without turning around. You and your family have to speak with sensei, Sasuke reminded him. Naruto paused, his back still facing them. Unlike you, I have no family. My parents are dead. He raised a hand. I'll see ya, he said, continuing to walk away. Sasuke watched him, shock and confusion evident on his face. What is up with that guy? And why do you say you hoped he and I would be friends? Itachi placed a hand on Sasuke's shoulder. People are often more than they seem, Sasuke. Remember that, he said, guiding his brother back towards the academy. And I meant what I said. I believe you two could help each other. What? I can tell you find him interesting given you speaking with him for that long, but he and I are nothing alike, Sasuke stated. Itachi looked at the trees around them. I wouldn't be so sure. You have more in common than you think. As they walked inside, Sasuke couldn't help but reflect on Itachi's words and his exchange with Naruto. He won't lie and say that he didn't think this kid was a little strange, but I wonder how long he's been alone. Sasuke pondered. He wondered if he would act similarly if his family was gone. He shook these thoughts off and followed Itachi back into the academy building. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, walked purposefully through the silent corridors of the Konoha Academy. As he turned a corner, he came face to face with Fugaku Uchiha, Makoto Uchiha, their eldest son Itachi, and their youngest, Sasuke. Hokage-sama, Fugaku said, his tone cold and formal, eyes meeting Hiruzen's with barely concealed tension as they passed each other. Good day, Hokage-sama, Makoto added, offering a warmer nod. Itachi and Sasuke nodded in a similar manner. Hiruzen nodded back. Makoto, Itachi, Sasuke. A good day to you as well. What brings you here? Makoto asked, curiosity evident. I've come to talk with Iruka regarding the altercation between your son and Naruto. Since Naruto is an orphan, I've been acting as his guardian. Oh, Iruka didn't mention anything about a fight, Makoto said, her smile not entirely friendly as she turned her attention to Sasuke. Sasuke glanced at the ground, realizing he was in trouble. Feeling guilty for getting the boy in trouble, Hiruzen awkwardly excused himself. Iruka is waiting for me. Have a good day, he said, continuing on. But his gaze lingered on Itachi, who looked back at him with an unreadable expression. The tension in the air was thick and palpable as the two passed each other. After a short period of walking, Hiruzen finally arrived at Iruka's office. The small, cluttered room was a stark contrast to the pristine corridors in the Hokage's office. Iruka stood quickly as Hiruzen entered, bowing slightly in respect. Hokage-sama, please have a seat, Iruka said. Hiruzen sat down, motioning for Iruka to do the same. Iruka, how are the students faring? Well, Hokage-sama, Iruka began cautiously, I have concerns about Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki. Sasuke's behavior has become more concerning as of late. He's been training obsessively, isolating himself, and getting into fights. Hiruzen nodded thoughtfully. Keep a close eye on him. The Uchiha carry a heavy burden, and Sasuke is a good kid. Do you know what caused the fight today? Iruka glanced at his notes, frowning slightly. Yes, it seems Hinata Hyuga was being bullied, and Sasuke intervened. Hiruzen mused, rubbing his chin. Boys often feel a strong desire to protect girls from a young age. What about Naruto? Iruka sighed deeply. As for Naruto, he's been more disruptive than usual, particularly towards others. It's been difficult to guide him, and there's also his ongoing conflict with Mizuki. Oh, Mizuki? Hiruzen prompted. I remember you were close when you were younger. He, too, lost his parents in the Nine Tails attack. Yes, Iruka said somberly, but he's been extremely hostile towards Naruto lately. I've tried to handle it privately, but Mizuki ignored my concerns. Due to this, I've decided to move Naruto into my class. Hiruzen took out his pipe and lit it, taking a thoughtful puff. I shouldn't be telling you this, but we've received reports of his suspicious behavior. Mizuki has been seen near restricted areas, including the Hokage's residence, late at night. We don't have conclusive evidence yet, but he might be using a gullible student to further his schemes, or worse, targeting one. Iruka's eyes widened slightly. That's troubling. I'll keep a closer watch on him. Good, Hiruzen replied gravely. And there's another matter. Kumogakure will be sending their Shinobigashira, head ninja, to sign a peace treaty in 2 months to end the war. However, we've intercepted documents suggesting they plan to meet with a smuggler in exchange for Uzumaki girl from Kusagakure during the treaty. Iruka looked surprised. Shouldn't Konoha have rights over all Uzumaki survivors? Technically, yes, Hiruzen said with a sigh. But Kumo has kept this information hidden. Sending a rescue force could alert their shinobi and trigger political repercussions that would destroy all peace discussions. I understand, Hokage-sama, but is it right to let this happen? Iruka asked, his concern evident. To let this girl be at their mercy. It's not right, Hiruzen agreed, but we must tread carefully. Perhaps someone will arise to intervene and save her. Iruka nodded, absorbing the gravity of the situation. Understood. But, Hokage-sama, why are you telling me all this? Hiruzen paused, his gaze sincere. Because I trust you, Iruka. The will of fire is dimming, and we need a new generation to reignite it. You are the best teacher to inspire and guide these young shinobi. That's why, effective immediately, you will be appointed as the headmaster of the academy. Iruka stood, deeply moved by Hiruzen's words. Hi, Hokage-sama. Hiruzen smiled warmly, standing up to leave. Take care of them, I know you'll do well. As Hiruzen exited the office, Iruka stood tall, a renewed sense of purpose burning in his eyes. Konoha Ninja Academy Training Grounds. The sound of a kunai embedding itself echoed across the training fields of the academy. Naruto gripped another kunai tightly and launched it effortlessly, the blade finding its mark dead center on the wooden target. The repetitive motion calmed his mind, helping him to focus especially after his talk with the enigmatic figure that was Itachi Uchiha. However, his practice was interrupted by the sound of approaching footsteps. He turned to see Mizuki walking toward him with a disingenuous smile. Naruto, it's disappointing to see you leave my class, Mizuki said, the smile not reaching his eyes. Especially when we were starting to get along so well. Naruto rolled his eyes, his annoyance evident. Cut the act, Mizuki-sensei. What do you want? Mizuki's smile faltered, replaced by a more calculating look. Straight to the point, huh? Well, I thought as a parting gift I would tell you where you can find some powerful jutsu. If you're talking about the scroll of sealing, I've already been through it, Naruto replied with a smirk, remembering the event vividly. Didn't impress me much, though. The smirk faded as memories of the Hokage's council berating him resurfaced. Shaking his head to clear it, he focused on Mizuki. If that's all, I've got more training to do, he said, getting ready to throw another kunai at the wooden post. Mizuki's expression turned slightly desperate. I know where you can find something better. One of the fourth Hokage's scrolls. Naruto stopped and turned his attention to Mizuki, his ears perking up at the mention of the fourth Hokage. He was a legendary figure who had perished during the Nine Tails attack. Known as the village's strongest, his jutsu were revered for their power. Intrigued yet cautious, Naruto crossed his arms. Why would you tell me that? Damn this brat, I really underestimated his intelligence. I've got to play into his ego. To help you, of course, Mizuki pressed. Think about it, the fourth scrolls contain techniques that could make you incredibly strong. You would truly be the strongest if you mastered his techniques. Naruto considered this, then smirked. That sounds good and all, but what's in it for you? I know you're not doing this out of the kindness of your heart. So what do you want? Mizuki's smile turned into a smirk of his own, masking his frustration at Naruto's astuteness. Meet me in the Western Forest after you retrieve the scroll. I'll tell you what I want there. HMPH, alright, but I'll do it on one condition, Naruto countered, raising a finger. Mizuki tensed. What's your condition? Naruto leaned forward, his gaze intense. Tell me what happened to the Nine Tails after it attacked the village. Caught off guard, Mizuki blinked. You want to know about the Nine Tails? Yeah, what happened to it after it attacked the village? I know it wasn't killed, Naruto pressed, watching Mizuki closely. That would significantly weaken the village and doubt the higher-ups would have the balls to do that. Mizuki hesitated, but then flashed a wide and malicious smile. Alright, I'll tell you what I know. But first, you have to get that scroll. He could be a lot more discreet. Naruto pretended to think it over. Fine, but you'd better not be lying. Mizuki nodded. I won't. You have my word, but you need to act quickly. The scroll is currently in Hokage's residence before it's taken to the capital tomorrow morning. It has the kanji for 4 on it. Naruto nodded and Mizuki vanished in a swirl of leaves. Naruto waited until he couldn't feel Mizuki's chakra signature anywhere nearby. This guy is an idiot, but this scroll stuff might be worth it. Especially since the fourth used fuinjutsu in combat, which is extremely rare, he pondered. Mizuki is hiding something. I'm guessing he's going to try and take the scroll for himself and kill me or something. I'll set a trap and wait until after he tells me what happened to the 9 tails to spring it. Naruto headed home to prepare for his mission, planning to infiltrate the Hokage's residence after him and Iruka ate at Ichiraku ramen. The sun disappeared, and night settled over Konoha, accompanied only by the distant calls of owls and crickets. The moon cast its bright glow upon the village, but its watchful gaze fell upon Naruto as he leapt from rooftop to rooftop, making his way stealthily toward the Hokage residence. Arriving near the academy, Naruto paused to survey his surroundings. The Hokage's residence was nearby, and the area seemed quiet and undisturbed. His eyes, faintly emitting a blue glow, scanned the vicinity. Doesn't look like the old man's using his spying jutsu tonight, Naruto muttered to himself. That makes this a lot easier. With the coast seemingly clear, Naruto swiftly traversed the training grounds, his movements silent and calculated. Approaching the Hokage's residence, he located a slightly cracked window and slipped through it with practiced agility. He landed gracefully on the polished wooden floor inside the enigmatic building. Looking up, Naruto saw the portraits of each Hokage hanging on the walls. To his left was a man with tanned skin, long dark hair, and warm, powerful eyes. Beside him, a figure with white hair, red eyes, and 3 distinctive red markings across his face. Next, a younger version of the current Hokage, recognizable despite the years. Lastly, a man with spiky yellow hair and large blue eyes stared back at Naruto from his portrait. So, that's the first, second, the old man, and the fourth. Naruto crept closer to the portraits to get a better look. Hashirama Senju, Tobirama Senju, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Minato Namikaze, he read silently. Naruto's gaze lingered on the portrait of the fourth Hokage. He felt an inexplicable connection with him. It was strange. The feeling intensified as he realized they shared a striking resemblance, similar bone structure and eyes, with only the hair color being different. What is this feeling? Naruto pondered, reaching out instinctively. But a new presence approaching snapped him back to the task at hand. I got sidetracked. I need to find that scroll. Refocusing, Naruto scanned the room meticulously, searching for the scroll Mizuki had mentioned. After a brief search, he located it. Security here is terrible. Anyone could walk in and take whatever they want. With the scroll now in his possession, Naruto swiftly performed the hand sign for Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. A perfect replica of himself materialized in a puff of smoke. Naruto instructed the clone to transform into the scroll and remain hidden until further notice. Simultaneously, Naruto sensed the approaching presence draw nearer. Footsteps echoed loudly on the hardwood floor, growing louder with each step. Just in time, Naruto thought. He hurried back to the window, exiting the way he had entered. Moments later, the door to the office swung open as a Chunin guard entered, shining a flashlight around the room lazily. Looks all good, the guard muttered, closing the door and leaving. The scroll remained undisturbed in its place. Naruto sat deep in the nearby forest, carefully unsealing the fourth Hokage's scroll and absorbing its contents before meeting Mizuki. Immediately, Naruto realized the fourth's intelligence had been vastly understated. The sheer breadth of knowledge in the scroll boggled his mind. His eyes darted across pages filled with notes around each technique. I've struck gold, Naruto mused as he laid eyes on the Rasengan and the Hiraishin no Jutsu, flying Raijin Jutsu. The Rasengan utilizes principles of rotation, power, and containment, he read aloud. Naruto's mind raced. The user molds chakra, converging it into one palm to swirl together. Advanced chakra control isn't an issue, but converging it to a single point. His Mukagen no Jutsu heavily relied on mathematical and scientific concepts, particularly the concept of infinity. It allowed him to create natural negative numbers and apply them to himself and other objects, allowing him bending and distorting space-time. What if I tried to apply the convergence or divergence of infinity? Naruto trailed off, realizing a new opportunity. I'll revisit this later. Naruto pushed his thoughts aside and continued to read the notes on the Rasengan. This technique draws inspiration from the Bijudama, tailed beast bomb. I had to devise a technique after facing 2 powerful Jinchuriki. Instead of the usual 8-to-2 negative to positive chakra ratio, this technique employs negative chakra. Why is that? He paused to ponder. Perhaps positive chakra is rare. I wonder what happens with a 1-to-1 ratio. But what's this? He scanned further down the scroll. Kushina-chan was the one who came up with the name. I have to get stronger to protect her from this war. Naruto lowered the scroll, puzzled. Who is this, Kushina? His wife, sister, or mother? Why did the fourth want to protect her? He shrugged, moving on to the Hiraishin. The Hiraishin is a space-time ninjutsu that creates a wormhole for rapid travel. You need to tag your target with a seal before teleporting, Naruto groaned, realizing his lacking fuinjutsu skills. I'll come back to this later. He left more notes on fuinjutsu that should help. Naruto glanced up, noticing the moon had moved across the night sky. I should wrap this up and deal with Mizuki so I can get back to training, especially with this. Suddenly, a rustle in the bushes caught his attention, but he remained unfazed as a clone emerged, holding another scroll. You better have finished copying everything in it. I need him to believe it's the real thing, Naruto said. Yeah, cool your jets. It's all in here, the clone responded. Even the little surprise for our former teacher. It's going to be quite the show. Naruto and his clone exchanged a smile. All right. Time to go, Naruto said, about to reseal the fourth Hokage's scroll when something caught his eye. Near the Fuinjutsu section, a different handwriting stood out. Naruto's Rikugen helped him discern it belonged to a woman from the strokes and cleanliness of the kanji. The note read something about, if you see this, I'm waiting for you in the shower, with a heart drawn. Did that Kushina woman write this? I guess this confirms they were lovers, as it would be pretty weird for a sister or mom to write this. Naruto muttered, feeling a mix of surprise and uncomfort. He shook his head and shivered, trying to shake this weird feeling off. Naruto continued to read further and came across a section labeled, Uzumaki Sealing Techniques. Reaper Death Seal, Adamanate Sealing Barrier, 4 Symbol Seals, and 8 Trigrams Seal. These are techniques used by the Uzumaki. So she was not only the lover of the fourth Hokage but an Uzumaki as well, huh? I remember reading that the Uzumaki were close allies to the village. They were powerful due to their mastery at Fuinjutsu and large chakra reserves. That's most likely why a lot of the clan members were chosen to be Jinchuriki. I wonder if she was a Jinchuriki. Naruto pondered. This makes me look like a hypocrite when I was talking to Itachi, since I'm a part of the clan as well. Hey, can you stop thinking so loud? Your thoughts are practically shouting, the clone teased. Oh, right, Naruto said sheepishly. I wonder how many Uzumaki are left. His clone crossed his arms, getting impatient. Not many, as they were subsequently destroyed in the Second Great Ninja War, causing the clan to be you're missing something important. That being, Naruto asked, curiously. Come on boss, thought you were supposed to be the smartest, the clone teased. Naruto's eyelid twitched at his clone's behavior. Is this how other people see me? He mused. The clone put a finger to his temple. Think about it, we look like the fourth Hokage and we have the Uzumaki clan name. What another Uzumakis have been recorded in this village? Realization flashed across Naruto's face, and at that moment, he felt his stomach turn and body shake, giving the threat of collapse. Yo, are you good? The clone called out, seeing Naruto stagger. Naruto blinked a couple of times and regained his balance. Yeah, I'll be fine. Just take the original back to the apartment. I'll deal with Mizuki. The clone nodded and left, leaving Naruto with the replica tightened his grip around the scroll, his emotions in a whirlwind. He was the fourth Hokage's son, born of Kushina Uzumaki. Memories from childhood clicked into place, constant surveillance, confinement to the village, and leniency for certain actions. But this didn't make him feel better, as he started to get more angry as he thought about his treatment in this village. Everyone loved the Yondaime but hated him. However, his mind soon went to image of the Hokage, the man who had constantly lied to him his entire life. Always downplaying his perception and never being honest with him. He didn't get why he didn't just tell him. It wasn't like they looked significantly different. There would be no harm in telling him who his parents were. You old fool, he snarled, clenching his fist, but then calmed himself. Taking a deep exhale, he still needed to deal with Mizuki before he went after the old man. With his mind refocused, he ventured off to the spot Mizuki had instructed him to meet. Although he was focused on his next task, Naruto's feelings were all over the place. He was happy and glad to know who his parents were, but at the same time he felt hurt. Naruto continued jumping through the treetops in the dead of night, his only companion being the lone moon watching him from the heavens above. Mizuki was impatiently waiting for Naruto at their meeting spot. The area was dimly lit, and shadows danced on the grass as the night deepened. He had been waiting for a long time and was growing irritated. A foot was heard touching the ground from behind as Mizuki swirled his head around, meeting the gaze of a, surprisingly, straight-faced Naruto. "I knew you would come," Mizuki said with a sly grin. "I see you've gotten the scroll. I'll tell you the truth about the 9 tails, but first I'll tell you what I want." "You want the scroll, right?" He kicked the scroll to Mizuki, who had a stunned expression. "It was obvious from the start. Those techniques are below me," Naruto lied. "Now tell me what happened to the 9 tails after it attacked the village." "You're a fool, Naruto," Mizuki chuckled. "But I'll uphold my promise. You want to know about the 9 tails, huh?" The Chunin instructor took a long pause before a devious smile appeared on his face. "You are the 9 tails. The beast is sealed inside of you." Naruto stood there as Mizuki laughed maniacally, thinking he'd broken the boy. However, little did he know, was that the suspicions Naruto had were just confirmed by this statement. Naruto scoffed. "That's stupid. I'm probably the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails, clown. But that doesn't explain why I can't feel the 9 tails chakra within me," he silently thought. Mizuki smirked, his eyes glinting with malice. "Whatever, you're nothing but a failure. But I can't leave just yet. I'm going to kill you to avenge my parents. I'm going to kill the demon." The Chunin detached the giant demon wind shuriken from his back, getting ready to charge. Naruto's eyes narrowed and a smile appeared on his face. "You're an idiot if I didn't think you'd try to kill me, Mizuki. You should worry about yourself," he said, pointing at the scroll in Mizuki's hands. Mizuki suddenly heard a faint sizzling noise. He looked down to see paper bomb tags igniting on the scroll. He tried to throw it away, but it was too late. The explosion engulfed him, but Mizuki emerged from the smoke, slightly scorched but virtually unharmed. "You brat," Mizuki growled and then quickly coughed due to the smoke. Naruto smiled and turned to leave. "Where do you think you're going, demon?" Mizuki roared. "Home. Don't tell me you're that dumb? That blast wasn't small, and I wouldn't be surprised if Anbu or even the Hokage himself arrived shortly to apprehend the man responsible for stealing and destroying an invaluable document from one of the most loved Hokage," Naruto snickered. Mizuki was taken aback and stunned at how Naruto had played him like a fiddle. He thought he was in control, but that was only an illusion. He fell to his knees and his eyes traced the burnt grass around him. Naruto kept looking at the pathetic state of Mizuki, finding enjoyment out of this whole ordeal. Suddenly, Mizuki slammed a fist into the ground, enraged at what was happening. "This can't be. Me, a Chunin, outsmarted but some brat." Mizuki looked up at Naruto, rage and a storm of fury brewing in his eyes. "You cheated," he shouted, pointing an accusatory finger. Naruto glared at Mizuki. "Don't be so mad, Mizuki. You can't blame me for being weak." He decided to walk closer to Mizuki to taunt him some more. "The weak assign responsibility, and that's what you are, Mizuki, weak." This sent Mizuki into a frenzy. He got up and rushed at Naruto like a mad bull seeing red, attacking swiftly with kunai assault. Naruto was not expecting this type of response but jumped back and tried to evade the incoming kunai. However, this proved to be unsuccessful as one of the 3 grazed his cheek, causing blood to trickle down his face. Mizuki chuckled. "I'm going to enjoy killing you." "Lucky hit," Naruto said, wiping the blood. "I might have bitten off more than I can chew. He's still a grown man and I'm a little kid. I might be faster than him, but the difference in size, strength, and experience is too much." Naruto's jaw clenched and he gritted his teeth. "I hate to admit it, but he's stronger than me. I should draw this out and wait for the other shinobi to arrive." Mizuki looked at Naruto's rigid body posture and could see the kid wasn't prepared for this. He started to spin the demon wind shuriken in his right hand. "Scared? Thought I was the weak one." Upon those words, Naruto lost any and all desire to wait until someone arrived. He would beat Mizuki. "You are the weak one here." He put his hands up, making a hand seal. Kage Bushin no Jutsu. 2 clones of Naruto appeared ready to fight. "I could have summoned hundreds of clones to bum rush you, but I'm honorable. So I'm giving you a chance," Naruto said confidently. They took a ready stance and Naruto's eyes started to emit an eerie glow. This will show me what I need to work on. Mizuki smiled, shifting the spinning demon wind shuriken from his right hand to left before disappearing at high speeds. Naruto's eyes widened as he heard the sound of metal tearing through flesh. His eyes darted to the right, seeing the severed body of his clone and the wicked smile of Mizuki, gripping the blood-stained demon wind shuriken and continuing his path towards Naruto. Naruto barely dodged, ducking under the attack and rolling to the side. He heard the groans of his last clone as it too disappeared. Mizuki didn't give Naruto time to breathe as he stomped, attempting to crush his head. Naruto hit a black flip, evading the attack, but then he felt a fist connect with his stomach. Naruto coughed, droplets of blood flying out his mouth. He could see Mizuki preparing to slash with his demon wind shuriken. Naruto jumped backward trying to evade the attack but was unsuccessful as the sharp tip cut diagonal across his chest. Mizuki followed up with a strong kick sending him backward. Naruto rolled and tumbled through the dirt and grass until he landed against a tree stump. He felt blood trickle down his face, the red liquid staining his snow-white hair. He looked up to see Mizuki slowly approaching him. Even with my eyes, I can't dodge his attacks. He's too fast, Naruto coughed as he felt pain all over his body. I underestimated him. He looked up to see Mizuki slowly approaching him. He could see the bright moon behind him but his vision was waning. Just when things were starting to get interesting, Naruto pondered, preparing himself for inevitable feeling of cold metal plunging into his skin. However, something strange happened. Everything began to slow down around him. He had normally possessed enhanced perception, but this was different. Everything was frozen and he could see, hear, and feel everything around him. The sky blurred and became warped and wispy. He heard a voice echo in the distance. Is this how you want your story to end? I thought you wanted to be the strongest, kid, the voice spoke. Naruto's head shot up as his eyes widened. Before him saw a middle-aged man with long white hair, his fringes just reaching his eyes. He had a scar on the right side of his lip and wore a dark-colored haori. The old man had a stature that radiated confidence, dominance, and power. Who are you? Naruto croaked, unsure if this was reality or just a pre-death hallucination. The man laughed, before crossing his arms and shaking his hand. I'm your ancestor, Mishizan Sugawara, but that doesn't matter right now. I remember hearing you say that you would become the strongest. That should be pretty easy as you have my Rikugen and Mugaken no Jutsu. So I got their names right, Naruto thought. I don't know if you can tell but I'm about to die. Mishizan waved his comment off, death is overrated. But you've got the strength to beat this guy, even in your tiny body. You have the power to defeat anyone. You could be stronger than me. Naruto felt a newfound sense of resurgence. He could feel the immense chakra of his ancestor and if he said he was strong then it must be true. His lips turned into a smirk. Mishizan smirked as well seeing the kid's newfound sense of strength. Imagine a stronger version of yourself. Be greater, don't rely on anyone for anything, he started to fade anyway. And lastly, make sure to look cool. Color returned to the world as a new and bright glow radiated from his eyes. Mizuki slightly faltered, feeling the new chakra radiating from Naruto. What is this feeling? He pondered but then quickly regained his composure and continued his advance to the injured child. He reached Naruto's crouched position, holding his demon wind shuriken, ready to end the boy's life. But at the moment he went to finish Naruto, he saw the boy's lone left starting at him. Mizuki felt terror and unease wash over his body as Naruto immediately vanished from his slumped position. Where did he? Behind you. Mizuki turned to see Naruto with his right hand extended and palm upward. You thought you could kill me, Naruto said, his voice erratically and full of laughter. I should be thanking you. Due to you, I've now ascended. What is he talking about? Mizuki mumbled up his breath. It doesn't matter. I'll kill you, he shouted, lunging forward. But unknown to Mizuki this battle was already over. Mizuki moved in slow motion from Naruto's view. Naruto could see how sloppy and undisciplined he was. The concept of infinity exists everywhere, I just have to apply it. Blue light started to illuminate from his palm. Ow, blue, he stated. An unseen force enveloped Mizuki as he felt his arms and legs contort. He screamed out in pain while his limbs spaghettified, turning into noodles rather than human limbs. He dropped to the ground barely alive while his blood stained the grass. The wind flowing over his grotesque body. Naruto stood over Mizuki's damaged body, a lone eye shining with the moonlight reflecting over his stained white hair. I told you. A wide smile spread across his face. You're weak. He was still bleeding and heavily fatigued, but the sensation and adrenaline from this awakening was keeping him upright. He spread his extended both his arms and started to laugh manically, his voice reverberating through the forest. Shortly, Hiruzen along with several Anbu and Iruka arrived on the scene. They were anticipating a dead Naruto, but to their shock saw the child with blood staining his hair and clothes. Hiruzen furrowed his eyebrows, unsure of what to say. He was glad that Naruto was unharmed but didn't know what was going through his head. Naruto? Iruka managed to squeak out, seemingly afraid of Naruto's current presence and bloodied attire. Oh, Naruto said, turning around to face them. The smile on his face seemed to get even wider. He thought he could kill, but I got him first. He's dead and I'm alive. He looked at them with a crazed look in his eyes. The world's spinning, and it's all so hilarious. Can't you see it, Iruka? The hilarity of it all? Naruto's laughter was disjointed, almost a cry. The Anbu instinctively started to draw their tantos, feeling uneasy due to Naruto's state. Hiruzen raised a hand signaling the Anbu to stop, and then he exchanged a quick look at Iruka. He could tell Naruto's mind wasn't in the best shape, but he needed to keep the situation under control. Yes, Naruto. We see that you've defeated him, Hiruzen said, his eyes on Mizuki's mangled body. Let us help you. I can see that you're tired and have a lot of injuries. You help me? You've never helped me. Naruto snapped back. You've only pitied me, stopped me from reaching the level one needed to, and lied to me. Hiruzen momentarily flinched at those comments, feeling a pang of guilt. Don't think that I owe you anything. I know the truth, Naruto said, pointing an accusatory finger at Hiruzen. I know. He grabbed his head, feeling a searing and throbbing pain shoot across his temples. Naruto soon fell to one knee and then collapsed to the ground. However, Iruka swiftly moved to catch the hurt boy as Naruto laid in his arms. Hiruzen breathed a sigh of relief that the situation hadn't escalated any further. He motioned for the Anbu to grab Mizuki's lifeless corpse and take it to Ibiki in the intelligence division. They would find out what happened from Naruto. The Anbu vanished, leaving only Hiruzen, Iruka, and the unconscious Naruto. Iruka looked at Hiruzen. Hokage-sama, what should we? We need to take him to get treatment for his injuries. Where you will be until he recovers from his injuries. Naruto may need to get put under psychological review and treatment, Hiruzen grimaced. But he'll also be questioned by the council to get his account of the story. Iruka slowly nodded, then looked back at Naruto. I hope he'll be all right. The old Hokage looked at the moon above them. I hope so too. His mind was lost in thought, thinking of what Naruto knew. The wind howl and crickets ceased their chirping, giving way to the encroaching silence. Naruto's mindscape. Naruto awoke in a dark place. He quickly got up and looked around, taking in everything around him. It seemed like he was in a sewer due to the open pipes with leaking water around him. The last thing he remembered was seeing the old man and Iruka-sensei catch him or something along those lines. However, he sensed a massive chakra unlike anything he's ever felt. He turned around and felt the murky water below shake. On the horizon was a massive, ironclad gate with a seal placed on the middle. Naruto walked forward, getting closer to the gate until he saw a gigantic red-orange fox with black fur around its eyes. The fox was resting its head on its forearms as 9 tails swooshed around behind it. Oh, so you're the big bad demon fox that everyone seems to hate? Naruto said, breaking the 9 tails out of its slumber. The massive beast grumbled and then opened its eyes, staring at Naruto with its black slit pupils and red irises. So, the jailer finally meets his prisoner. What do you desire, human? The beast snarled, its voice deep and menacing. It must be power. All you humans crave it. Naruto chuckled, walking forward toward the beast. A normal person would head the other way, but Naruto wasn't normal. He also felt as if there was more to the 9 tails than meets the eye. You're right on me wanting power, but I don't want yours, Naruto said with a serious tone. Well, as serious as 7-year-old could be. The Nine-Tails' face seemed to be one of genuine shock and surprise as the beast stared into Naruto's blue eyes. Silence filled the space until the beast finally spoke. Those eyes. Ah, I see. I can see the blood of Mishizan Sugawara, the progenitor of the Uzumaki, following through your veins. He too possessed the eyes and power within yourself. The Nine-Tails stated with a reflective tone. Ah, so you know him too? Naruto asked curiously. Although he met his ancestor, he didn't know much about him. But I thought the Uzumaki had origins from the Senju. Yes, unfortunately. But Mishizan existed during the time of the Rakudo Sennin, Sage of Six Paths, and fought alongside him, the Kyuubi responded. As for the Uzumaki, they didn't become a clan until Mishizan slept with a descendant of the Rakudo Sennin's youngest son, but that's a story for another time. But brat, if do not want anything else, then leave. The Nine-Tails closed its eyes again, ready to re-enter slumber. Wait, you can't just go to sleep when it was getting interesting, Naruto exclaimed. Also, you're pretty rude for not asking my name. I already know your name. Naruto, the beast spoke with its eyes still closed. I knew of you before you were even conceived. I was sealed inside of your mother before being put inside of you. So she was the Jinchuriki before me, Naruto pondered. So you were inside of her when I was born? The Nine-Tails was silent before answering. No, I was not. I remember her going to Kirigakure in the Third Great Ninja War, then, nothing. I then remember being in this village and being sealed by the fourth Hokage. I remember her speaking to your father about names and choosing name because of a book or something. The beast then opened one eye and narrowed it at Naruto. Now leave. Naruto could see the beast was irritated, but he couldn't leave just now, not when he finally found someone who was honest with him. Dang it, I need to think of something fast, he thought, his mind racing for a solution. In a few moments, a thought popped into his head. He started to remember what he learned about Jinchuriki. When a human vessel is chosen to host a Biju, the two chakras mix, making their lives interconnected. If the vessel dies, the Biju will die as well. Well, they'll have no form for 7 years. They can't permanently die. Meanwhile, the Nine-Tails waited for the presence of Naruto to leave the mindscape, but to its annoyance, it never happened. After some moments, it opened its eyes to see Naruto sitting on his snout with a grin. I've got an offer for you, Kitsune-chan. The Nine-Tails narrowed its eyes and gave a menacing glare. Do not call me that again or I'll devour your soul, it said threateningly. And what could you possibly offer me? Naruto gave a nervous laugh, brushing his threat aside. Oh, come on, Kitsune-chan. Don't be like that, and plus it's not like I know your name or anything, so I had to be creative. I think it suits you. But what I can offer you is something you won't refuse. The Nine-Tails looked at him with intrigue. What would that be, human? Naruto stood up. I can give you freedom. And in exchange you tell me about my parents, your history, and the history of the world. Sounds like a decent deal, right? The Kyuubi got serious at that last statement, curiosity and hope flashing across its face, but quickly shook it off. You lie. If you free me, you shall perish. Naruto shook his index finger. I don't think so, he said. Due to my eyes, my chakra control is perfect and is always balanced. What this means for you and I is that my eyes have stopped our chakras from mixing. He waited before continuing to add weight to his words to get the Nine-Tails to listen. He studied the creature's expression flickering back and forth. Naruto could tell his words were getting to the beast. You're lucky that I was born with these eyes, if not you would have been stuck with me until death. Now come on, let's shake on it, he said, raising his little finger forward. The fox looked at Naruto with a perplexed expression. You would truly do that for me? What about your village? I doubt they would allow me to roam free. Hesitation and doubt were heavy in its voice. Naruto waved the fox's skepticism off with a dismissive grin. I could care less about this village and those old fools. I think it would be funny if you just walked around the village or something and all the villagers and the old man saw you. Their reactions would be priceless. So, what do you say? The fox pondered the boy's offer for a moment. It seemed too good to be true, but the prospect of freedom after so long was tempting. He would be able to do as he pleased anyway from power-hungry tyrants and kind-hearted fools. With a reluctant, yet hopeful sigh, he relented. Come on, shake my finger, Naruto said, waving his little finger around. He looked at Naruto's little finger and for the first time in a long time, He smiled, showing his sharp teeth and fangs. He reached out and, as gently as he could, shook Naruto's pinky. You may call me Kurama. See, that wasn't so hard? Naruto replied. Thanks, Kurama-chan. Kurama rolled his eyes. You are truly something, brat. To release me, you need to remove that paper tag and unlock the doors with a key. The seal is the Hake no Fuin Shiki, 8 trigrams seal, but that's all I know. I would recommend searching your parents' scrolls or ask your Hokage, as their last words was for him to take care of you. Naruto clenched his fists at that last part, given how Hiruzen had failed to do that. Kurama continued on. If my memory serves me, your mother has scrolls with loads of knowledge pertaining to the history of the Uzumaki and their formidable Fuinjutsu. You may also find certain techniques of the 4th Hokage useful. One of Mishizane's techniques worked similar to the 4th Hokage's Rasengan. So I had the right intuition, he pondered before flashing a smile at the Kurama. Thanks, Kurama-chan, you've been extremely helpful. Please stop adding the chan at the end of my name, Kurama replied with a sigh. You're not using the honorific correctly. What do you mean, Kurama-chan? Naruto giggled. Kurama took a deep breath, realizing he'd have to deal with Naruto's antics for the time being. You have to find out who has the key. Try not to die, as I can't give you any chakra, as that would cause our chakras to mix, thus truly intertwining our fates, he said. I don't want to use your power anyway. I'll get strong on my own and not cheat. Plus I won't be dying anytime soon. Especially after this night, Naruto responded, brimming with confidence. Are you going to stand there or leave? You've been unconscious for 2 days, Kurama stated. What? Naruto proclaimed, his eyes almost popping out of its sockets. Dang. I can't believe Mizuki did that much of a number on me. There has to be a way to heal yourself. There is, but I doubt you could do it as you are now, Kurama thought, closing his eyes as he prepared for another slumber. Just go already. Gosh, someone's got an attitude, Naruto said, sarcastically. Later, loser. He stuck his tongue out at Kurama and skipped away into the distance, growing smaller and smaller. Kurama inwardly groaned and rolled his eyes. Things have truly gotten interesting, he pondered. It is no consequence that his boy was born with the Rikugen and Mugaken no Jutsu. I wonder what other long-dead secrets and techniques this will bring back into the world, he thought to himself. Konoha Hospital. Naruto opened his eyes, feeling a throbbing pain in his head. He looked around, seeing a white all around him. He guessed he was in a hospital bed due to the sound of the fan moving above him and the bombardment of light. His senses felt as if they were dialed up to 11. He could now see, feel, and hear everything around him, but it was unfocused and overwhelming. He could see the light rays from the lamp above him, hear the nurses in his room, and even feel the individual fabrics in his bed sheets. It was too much for him. All this information pumped into his brain caused immense weariness and fatigue. He tried to sit up in his bed but felt dizzy and weak. He saw the nurses gasp and point at him before going out of his room to get someone. Ah, my head, Naruto groaned. I guess my eyes are fully awakened. I wonder what happens if I close them, he pondered. Naruto closed his eyes and to his surprise he felt instant relief, but knew this wasn't going to be a long-term fix, as even with his sensory skills not being able to see will be extremely annoying. He decided to practice his sensory abilities as he waited for the nurse to return. He focused on highlighting and sensing the chakra signatures of the people in the hospital, creating a mental map of their locations, their emotions, and their chakra volume. Naruto proceeded to do this for a few minutes until he noticed a large chakra pool arrive. That must be the Hokage. What does that old man want? Naruto inwardly groaned. He was done with the old man and wanted to get this done so he could go back to his apartment and get to work. But there was an opportunity to guilt-trip him into getting some additional things that would be helpful for the future. He kept his eyes closed and waited patiently until Hiruzen arrived at his hospital room accompanied by a doctor. Is he sleeping? Hiruzen asked in a whisper tone, but confused as he was told Naruto had awakened. The doctor looked at him equally confused as the nurse had informed him that the boy was awake. I don't know. I'm not sleeping, Naruto's voice rang out, momentarily surprising Hiruzen and the doctor. You also don't have to whisper. I can hear you anyway. Hiruzen quickly regained his posture, moving closer to Naruto's bed. Naruto, my boy, you look in good health, but how are you feeling? He asked genuinely. Naruto couldn't see it, but Hiruzen's face was full of concern, guilt, regret, and a pang of shame hidden deep. I don't need you to be concerned for me. It's too late for that, Naruto replied back. Just tell me what you want. Hiruzen sighed. First off, you've been summoned to speak in front of the Shinobi and Elder Council. They wish to get your account of what transpired since Mizuki died before any intel could be extracted. Specifically, they wish to know why one of the fourth Hokage's most coveted scroll is missing. Why would I know anything about that? Naruto lied. He's always hated my guts and just attacked me. You've got anything else? Hiruzen looked at Naruto and knew he was lying, but he could tell the boy would not budge. They would have to talk other time, in private. Yes, he responded, looking to the doctor. While you were unconscious, we did a CT scan at the request of the Hokage and found you have abnormal and high brainwave activity. It seems your neurons are constantly shooting across your optic nerve, the doctor stated. We did some more testing and deduced that your eyes must be some dojutsu that is not chakra dependent. However, overexposure to information can lead to fried brawn symptoms where you lose the ability of rational thought. I wonder if this is a new dojutsu. This isn't like anything I've ever seen. Is it similar to the Sharingan or even the Byakugan? We'll have to wait and see, Hiruzen thought, listening to the doctor. Yeah, I know that already. You've got a solution, or are you going to keep running your mouth? Naruto responded. We have these, the doctor said, reaching into his coat pocket and pulling out round, blacked-out glasses. They should do the trick and limit the amount of information as taken in through your eyesight, he stated, walking over and giving the glasses to Naruto. Naruto put the glasses on, then opened his eyes. He could see the flow of chakra in the old man and the doctor even with his eyes covered. How do you feel, Naruto? Hiruzen asked, curious and hopeful. Honestly, I feel great, he said, pulling the sheets away and standing on the ground. Wow, Doc, you're actually intelligent. I was wrong about you. Seems like you made this with a black polymer so it could block all wavelengths of light. That's smart. The doctor was taken aback at the young man's intelligence and surprised at the praise he received. He gave a warm smile. Thank you. I hope they serve you well. He turned to the Hokage and bowed. Hokage-sama, I take my leave. The doctor left the room, leaving Naruto and Hiruzen alone. Naruto, Hiruzen began. You can save it. I don't want to hear another lie or excuse, Naruto said. Let's just get this over with so I can move on with my day. A pained expression flashed across Hiruzen's face as he couldn't find the right words to say. All he did was nod. I'll be waiting for you downstairs. He felt the room while Naruto changed out of his hospital gown back into his clean clothes. Konoha Council Chambers. So what you're telling us is that Mizuki stole the fourth Hokage's scroll from under our noses and you happened to be training at such a late hour where you got into altercation. The stern voice of an elderly woman resonated through the darkly lit room. And in which during the altercation you used the fourth scroll as a weapon to blow up Mizuki. Does that sound right? Naruto stood in the middle with a light shining on him. He was in auditorium-like room with seats sprawling out around him in a concentric manner. These seats were fully with members of the Konoha Council, members of the Shinobi and Elder Council. There was the Civilian Council, but they were not involved in issues related to Shinobi. The members were hidden in the shadows, trying to hide their identities and create fear for him, but, unbeknownst to them, Naruto could sense them out there and feel their emotions. Yeah, that sounds right, Naruto replied, picking his ear. He was bored out of his mind. Is that all you wanted to know? This seems like a way to satisfy your ego rather than learn what happened. People have places to be. A low chuckle was heard in the chambers before it was drowned out by the annoyance of an elder council member. Have some respect, boy. You would be wise to restrain yourself when speaking to your elders, the voice of a gruff man boomed. Naruto ignored his threat, and you would be wise to get a life, but I don't think that's happening. The elder got up from his seat. TCH, you'll pay for your. That's enough from you two. Homura, Kaharu, please take a seat and remain quiet until this session is over, Hiruzen said, his voice full of authority and might. Elderman, Homura Mitokado, and Elderwoman, Kaharu Udatane, reluctantly retook their seats at the request of their Hokage. Thank you, Hiruzen stated. Is there anyone else with clarifying questions? I have a few, Hokage-sama. A deep voice spoke up from the shadows. Naruto didn't recognize this voice and slightly lowered his glasses to take a peek. He saw a man with 2 scars on the right side of his face, dark hair tied up into a spiky ponytail, dark eyes as well as a goatee, and pierced eyes. The man wore a meshed shirt underneath his flak jacket, a deer skin coat over that and handguards. This was Shikaku Nara, the current head of the Shinobi Council and clan head of the Nara. "You have the floor, Jonin Commander," Hiruzen said. Shikaku nodded. "How did you discover Mizuki's betrayal?" "Well, he used to be my academy teacher. He would always act suspicious and extremely hostile towards," Naruto stated. "I was training by academy late at night and heard someone moving around the Hokage's residence. I followed the trail and found Mizuki with the scroll where he suddenly attacked me." "But why didn't you run away or get help?" Shikaku questioned. He was a chunin after all. Murmurs started forming around Naruto while a small smile formed on his lips. "He doesn't seem to be dumb unlike the rest of these old fools. I've been having eye issues given these glasses and also I couldn't see all too well. Once I got closer I saw the scroll had the kanji for 4, so I put 2 and 2 together realizing he had stolen something," he lied. "But as for why I didn't get help, you see I thought it would be my duty as a member of this village to put the safety of the village of my own needs." A mixture of agreement and surprise was felt in the room as a lot of those present were shocked that Naruto of all people put the village above himself. Maybe he had potential to be a fine shinobi. Shikaku put his hand on his chin while Naruto watched nervously. "I don't think he's buying this," Naruto pondered, getting ready for his lie to be called out. Surprisingly, Shikaku seemed to believe him, or so Naruto thought. "How did you defeat Mizuki?" "Autopsy reports show that Mizuki's arms and legs were crushed and he died from internally bleeding. Anbu that were on scene said that your eyes were glowing blue. What do you have to say for that?" "Crap, did the old man tell them about my eyes?" Naruto thought, his mind racing. He didn't want them to know about that as it would lead to more questions. He needed to shift the discussion elsewhere. "I don't even remember. All I remember is getting kicked against a tree and then waking up in a hospital bed a couple days later," Naruto lied, hoping he would be believed. "As for my eyes, I mean that Moon's light could have just refracted off them making them glow unnaturally," he said, shrugging his shoulders. More murmurs were heard as the council members followed Naruto's logic. Shikaku on the other hand, simply looked at him for a few moments. These moments seemed to last an eternity as sweat started to form on Naruto's face, feeling the pressure mounting. However, Shikaku smiled and turned to the Hokage. "Those are all my questions, Hokage-sama," he said, taking a seat. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. "Well, if there are no more questions, then I commence that this session is over," Hiruzen said, taking a look at Naruto who he knew could see him in the dark. Naruto caught his stare and saw his lips move, forming words. He caught the words, talk, and office. So he wants to have a chat? Ugh, this is so annoying, he mused. Well, at least he didn't rat me out to these cowards. Naruto left the chambers and made his to the Hokage's office while the rest of Konoha council members exited as well. Unbeknownst to Naruto, an old man with black, shaggy hair, and white bandages covering his right eye observed him from the shadows. After a quick moment, the old man walked in a different direction, heading down a dark and small corridor. He finally reached 2 people in black robes wearing animal masks not like those in the Anbu. "Watch the Kyuubi's container," the old man spoke with no emotion. His tone was dry, barren, and lifeless. He continued onward, not even caring about the others' presence. "Yes, Lord Danzo," the Root Shinobi responded, disappearing. Danzo Shimura continued walking down this corridor until he came across a white snake with golden eyes and black slit pupils. The snake had a scroll within it. Danzo reached down and took the scroll holding valuable information. "Soon, I'll be Hokage," he said. Suddenly, he smashed the snake's head, killing it instantaneously. He continued walking as crimson liquid painted the ground red. The blood seemed to form a strange pattern of a red eye with 3 tomo in it. Konoha Hokage's office. Naruto walked up the winding steps to the Hokage's office building, hands in his pockets as he pondered what the old man wanted to say to him. He reached the massive wooden doors and knocked. "Come in," Hiruzen's voice beckoned. Naruto pushed the doors open and was greeted with the sight of the Hokage sitting behind his desk in anticipation. The room had that old person smell but was full of life and hope. You summoned me, old man, Naruto commented. Yes, Naruto. I wanted to talk with you regarding a serious subject, but let's take a walk, Hiruzen responded. Naruto's mouth opened to protest, but Hiruzen narrowed his eyes, adopting a stern demeanor. Naruto closed his mouth, guessing this must be serious if the old man was this stern. He had never done anything like this before. Hiruzen smiled and led the way. After a few minutes of walking in silence, they reached the top of the Hokage rock. The sun had gotten low, signifying the end of the day. They could see villagers moving about and walking through the streets. So, old man, what did you want to talk about? Naruto said, scratching the top of his head. I'm assuming it's something to do with my eyes. Don't think all is well because you didn't rat me out. You're still lumped together with the rest of those cowards. Hiruzen stood there for a while, letting the wind blow his Hokage robes. You remind me of my previous student, Orochimaru, Hiruzen said. Wait, you trained Orochimaru, one of the members of the Densetsu no Sannin, 3 legendary Sannin? Naruto asked. Hiruzen chuckled. Do you truly think so lowly of me? But yes, I trained him along with Jiraiya the Toad Sage and Tsunade Senju. Surprisingly enough, Jiraiya went on to train the 4th Hokage, your father. Naruto said, trying to act like he was just learning this for the first time. You don't have to play dumb. I know that you know. I also know that you took his scroll, Hiruzen said, but there is no need to worry. It is your birthright, after all. But as I was saying, you remind me of my student. Hiruzen took a long pause, gathering his thoughts. Like you, Orochimaru was orphaned at a young age. He had no one around him, he was a loner who dedicated himself to mastering all jutsu. His level of talent, cunning, and insight hadn't been seen before. He was a prodigy among prodigies. He was destined for greatness and would have been remembered as a hero of the leaf but. Hiruzen took another pause as the wind blew faster. I failed him. I failed to weed out the darkness within, to guide him on the right path. He viewed me as a father and I failed him, like I failed my own sons, and like I've failed you time and time again, Hiruzen said somberly. Naruto was completely shocked. He didn't know what to think. He couldn't believe that the strongest kage out of all the 5 great nations had failed so much in life. Hiruzen turned around, looking at Naruto with a genuine smile. I want to apologize for my failure. Naruto blinked, his eyes wide with surprise. You want to apologize? Hiruzen nodded. Yes, Naruto. I am sorry for the many ways I have failed you. I didn't protect you the way I should have. I didn't guide you as I should have. For that, I am deeply sorry. Naruto shifted uncomfortably, the weight of the Hokage's words settling on him. I don't know what to say. It's okay, Hiruzen said softly. You don't have to say anything. Just know that I believe in you. Despite everything, I believe you will be a fine shinobi. Stronger than your father. Naruto's eyes softened. Thanks, old man. I guess. I'm sorry too, for some of the things I said. Maybe you're not as big of a coward as I thought. Hiruzen chuckled, the sound lightening the mood. Well, that's a start. The two stood in silence for a moment, the bond between them mending slowly. Finally, Hiruzen broke the silence with a grin. How about we go get some Ichiraku ramen? My treat. And maybe you could show me the new jutsu you've been learning. Naruto's face lit up with a wide grin. Now you're talking. Let's go. Also, I think it would appropriate if I got my parents' house and belongings. Of course, Hiruzen agreed. There's no point in keeping these things from you. I would implore you to be cautious when speaking about your heritage as I truly do care about you, Naruto. There are many who would wish to see you dead, especially due to this awakening. Yeah, Naruto responded, nonchalantly. I'll be ready to face those losers. Hiruzen sighed. He would have to try to instill humility into Naruto another day. Together, they descended the Hokage rock, the sun setting behind them, casting a warm glow over the village. As they walked towards Ichiraku ramen, Naruto felt a renewed sense of hope and determination. Maybe, just maybe, things were starting to look up. Maybe there was more to this life than strength. Chapter 2. Forming Shadows. October 26th, Uchiha Compound. Sasuke opened his eyes to find himself in utter darkness. The air was thick and oppressive, making it hard to breathe. Each step he took felt like trudging through a swamp, the ground sticky and unyielding. He walked for an eternity until a low growl rumbled behind him. He turned his head toward the source of the growl, his heart pounding. Two sets of eyes pierced through the darkness, their yellow irises with red pupils glowing menacingly. What is that? He thought, instinctively stepping backward. As if responding to his thoughts, the eyes moved closer, revealing their owners. Two wolves. One with jet black fur, the other with pure white fur, stood before him. Each had a strange seal on their forehead. The black wolf bore a red triangle pointing upward, while the white wolf's triangle pointed downward, both symbols pulsing with an eerie light. What do you want? Sasuke demanded, his voice steady despite the fear gnawing at his insides. The wolves' unblinking gaze made his skin crawl. The wolves howled in unison, their voices echoing eerily in the darkness. They pointed their snouts in another direction. Sasuke followed their gaze and saw a tan cocoon in the far distance. What is that? He questioned, his curiosity piqued despite the situation. Before he could move, shadows beneath him started to writhe and pull at his legs. Panic surged through him as he fought to free himself, but the shadows ensnared his entire body. He continued to sink, his fingers clawing at the air, searching for any purchase. The wolves watched him, their expressions unreadable. Tame us, they said in unison, their voices a strange blend of growl and whisper. What do you mean? Sasuke shouted, still struggling. What are you talking about? The wolves remained silent, their eyes never leaving him. Sasuke's heart pounded, his breaths coming in ragged gasps. The darkness enveloped him, and the last thing he saw was his outstretched arm before it swallowed him whole. Sasuke gasped and bolted upright, finding himself in his bed, his body drenched in sweat. Sasuke, a feminine voice called out to him. He looked to his right to see his mother, Makoto, sitting on the side of his bed with a concerned expression etched across her face. Sasuke, she repeated, I've been trying to wake you for the past 5 minutes. You're going to be late for the academy. She moved closer to her son. Is everything all right? Sasuke put a hand on his head. Was that a dream? He thought, his heart still racing. The vividness of it left him shaken. Makoto held him tightly, her touch soothing the remnants of fear. What's wrong? She asked, her voice soft and comforting. You can tell me. Sasuke felt the warmth and love of his mother and felt at ease. I was in darkness, he managed to get out. Makoto held him and rubbed the top of his head. What else did you see? She asked. I saw these two wolves or dogs, but they had yellow eyes with red pupils and these weird symbols on their heads, Sasuke stated, looking up at his mother. Makoto perked up from his last statement and lifted her head. What color were they? She asked. They were black and white, Sasuke responded, looking back at his mother's face. Her eyes widened briefly before she composed herself, a forced smile on her lips. Is something wrong? He asked. Makoto blinked a couple of times before speaking. No, it's nothing, she lied, though the worry in her eyes betrayed her. I'll talk to Tucson about this, but I want you to keep this within the family. Sasuke was confused but nodded his head. Yes, Okazen. She bent and kissed Sasuke's forehead. You've got about 30 minutes before the academy starts. I love you, my little Sasuke-kun. Sasuke said nothing, his mind still on the strange dream and his mother's dismissive attitude. Makoto noticed this and didn't want her child to think anything was wrong. So, you don't love me, Sasuke-kun, she said, tickling him. Say you love your Okazen, she said playfully. Sasuke started to squirm and laugh, eventually giving in. I love you too, Okazen, he said tenderly. That's more like it, she said, getting up from his bed and heading out of his room. There's breakfast on the kitchen table. Is Nissan still here? Sasuke asked, springing out the bed and getting ready for the day at the academy. I believe so. He went to meet with Shisui near the Nakano River, Makoto responded. I think you should have enough time. Just make sure you have everything ready because you need to head straight to the academy after you visit him. Yes, Okazen, Sasuke quickly responded as he rushed to change clothes so he could catch Itachi before he left. Makoto smiled at her son before closing the door. However, she felt as if a storm was coming. Once the door was closed, she walked down the stairs, then past the living area, and made her way into the kitchen where her husband, Fugaku, was seated, sipping on tea. On the table, in front of him was a plate of 2 sausages, sunny-side-up eggs, and a piece of toast. What was the matter with Sasuke? Fugaku asked. He's going to be late if he doesn't hurry up. Makoto walked to the kitchen counter and prepared a plate for herself before turning to face her husband. He said he had a nightmare where he got chased by 2 wolves, she said calmly, though the concern lingered in her eyes. Fugaku studied her for a moment before nodding and placing his tea down. I see, he said, folding his arms. Did he see anything else? He didn't say, she replied. Do you think we should contact my father and ask him? Fugaku paused before closing his eyes. Not yet, we need to discover if he possesses the technique. If he does, then things will become more complicated. I'll test him later today to determine the next steps. Makoto was about to say more until she heard the fast footsteps of Sasuke rushing down the stairs. He was about to come rushing in before he caught a look from Fugaku. Sasuke slowed down and entered the kitchen. Tucson, he said, paying respects to his father before taking an empty seat with food in front of it. You are going to be late. As a member of the Uchiha, you must uphold yourself with dignity, respect, and discipline. It does not look good for you to show up late, Fugaku coldly stated. Fugaku put down his tea with deliberate slowness, his gaze stern. You are going to be late. As an Uchiha, you must uphold our dignity with discipline, he said, each word a heavy reminder of their family's expectations. Showing up late disrespects our clan. Sasuke nodded, feeling the weight of his father's words. He ate quickly, the tension in the room thick enough to cut with a kunai. After a few minutes, he finished, getting ready to leave and find Itachi. However, his father spoke to him once again. After the academy ends, come straight home, Fugaku commanded, his voice firm but carrying an undercurrent of concern. We have training to do. I cannot have a child of mine lacking in anything. We are going to focus on ninjutsu and physical training. Do not be late. Yes, Tucson. Sasuke replied timidly, feeling the weight of his father's expectations. He grabbed the bento box prepared by his mother, placed it carefully in his bag, and left the kitchen. Makoto waited for Sasuke to exit the front door before speaking to Fugaku. You don't have to be so hard on him, she said, her voice gentle yet firm, as she scrubbed a dirty dish. Fugaku took another sip of his tea, his gaze distant. I have to be, he isn't like Itachi. I need to use the time I have to instill in him the lessons that will make him strong. He needs to be ready to face anything, even without us. Makoto paused, her hands stilling in the soapy water. Have things gotten that bad? Fugaku grimly nodded, the weight of an uncertain future pressing on him. Yes, they have. Makoto turned back to the dishes, scrubbing harder, her heart heavy with worry. She hoped it wouldn't come to this, that she'd be able to see her boys grow old together, safe from the looming threats. Sasuke ran through the dense forest as fast as he could, trying to catch his older brother before he left on his mission. Itachi hadn't told him what it was but said that he would be gone for an undisclosed amount of time. The sun had just risen, casting a low orange glow that shone through the canopies. Birds chirped, and a soft breeze rustled through the leaves and grass. As journeyed further within, the earthy scent of the forest and the gentle flow of a nearby river filled Sasuke's nose. He smiled, knowing he was getting closer to where his brother was. Eventually, Sasuke saw a clearing in the distance that opened into a deep ravine. He could make out 2 faint figures, one sitting on a rock while the other stood a fair distance away. He considered running out to greet the 2 figures, assuming they were Itachi and Shisui. But something within him urged caution. He moved closer, crouching down and seemingly sinking into the shadows beneath him. How did I do that? Sasuke wondered, surprised by his new ability. He decided to submerge himself only to nose level, unsure if he could breathe fully immersed. His head was now at eye level with the middle of the grass blades. Sasuke crept closer to the 2 figures until he could see who they were. His suspicions were confirmed when he saw Itachi, standing in his shinobi attire, and Shisui, with his short and unkempt hair, sitting on the rock near the edge of the ravine cliff. They appeared to be engaged in a conversation. Sasuke wanted to emerge and go to them, but something in his body told him to stay hidden and listen closely. Before he could decide, he heard Shisui's voice. So, I take it didn't go well, Shisui said sarcastically, leaning back on the rock. Itachi sighed, his eyes trailing the ground beneath his feet. I'm sorry. I did everything I could, but the only thing I accomplished was delaying the plan. You're fine, Shisui replied, trying to sound reassuring. This is our entire clan after all. Their will to make this happen is much stronger than we anticipated. What plan are they talking about? Does it have something to do with our clan? Is this a part of Itachi's mission? Sasuke's thoughts raced as he continued to listen, hidden within the grass. Were you able to find anyone else willing to oppose this? Itachi asked, a hint of anxiety in his voice. Shisui sighed, getting up and turning to face Itachi. I'm afraid not. Itachi's face darkened, his shoulders slumping in defeat. Hey, come on, Shisui said, lightly jabbing his best friend's shoulder. This is you and me we're talking about, Itachi. We'll succeed in our mission, he proclaimed, smiling encouragingly. Itachi's face lightened up slightly, finding comfort in Shisui's confidence. But moving to another topic, Shisui continued, trying to lighten the mood. I saw Izumi in a clothing store the other day all by herself. I thought you two were still together? Itachi shifted uncomfortably, not responding immediately. Don't tell me you two broke up, Shisui deadpanned. I can't believe you fumbled like that. I know romance isn't your strong suit, but come on, Itachi. This one was served on a silver plate. From his hidden position, Sasuke's eyelids twitched. Should I be hearing this? So are you going to tell me what happened or? Shisui persisted. Itachi looked down, speaking in a low tone. We haven't spoken in 10 months. I thought it would be appropriate to end our relationship due to the clan's declining relationship with the Leaf. I hoped it would spare her in the case of unforeseen events. Shisui put a hand on his chin, pondering. Oh, I guess that's why she and her mother moved to the far end of the village. Itachi nodded in agreement, his expression remaining neutral. I can't believe they haven't noticed me, Sasuke thought, his mind racing. I don't know what any of this means. Maybe I should leave. Just as he considered making his escape, Sasuke felt a sudden jolt beneath him. He shot out of the ground like a cannon, soaring a few meters into the air. Ah! He cried out, completely taken by surprise. What just happened? Shisui and Itachi immediately turned their attention to the noise, shocked to see Sasuke in the air before he crashed back to the ground. Sasuke braced himself for the fall but felt someone catch him. He opened his eyes to see Shisui's confused face. Sasuke. What are you doing here? Shisui asked, exchanging a glance with Itachi. And how long have you been hiding? He then gently let Sasuke down. Sasuke regained his footing, looking sheepishly at the two. I was coming to say goodbye to Nissan before you two went on your mission, but then I saw you talking and I didn't want to interrupt your conversation, so I listened in. I only heard you talking about some plan and our clan. Shisui and Itachi exchanged a worried look. I also heard about Izumi, but I'll keep all of it a secret. I promise, Sasuke pleaded. But what's the plan for your mission? You can tell me. I won't say anything to anyone. I heard you need help. Well, I can help you. Itachi's eyes widened before a gentle smile spread across his face. I'm sorry, Sasuke, he said, poking his brother's forehead. Maybe another time when you're older. OWW. Sasuke complained, rubbing his forehead. That's not fair. I can help you too. I'm strong enough. Shisui laughed, moving closer to Sasuke. What a horrible brother he is, leaving you out of everything, he said, crouching down and wrapping an arm around Sasuke. You know what? I'll give you something that he gave me to make up for all the times he's left you dry. Sasuke's eyes lit up. Wow, Shisui-san, you would really do that? Shisui flashed a wide smile. You bet. He slung his bag around and started digging through it. Aha, I found it. He pulled out a jet black tanto with a golden guard and a red hilt, then sheathed it into a tan scabbard and handed the weapon to Sasuke. Here you go, Shisui said. It's a nice sword, isn't it? Make sure to take care of it, but from this day forward, you are now part of the Uchiha sword user crew. If you want help, come to me, not Itachi, okay? I'm better at kenjutsu than him. He turned his head to Itachi. Wouldn't you agree, Itachi? Itachi looked like he wanted to say something, but instead, Sasuke's high-pitched voice came through. No, Nissan's better, Sasuke refuted, defending his brother. OWW. Sasuke, Shisui said, feigning hurt. I thought after giving you this, you would recognize me as the superior one. Come on, I'm older. That definitely makes me stronger. I know you're older, Shisui-san. But Nissan is still better, Sasuke insisted. Right, Nissan? Itachi could only look at Shisui, who had a wide grin reaching from ear to ear. I think you should be at the academy right now. It should be starting soon, Itachi said. Sasuke's eyes widened. I'm going to be late. He hurriedly put the sword into his bag and started to head back to the village. Make sure to be careful with the sword, Shisui advised. I don't want your mom to yell at me if you get hurt using it. I will. Bye, Nissan. Bye, Shisui-san. Good luck. He shouted before disappearing into the foliage. Itachi could only wave at his brother disappearing into the forest, his heart aching. When Sasuke was out of sight, he turned back to Itachi, who had a grim expression. How did he manage to listen to us for so long without being detected? I couldn't feel his presence at all. I don't know, Itachi replied, frowning. I don't want to get him involved with this. He's just a child. He won't, Itachi. We'll succeed with our mission, Shisui said, his expression turning serious. We have to, for him and the future of our clan. Itachi nodded, and the two set off, dematerializing in an instant. From a hidden area of the forest, a two-faced creature watched with great interest. Its face was split, one side white, the other black, with piercing yellow eyes gleaming from beneath a mane of green hair. Maybe we should inform Madara of this development, the white side said. No, let's wait and see what happens. This may be nothing useful, the black side replied. The two-faced creature dissolved back into the tree trunk as the wind blew violently. Konoha Ninja Academy. Iruka stood at the front of his class, holding a piece of paper. The bell had just rung, signaling the start of the school day, and now he was going over attendance. He called the students' names one by one, getting a here or present in response. Eventually, he reached two notable names. Naruto Uzumaki, Iruka called out. He was met with silence and the head turning of many students as they looked around, trying to spot Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki, he said once more. Silence again. Iruka sighed and scribbled, absent, next to Naruto's name. Naruto hadn't shown up for the past couple of weeks, but if he didn't show up today for their first test, then he would break their agreement and fail for the year. Iruka moved on to the next name. Sasuke Uchiha. Students looked around, trying to spot the antisocial Uchiha member. Normally, he would have been here by now. Iruka was confused as well. It wasn't like him to be late. I wonder where he is, he pondered. Sasuke was sprinting down the corridor, running his fastest in an attempt to make it before the bell rang. I can make it, I've still got time, he thought. However, as he got closer to the classroom door, he spotted white hair and a red swirl on the back of a blue sweatshirt, down the hall. Oh no, he thought, already knowing who this was. Oh look, it's you. Naruto's nonchalant voice echoed through the empty hallway. He had his back still facing Sasuke. Sasuke stopped a fair distance away from the white-haired boy as Naruto turned around, peering at him through his pitch-dark shades. Naruto smiled, hands in pockets. Who would have thought an Uchiha would be late? Doesn't look good. Sasuke's clenched fist and his whole attitude changed. He didn't know why this guy kept messing with him. They barely spoke as is. I don't have time for you, Yusura Tonkachi, he said, continuing forward. Now get out of my way. You really are no fun, Naruto responded. I'm just messing around. You should relax a little. It would loosen up the stick in your butt. Just as Sasuke was about to respond, the bell went off, signifying that he was now late. Sasuke's heart sank as he thought about his father's message from earlier that morning. Tuzan's going to be even more disappointed in me. Naruto noticed the shift in Sasuke's mood and raised an eyebrow. What's the big deal? So, what if you're late? Sasuke's anger flared. You wouldn't get it. You don't know what it means to be part of a clan, to live in the shadow of someone who gets endless praise. To never be acknowledged for your strength. Naruto was about to respond before Iruka slid open the classroom door, spotting Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto, you're late, Iruka said sternly. Whatever, I'm just here to take the test, Naruto replied nonchalantly. Iruka turned to say something to Sasuke, but the Uchiha just walked quietly into the classroom and took his seat. Naruto watched this, his mind turning. The classroom was silent, filled with the scratching of pencils and the occasional rustle of paper. Sasuke stared at his test paper, the questions blurring before his eyes. His mind was elsewhere, on his father's stern expectations, on Itachi's mysterious mission, on the looming shadows of the Uchiha clan's fate. He glanced at the clock. Only 1 minute left and he had only answered 2 out of 10 questions. He rubbed his temples, trying to find some way to restart his brain and not fail this exam. It wouldn't be good if he did. He looked at the test once more and realized that he was doomed. Tucson won't be happy. Naruto, sitting in an elevated position behind Sasuke, noticed his struggle. Sasuke's usually reserved demeanor was replaced by visible anxiety. His eyes narrowed, underneath the shades, his mind lost in thought. Why's he so worked up? Is it something to do with Itachi? Iruka's voice cut through the silence. Time is up. Everyone, stop writing. Naruto looked once more at Sasuke and made a decision, an uncharacteristic decision. As Iruka's assistants came around to collect exams, he stretched exaggeratedly, yawned loudly, and then, as if on cue, let out an obnoxious sneeze. But this was no ordinary sneeze. It was a diversion. Using his technique, Naruto caused all the tests to scatter into the air. Achoo! He exclaimed, making it as dramatic as possible. Iruka glared at him. Naruto, why didn't you hold it in? Naruto rubbed his head sheepishly. Sorry, Iruka-sensei. It was too much. Iruka sighed, exasperated. Everyone stay seated. We'll pick up the tests. Papers floated strangely, almost suspended by an invisible force confusing Iruka and his assistants. While they were preoccupied, Naruto seized the moment. Using his technique, retrieved Sasuke's test paper amidst the chaos and quickly wrote down most of the correct answers. Sweat trickled from his forehead as his hand moved swiftly across the paper in sequence with him using his technique for this long. Come on, Naruto urged himself. Just a little more, alright, got it. Just in time too, as he felt close to his limit. He pushed the test back to Sasuke's desk and released the technique, letting the papers fall naturally to the floor, and breathing a sigh of relief. He hoped no one would notice how tired he was. An assistant picked up the paper in front of Sasuke's desk, showing it to the boy. Is this your test? Sasuke blinked, looking at his test. Answers were filled in with more work than he remembers doing. I didn't write these, did I? He then felt someone looking at him and he glanced to his left to see Naruto smirking at him. What's wrong with this guy? Sasuke thought, utterly perplexed before the assistant's voice brought him back to reality. Is there something wrong? The assistant asked. Sasuke shook his head. Sorry, but yes, that's my test. The assistants finished collecting the exams while Iruka addressed the class. We'll grade these quickly. The purpose of this test was to evaluate your problem-solving skills rather than the correctness of your answers. This isn't an official grade, but we will still put a mark on it. Everyone, head outside while we grade your tests, Iruka instructed. The students filed out of the classroom, buzzing with post-test relief. Sasuke walked slowly, his mind swirling with confusion and apprehension. He glanced back at Naruto, who gave him a casual nod. What was the deal with that? Sasuke wondered as they stepped into the sunlight. The students were gathered back in the classroom, waiting anxiously for Iruka to announce the test results. Iruka stood at the front, a list of names in his hands while his assistants held the graded exams. All right, everyone, Iruka began. The class average was 3 out of 10, but there were a few students who did exceptionally well, and I would like to acknowledge them. He glanced briefly at Shikamaru, who had his head down on his desk, seemingly asleep. But we did have someone get a 0, Iruka pondered. Shikamaru lifted his head just enough to mutter, troublesome, before laying his head down. Iruka continued, first, Shino Aburame with 8 out of 10. Shino adjusted his glasses, remaining as stoic as ever. Hinata Hyuga, 7 out of 10. Hinata blushed slightly and nodded. Ino Yamanaka, 6 out of 10. Ino flashed a confident smile, exchanging a look with Sakura and sticking her tongue out. Sakura Haruno, 7 out of 10. Sakura's inner voice screamed, Cha. Suck it, Ino pig. She couldn't help but smile triumphantly and fist bumped the air. Iruka ignored her gesture and continued reading. We had one student who scored a perfect 10 out of 10. Sasuke's thoughts were interrupted. I know who got the 100%. It has to be Naruto Uzumaki. The class had already guessed as much. As arrogant as Naruto was, they could no deny that he was by far the smartest person in their class. They were now preparing themselves for the antics that followed something like this. "Don't compare me to these guys, sensei," he shouted, full of his usual bravado. "I alone sit atop as the strongest." "Yeah, whatever." Iruka ignored Naruto's comment and continued, "I almost forgot. One more student deserves recognition. Sasuke Uchiha, 9 out of 10. The room fell silent. Everyone, including Sasuke, was shocked. They all remembered how he had been struggling during the test. Iruka smiled at Sasuke. "Nice work, Sasuke. Since you did so well, I'll remove your absence for today." Naruto piped up, "What about me, Iruka-sensei? Can you take off my absence too?" Iruka's face turned stern. "No, Naruto." Naruto faked pouted in disappointment. Sasuke was still in disbelief. "How did I get a 9? He then glanced over at Naruto, who lowered his shades slightly, revealing a faint glow from his eyes. Their eyes met briefly before Naruto looked away and continued his verbal spat with Iruka. Why did he do that? Sasuke wondered, his mind racing. The class continued with their usual chatter, but Sasuke still couldn't understand why Naruto, someone who usually didn't care about others, would go out of his way to help him. "What's your game, Naruto?" Sasuke thought. Whatever it was, he wouldn't deny this had helped him greatly. After the academy ended, Sasuke bolted out the classroom door as soon as he could, trying to return home quickly enough to not disappoint his father even more. Minutes later, Sasuke was darting through the busy Konoha streets. His body was on autopilot, but his mind wandered to thoughts of his father. "I wonder why Tucson wants to train today." However, he was soon taken out of his thoughts when he bumped into someone, causing him to fall onto his butt. The sound of plastic ripping and food falling onto the ground was heard as well. "Dang it," Sasuke thought as he got back up and picked up the loose vegetables as well as baby food. "Great, I ran into a mother. Apologies, I'll pick these up." "Oh, there's no need," a feminine voice said. That voice sounds familiar. Sasuke pondering before looking up to see the smiling face of a 13-year-old girl with long brown hair flowing past her shoulders. She wore a long-sleeved high-collar purple shirt with black shorts. "Izumi-san?" Sasuke questioned, doing his best to pick up the dropped groceries. "Yep, it's me," she replied cheerfully. "I'm sad to see you've almost forgotten my face. But it's fine, it's been a while since we last saw each other. How's your family doing? How's Itachi?" "Fine, Itachi just left for a mission with Shisui-san," he replied, picking up the last grocery and placing it inside a new plastic bag. "Here you go," he said, handing the bag to Izumi before bowing. "Apologies, Izumi-san. Oh, I was hoping to talk to him before he left." Izumi waved off his apology. "But you're fine. Just be careful where you go, you never know where you might end up." Sasuke nodded, about to head off, but something in his mind reached out to him. "Hey, Izumi-san." "Yes?" she questioned. "What's with the baby food? Did you get a new baby sibling or something?" Sasuke inquired bluntly. Izumi's eyes widened before she turned slightly red. You're quite perceptive. I'll tell you, but you have to keep it a secret." "Promise?" Sasuke nodded. Izumi bent down and whispered in his ear. "It's for my 1-month-old son," she said, then stood up and began heading away. Sasuke readjusted his bag, understanding why she wanted to keep this a secret. It's not a good look to have a kid at 13 years old, especially if you're from a high-status clan like theirs. He turned to leave once again, but this time, Izumi called out to him. "Could you tell Itachi that I was looking for him whenever he comes back?" Izumi asked sincerely. "Yes, I'll make sure to tell him, Izumi-san," he replied before taking off in the direction of home. Izumi watched him vanish from her view, growing smaller and smaller. She smiled fondly before a nervous expression spread across her face. She quickly regained her composure and headed back home. Uchiha Compound. Kaden. Gokaku no Jutsu, Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Fugaku watched closely as his son spewed a stream of fire over the pond by their home. He could feel the intense heat from the fireball and saw steam rising from the evaporating water. Although the size was nothing compared to what Itachi had achieved at his age, it still impressed him, nonetheless. After a few seconds, the fire dissipated, and Sasuke panted heavily. His body ached, but pride swelled within him. He had thought it would take a week to learn this jutsu, but he had successfully done it in 4 days. He turned to his father, hoping for praise, but Fugaku's expression remained unchanged. "Come to me. There is something else I want to work on for today," Fugaku stated. Sasuke only nodded, repressing his sadness before joining his father. "What do you want me to do, Tucson?" Fugaku pulled an old scroll from his sleeve and handed it to Sasuke. "Open it." Sasuke took the old scroll and did what he was told, opening the seemingly ancient scroll and being shown a name for a technique. Tokusa no Kage Bojutsu, 10 Shadows Technique. "What is it?" he asked, curiously. He had never heard of something like this, but he felt a strange connection to the name. "It's a Kekkei Genkei that has been in our clan for a long time, although its appearance is very rare," Fugaku stated. "I thought the only Kekkei Genkei we had was the Sharingan?" Sasuke asked. "It used to be. Shortly after the founding of our clan, one of your ancestors wed a woman from the Nara clan. The Nara are known for their shadow possession jutsu, but this woman possessed superb control over the shadows, far better than her clan members. She could construct small shadow creatures, shikigami, and even hide herself in the shadows," Fugaku stated, bluntly. "But it was a much weaker version of the current technique. It wasn't until their child when the Tokusa no Kage Bojutsu emerged." Sasuke listened very closely. It wasn't often Fugaku told him important information about their clan, especially something like this. "What does this have to do with me?" he questioned. Fugaku closed his eyes. "I wish to determine if you possess the technique. It's been more than 200 years since the technique appeared in our clan. I tested Itachi when he was your age, but he did not show an aptitude for it." "Oh," Sasuke said, feeling disappointed that he wasn't the first option. Fugaku opened his eyes. "Regardless, I want to try to summon the first creatures of the technique. Gyokuken, divine dogs," he instructed. Sasuke nodded and read through the scroll, finding the hand seal. "I wonder if these were the wolves I saw in my dream." He handed the scroll back to his father and formed his hands into the dog-shaped hand seal, almost as if he were making a shadow puppet. "Gyokuken," he called out and felt his shadow expand. He could feel something trying to come out, trying to emerge from the darkness, but his whole body was screaming out in pain. Unbeknownst to Sasuke, Fugaku's eyes widened in shock as he saw 2 sets of yellow eyes, peering at him through the shadowy waves. Sasuke tried to keep going, to summon the creatures and impress Fugaku. He focused all his chakra, attempting to bring them out, but he couldn't. He quickly passed out and dropped down. However, Fugaku was there to grab his son before he hit the ground. Fugaku looked at Sasuke with a mix of pride, joy, and worry. He grabbed the scroll and carried Sasuke back into their home. Sasuke slowly awoke to find himself lying on his family's couch in the living room. His head was pounding, but he could make out 2 figures in the room with him, his mother and father. "Did you send word for my father?" Makoto asked. Fugaku nodded. "I sent word as soon as I brought Sasuke inside. To think the technique would return at a time like this. Who are they talking about?" Sasuke thought, his head still rattled from that experience. He felt extremely fatigued. He had never met his grandparents on either side. He assumed they were dead. Sasuke groaned, altering his parents that he was conscious. Makoto rushed over to hug and hold her son. "Easy, Sasuke-kun. Rest, you were out for a while," she said, applying a warm towel on his head. She placed his head in her lap. "Will he be all right?" "Yes. He's experiencing symptoms of chakra exhaustion, but he'll be fine within a few hours," he grunted, turning to head out the room. "I'm off to attend the clan meeting." Sasuke glared at the Uchiha's crest on his father's back. The crest represented the strength and power of the clan. He felt as if he disappointed him again. He had his chance to show his strength, to show he was worthy of being his son, but he failed again. He wasn't Itachi. Just as Sasuke was about to fall into despair, he heard his father speak to him. "Sasuke," Fugaku's stern voice called out, his back still facing him. Sasuke sat upright, towel still wrapped around his head. "Yes, Tucson? You did well today. I'm proud of you," Fugaku said, his voice betraying a hint of softness as he continued walking away. "Build upon this and continue to get stronger." Sasuke's entire face and body lit up as he couldn't hold back the smile forming on his lips. "Hi, Tucson." Makoto noticed Sasuke's smiling face and teased him about it. So he can make you smile, but I can't? Sasuke tried hiding his smile but was unsuccessful. Makoto laughed and kissed his forehead. I'm just messing with my little Sasuke-kun. But you smell awful. Take a shower before you do anything else. Sasuke nodded and went to go do so. He didn't know why, but he felt like everything was about to head for the best. October 31st, Uchiha Compound. Sasuke found himself enveloped in darkness once more. However, the two wolves were no longer snarling at him. Instead, they waited for him in silence. What more do you want? Sasuke asked, his voice wavering. The wolves howled softly and began to move forward. Sasuke followed, his heart pounding with unease. After what felt like an eternity, Sasuke emerged onto a pathway leading to the tan cocoon he had glimpsed before. 8 Shikigami were arranged in a diagonal path, 4 on each side. His eyes widened as he took in the sight: a giant snake, a monstrous toad, an owl with a white mask, a flaming tigress, a sturdy bull, a graceful deer, and rabbits. The wolves settled among the Shikigami, completing the path. What now? Sasuke asked, his voice barely above a whisper. The Shikigami spoke in unison, their voices echoing ominously, "Tame us." Why? Sasuke demanded but received no answer. Instead, the Shikigami bowed low, and Sasuke's attention was drawn to the cocoon. The cracking of silk filled the air. Sasuke's breath caught in his throat as the cocoon burst open, revealing a grotesque creature. It had no eyes, but instead, 4 wings emerged from its eye sockets. A tail-like appendage protruded from the back of its head. It wore black hakama bottoms, a gray sash, and bandages wrapped around its wrist. Above it hovered a golden 8-handled wheel. Before Sasuke could react, the creature lunged, seizing him by the throat. Its grin, lined with perfectly white teeth, sent chills down Sasuke's spine. He struggled futilely, the creature's grip tightening, suffocating him. Panic surged through him as darkness threatened to overtake his senses. Desperate, Sasuke cried out for help, his voice echoing in the abyss. But there was no one. Only darkness. Sasuke jolted awake in his room, alone and breathing rapidly. What was that? He muttered, the memory of the creature's grip haunting him. His door then creaked open, revealing his mother. Sasuke, it's time to. Makoto stopped short, upon seeing his distraught expression. What's wrong? She asked gently. Did you have another dream? Sasuke took a moment to collect himself. Why, yes. It was with the divine dogs and they led me to a hall with all the other Shikigami, but, the last one, it attacked me. What did it look like? Makoto inquired. I can't remember clearly. I saw white teeth and a golden wheel above its head, Sasuke replied, trembling. Do you know what it is? I'm not sure, but we can look into it together when you get back from the academy, Makoto assured him, offering comfort. Thanks, Kasen, Sasuke said gratefully, embracing her. I love you. Makoto smiled and hugged him back warmly, kissing the top of his head. I love you too, she whispered. But then a weird feeling gripped her as she held her child. It felt like this would be the last time she would hold him. She decided to make it last longer and ruffle his hair until she reluctantly let go, trying to get rid of the bad premonition. Your lunch is already in your bag ready to go. You should have enough time to get ready, she stated. Wait, Kasen, has Nisan returned yet? Sasuke asked. Makoto turned around. No, I haven't seen him since he left. Sasuke nodded and went to get ready for school while Makoto went downstairs and out the door. After Sasuke got ready, he started his journey to the academy, feeling a mix of excitement and readiness for whatever challenges awaited him. The Uchiha compound was quiet, the morning mist hanging low over the grounds as he waved to familiar faces. Suddenly, 3 figures materialized in front of him. Sasuke stumbled back, startled by their sudden appearance. It was Naka, Yashira, and Inabi Uchiha, their expressions dark and hostile. Where's Itachi? Inabi demanded, his voice sharp with accusation. I don't know, Sasuke replied, his unease growing. Stop lying, Naka snapped, his anger palpable. You know where he is. Sasuke felt scared. I don't, he stuttered. Enough of this, Inabi snarled, advancing, but his movement was halted when a kunai near cut his hand, landing in front of him. What do you think you 3 are doing? A masculine voice called out. Everyone looked to the right to see a 20-year-old man with shoulder-length, dull black hair, dark eyes, and a dot in the center of his forehead, standing on the compound walls. He wore a black, high-collared shirt with the Uchiha crest on the back and dark-colored pants. Inabi growled, but Yashara stepped forward, his tone more measured. "We just need to know where Itachi is. That's all, Tekka," he explained. "Doesn't look like that's all. Your two friends over there look like they're going to attack any minute," Tekka responded. "Move out of the way. We're not going to harm the brat, we just need to know what happened." Shisui, Naka pleaded, moving forward. "Wait, Shisui? What happened to him?" Sasuke pondered. "Harassing a kid won't get you answers. But if you take one more step towards him, I'll have arrested you for attempted assault on a minor," Tekka stated. "Don't think you can harass children, especially Fugaku-sama's son." The air was tense as the four activated their Sharingan, getting ready for a fight until Sasuke's small voice broke the tension. The standoff escalated until Sasuke's small voice broke the tension. "What happened to Shisui-san? Is he okay?" Sasuke asked, his voice trembling. The three Uchiha turned to him, seeing the genuine confusion and concern in Sasuke's eyes. "You don't know?" Yashara said softly. "Shisui's body was found in the Nakano River with a suicide note." Sasuke's world shattered. Shisui, gone? It couldn't be true. His knees buckled, a wave of nausea sweeping over him. Tekka watched, his concern evident. Naka, Inabi, and Yashara felt guilty and a hint of shame for their actions. "If you see your brother, please let us know. We just want to talk with him to get some answers," Yashara said. "Everyone just wants to understand what happened to Shisui." He then looked at Naka and Inabi before the group left. Sasuke remained silent, still trying to process that Shisui was dead. "Sasuke, are you going to be all right?" Tekka asked gently. Sasuke could only nod weakly as he began to walk through the Uchiha district, his heart heavy with sorrow and disbelief. Konoha Ninja Academy. The academy's courtyard buzzed with the sounds of lunchtime chatter and laughter. Sasuke, however, sat under a tree with his bento untouched. He stared blankly at the ground, his mind swirling with thoughts. First, there was the nightmare, then Shisui's death. A heavy, uneasy feeling settled in his chest, making it hard to breathe. "Yo, Sasuke," Naruto's annoying voice called out, snapping him back to reality. "What do you think?" Sasuke blinked a couple of times before looking to see the eyes of Naruto, Kiba, Choji, and Shino looking at him. Shikamaru was resting his head and acting like he wasn't paying attention. "Huh?" he said. Naruto made an annoyed expression, almost as if he was offended. "Come on, don't tell me you weren't listening." Sasuke ignored him. "What makes you think I listen to anything you say, Usura Tonkachi? Anyway, I was saying that the academy is such a waste of time." Naruto ranted, his arms flailing as he spoke. "It took me 10 minutes to learn the Henge no Jutsu, transformation jutsu, and we've spent 2 weeks on it." "It's because not everyone is a prodigy like you, Naruto," Shino spoke. "The shinobi curriculum is catered to get everyone on the same level." Naruto waved Shino's comments off. "Why are we catering to the weak? They can go screw themselves." "That's not nice, Naruto," Choji said with a mouthful of chips. "Who cares? They're weak and don't need to be here," Naruto replied. "I shouldn't have to associate with them." Shikamaru was the one who spoke up. "So why are talking with us?" he asked, causing everyone to look his way. "I remember you saying you stand alone as the strongest. Aren't we weak?" Naruto opened his mouth to speak, but then, he surprisingly got quiet. Everyone was shocked that Shikamaru, of all people, was the one to shut up Naruto. He got him there, Sasuke thought. "I wonder what he'll say." "Well, you see, you gentlemen have potential, unlike the rest of our class," Naruto admitted. "You could be strong one day. Not stronger than me but strong nonetheless." "Yeah, I don't buy it," Shikamaru responded. "What about our female classmates?" "They're all fangirls." "Well, besides Hinata," Naruto stated. "Besides, why would I want to listen to them yap all day? Girls are troublesome." Shikamaru nodded, agreeing with Naruto's statement, thinking about his mom and how she would pester him and his dad, every waking second. Sasuke stayed silent, lost in his own world. Soon after, the bell rang, signaling the end of lunch. He watched as everyone started to head home, confusion setting in as he raised an eyebrow. "Where's everyone going?" he asked. "Weren't you paying attention? Iruka-sensei said we're ending 2 hours earlier today," Naruto commented. "Oh," Sasuke replied, shaking off his daze. Naruto grinned. "Wanna go train?" Sasuke hesitated but then nodded. Sure. This could help him not think about Shisui's death. As they walked through the village, Naruto kept up a constant stream of chatter, always on the move. While Sasuke gave short and simple responses, not divulging anything more than necessary. After a couple minutes of walking, they passed villagers who cast wary glances their way, specifically at Naruto. Sasuke frowned, unsure of why they were looking at Naruto like that. "What's with those looks?" "It's nothing, just ignore those losers," Naruto stated. "But I just thought of something that can get us to the training ground faster." "How?" Sasuke inquired. Naruto smirked. "Just put your hand on my shoulder and I'll handle the rest." Sasuke complied, placing his hand on Naruto's right shoulder. Naruto then flashed through a long series of hand signs before finishing with the snake seal. Within an instant, Sasuke's whole world blurred, and he soon arrived at Training Ground 11. He quickly let go of Naruto and felt his stomach twist and churn. "Wow, can't believe that worked," Naruto managed a weak laugh, clearly exhausted. "Still have a long way to go but hey, it worked." He felt proud, having managed to incorporate what he learned from the Hirishin into this new form of teleportation gifted to him by his technique. Although this version was in its early stages. "Hey, Sasuke." Naruto turned to see over to the Uchiha puking his guts out on the grass next to him. "Oh, my bad," he said sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. Sasuke glared at him before continuing to retch in the empty field. The two had been going hard with taijutsu training for the past 2 hours, sparring against each other and doing physical exercises. The sun casting a warm glow on the shinobi in training. Sasuke was very exhausted. He hated to admit this, but Naruto was far above him. He hadn't won a match the entire time, which annoyed him to no end, but gradually he stopped being annoyed. When Naruto wasn't being such a prick, he was very insightful and gave Sasuke great feedback on his fighting stance. It was strange. The guy who was always loud and obnoxious turned out to be a good teacher. "I'm done," Naruto declared, stretching. "I want to work on some secret stuff." Sasuke nodded. "Me too. I want to work on the jutsu my father showed me." Naruto smiled. He then lowered his glasses, allowing for Sasuke to see one of his sparking, sky-blue eyes. "What is he doing?" Sasuke thought. "His eyes are too blue. Are they a dojutsu or something? Is that why he keeps them covered?" After a couple moments, Naruto chuckled and pushed his glasses back up. "Good luck, Sasuke. I need you to get stronger so you can keep up with me. Make things fun." He turned around and headed into the forest. "See you." Sasuke watched his silhouette grow smaller and smaller until he was completely gone from Sasuke's sight. "What is wrong with him?" he questioned. He moved past that exchange and went to go perform the same hand seal he read from the Tokusa no Kage Bojutsu scroll. He didn't have the opportunity to try it again as he was completely drained from his test run. He believed that now, he should have enough chakra to summon them. Sasuke focused his chakra, getting connected with his shadow. He formed the dog-shaped hand seal and called out, "Gyokuken." His shadow expanded and shortly after appeared the two divine dogs. He smiled as he looked at them in all their glory. "I did it," Sasuke stated before passing out from chakra exhaustion. The wind howled over his body as the young boy lay there, not prepared for what was to come next. Sasuke's eyes fluttered open, and he found himself lying in the grass. The world around him was shrouded in darkness, the moon hanging high in the sky. The sounds of owls hooting and crickets chirping filled the cool night air. Groggily, he pushed himself up, feeling the remnants of chakra exhaustion weigh heavily on his limbs. He looked around, disoriented, and rubbed his forehead. His last memory was staring at the divine dogs, only to pass out as his chakra reserves had run dry. The training ground was empty and silent, save for the chirps of crickets and hoots from owls. He glanced at the moon again, gauging the time. "It's so dark, I must have been out for hours." Panic set in as he realized how late it was. Sasuke scrambled to his feet. "I need to get home," he thought urgently, grabbing his bag before he departed. The quiet field seemed eerie in the moonlight, shadows stretching long and menacing across the ground. His footsteps echoed in the stillness, a constant reminder of how alone he was. As Sasuke neared the entrance of the Uchiha district, an abrupt chill sent shivers down his spine. He glanced upward and caught sight of a mysterious figure perched on a nearby utility pole, a lone Sharingan, staring intently at him. Sasuke blinked, and in an instant, the enigmatic presence vanished into thin air. What? I thought I saw someone, he thought. He continued to race home, the ominous feeling growing stronger with each step. Finally, he reached his house, skidding to a stop at the entrance. With a deep breath, he pushed open the door and stepped inside. "Kasen, Tucson," he called out, his voice tinged with worry. "Sasuke?" Makoto's voice came from the kitchen. She appeared in the hallway, a warm smile on her face. "What's wrong?" Sasuke ran to her, hugging her tightly. I thought something bad happened." Makoto gently stroked his hair. "Don't worry, Sasuke. Everything is fine." Fugaku stepped into the hallway, a stern yet concerned expression on his face. "What's gotten into you, Sasuke?" Sasuke pulled away from his mother, confusion and relief mixing in his mind. "I'm sorry, I just had a bad feeling." Makoto continued to smile. "Well, you were right to worry. Something bad did happen." Sasuke's heart skipped a beat. "What do you mean?" The atmosphere in the room shifted, the edges of his vision blurring. Makoto's voice echoed unnaturally as the genjutsu fell, reality warping around him. He turned to see his father's lifeless body sprawled on the floor, blood pooling around him. "Tucson!" Sasuke screamed, his voice cracking with horror. "Foolish child," a voice spoke from the dark. Sasuke turned to the voice and saw a figure in the shadows, a red eye glowing at him through the darkness. The figure moved closer, revealing more features. He was tall with long black hair, wore an orange mask with black swirls covering the face except for a circular opening on the right side, and had a sheathed katana hanging from his belt. In his left hand, he was holding Sasuke's mother by the throat, choking her to death. "Ka-san!" Sasuke screamed in terror. His legs turned to jelly, but he wanted to do something to save his mother. But he was frozen in place, watching helplessly as the intruder held his mother. "Did you think that was reality? How foolish," the masked man snarled as he twisted his mother's neck with a swift motion. Sasuke heard a sickening crack, followed by a dull thud, as his mother's lifeless body hit the floor. Blood dripped from her mouth and nose as he watched her body on the ground. He gasped and felt tears sting in his eyes. He grabbed his head, screaming in agony as he collapsed onto the ground. "No, no, no. Why would you do this?" he said through sobs. The masked man chuckled and stepped over his mother's corpse. He looked down at Sasuke with contempt and pity. "You are a naive child. Wake up to reality. Nothing ever goes to plan in this accursed world," he spoke, his voice cold and cruel. "The longer you live, the more you realize that the only things that truly exist in this reality are pain, suffering, and futility." He stared at Sasuke, his red eye burning with rage. The Uchiha clan was once the most feared and respected in the village, but now they have been relegated to bottom feeders. They have fallen prey to the false peace of Konoha and lost their pride and power. How can you call yourself an Uchiha, when you are nothing but a weak and foolish woman's son? They bring nothing but shame to the Uchiha name, and I will wipe them out. Weak. You monster. You'll pay for this, I swear. Sasuke clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, rising to his feet with a defiant glare. Sasuke felt a surge of chakra in his eyes, and his vision became sharper and clearer. His eyes burned with a crimson light, revealing a 2-tomo Sharingan in his right eye and a 1-tomo in his left eye. He could feel his chakra coursing through his body. "So, you want to dance, no?" the masked man said, mocking him. "Well then, let's dance." Without thinking, "Gyokuken," he cried out. He heard a low growl, followed by a howl, as the divine dogs emerged from the shadows behind him. Now this is getting interesting," the masked man said as he sidestepped the incoming claw swipe from the white one. Sasuke rushed forward, throwing a punch at the assailant, but nothing happened. It was as if his fist phased right through him. "You have fire, child, but still don't have what it takes to dance," the masked man said, waiting for Sasuke to phase through his body. Right when Sasuke appeared on the other side, he sent a kick to his stomach, sending Sasuke flying through the wall and crashing onto the pavement outside. Sasuke rolled on the ground before hitting the compound wall, creating a crater from the impact. He coughed up blood and was severely injured from the attack. The wolves rushed to protect their master, rushing the masked man. But like before, their attacks seemed to phase right through him. "I've had enough of this," the masked man said as he kicked the black wolf away and jumped to his left, avoiding another attack from the white wolf. In one swift, vertical slash, he decapitated the white one. Sasuke watched as its head rolled on the ground, leaving a pool of blood. The masked man turned his eye on Sasuke and walked towards the boy who lay against the compound walls. Blood trickled down from Sasuke's head, blurring his vision. He felt his chakra fading away, along with his Sharingan. The black wolf whimpered and dissolved into his shadow, leaving him alone and defenseless. "You have potential, but you are still weak, child." "What a waste," the man said as raised his katana, the blade glistening in the moonlight, preparing to end Sasuke's life. Before he could attack, he was surrounded by a squad of Anbu wearing black clothing covered with a light gray flak jacket over their back and torso, gloves with metal guards, sandals with reinforced toes, and a tanto on their backs. The captain of the squad, Dog, stood atop the compound wall over Sasuke as he stared down at the masked intruder. Through the left eye hole, a lone Sharingan shined. "You're under arrest for the destruction of the Uchiha clan. If you resist, you will be killed," Dog spoke. "HMPH, you're late as always. I'm finished here. It is not yet time I reveal myself," the man spoke before a swirling vortex appeared in his eye, sucking him into the hole. He vanished into thin air, leaving behind a faint ripple. What did he mean by that? Dog thought to himself, before taking a look around him. He could see other bodies besides the Uchiha members. They were bodies that looked similar to the village's Anbu forces, but instead of the gray flak jacket, they had black robes and weird and grotesque mask designs. "Those look like root shinobi, but shouldn't they be disbanded? Take the survivor," he finally spoke, pointing to 3 Anbu. 1 regular and 2 others with animal-style masks. "I'll report back to the Hokage. Cat and Tiger, look for any survivors." "Hi, Captain." Cat and Tiger responded before dispersing. The regular Anbu went to pick up the unconscious body of Sasuke while the 2 looked at each other, nodding and making a rude signal. The bigger of the 2 moved at high speeds, quickly drawing his tanto and slicing through the Anbu. The smaller one then grabbed Sasuke and they disappeared into the night, unaware that someone very dangerous and angry was hunting them. The glow of his Sharingan illuminated the devastated clan compound. He wasn't going to let Danzo get his hands on his brother, especially not after this. Konoha, Naruto's apartment. Naruto stood atop his apartment building, gazing at the night sky. He was contemplating how to move his furniture to his parents' home on the eastern outskirts of the village. It was a nice home, not too big but a much better option compared to this apartment. The only issue was the distance. It took far too long to get there. He assumed his father had used the Hirishin to move quickly between there and the village, but Naruto couldn't do that yet. He could try teleporting his furniture, but he risked tearing it apart due to the nature of his technique. "But that's not the reason I'm up here, is it?" Naruto muttered to himself. After training with Sasuke and practicing his Mugaken no Jutsu, he had gone home but couldn't sleep. Something felt off, a sense of unease he couldn't shake. He was glad he hadn't gone to bed because he suddenly felt a significant drop in chakra signatures on the outskirts of the village, originating from the Uchiha district. What the hell is happening over there? Naruto thought, concern creeping into his mind. His thoughts were interrupted by the sudden appearance of a familiar yet large chakra signature next to him. Sasuke Uchiha materialized beside him, bruised and bloodied. Naruto's eyes widened in shock. "Sasuke, what the?" Before he could finish, a cold yet soft voice spoke in the night. "Look after my brother," it said before vanishing. Naruto turned around, but the presence was already gone. He knew who it was. He stood there for a moment, staring at the space where the voice had come from. A slow grin spread across his face, despite the gravity of the situation. Well, Itachi, always the dramatic exit," he mused. "I do wonder what all of this will bring about." He looked back at Sasuke, with sadness, understanding the most of his family was probably gone, but he masked it with his usual nonchalance. "You look like you've been through hell, Kasama," he said lightly. But then Naruto's mind turned more serious. Why did this happen? Who could have done this? And who was strong enough to do this? Was it Itachi? If so, why did he spare Sasuke and bring him here? Did the old man have any knowledge of this? His mind went through all the possibilities before he shook his head and crouched down beside Sasuke. He was there for a while until finally, Naruto nodded to himself. "Yeah, I will, Itachi," he said, the words a promise and a vow, but delivered with a confident grin. He carefully lifted Sasuke's body over his shoulders, feeling the weight. "Ugh, I didn't think you would be this heavy," he grunted, then added with a chuckle, "What have you been eating, bricks?" As he made his way to the Hokage's office, jumping from rooftop to rooftop, Naruto's mind continued to race. What did this mean for the future? All he did know was that he needed to increase his training, to prepare himself for any future threat. He had a feeling that this wouldn't be the last incident. In a moment of genuine reflection, Naruto whispered, "Hang in there, Sasuke. I'll help you get through this." Then, with a mischievous glint in his eye, he added, "And don't worry, I'll make sure you pay me back big time for this one." Chapter 3. Emerging from Darkness. November 7th, Konoha Hokage's office. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat in his chair overlooking the tranquil village. From this view, everything seemed so calm and peaceful. However, Hiruzen knew that this was far from the truth. The last few days had been pure hell for the old Hokage. It had been a week since the devastation of the Uchiha clan. An attack from a masked intruder and an unknown secondary force had eliminated most of the clan. The only survivors were Sasuke Uchiha, Hazuki Uchiha, and her 1-month-old grandson, Kato. Anbu had discovered the old woman and child on the steps of Konoha's hospital. It was a miracle they survived, but there were still questions as to how they were alive, and who saved them. It was around that same time that one Naruto Uzumaki also showed up carrying the body of Sasuke Uchiha. Anbu attempted to question him, but Naruto had told them to piss off, and threw quite a few insults their way before they decided to back off. Hiruzen still needed to make time and talk with Naruto to hear the full story. Regardless, after the Uchiha survivors were stabilized in the hospital and guards placed around their wards, Hiruzen got to work. He sent his most trusted Anbu to find clues as to what happened. It was no secret that the Uchiha clan and village were on bad terms. Decades of built-up frustration and isolation accelerated the growing wedge between them. Hiruzen would like to think he slowed this process, but this wouldn't be true. He had let the voices of his elder council members sway his decisions. This was no excuse, as he shouldn't have listened to them and allowed certain regulations to be placed on the clan. He was a fool for thinking he could trust them, especially his old and former teammates. Speaking of old teammates, the body of Danzo Shimura was found in a hidden base near the edges of the village. Inside the base, bodies like the ones near the Uchiha district were also found. They had animal masks like the Anbus, but these were different and more primal. Once they examined these bodies, they found several connections to missing Konoha shinobi and orphans who up and mysteriously vanished. The corpses had strange, cursed seals brandished across their tongues. This was most likely a way to thwart interrogation from unwanted eyes. The more Hiruzen looked into the matter, the more this unknown force started to resemble Danzo's Root. Root was a secret group led by Shimura that was being raised to kill the Hokage. Hiruzen had discovered this plot with the help of Kakashi Hitaki a few years prior. That was also when he found that his pupil, Orochimaru, was conducting ungodly experiments. Hiruzen couldn't believe it, yet again his blind trust in his friend caused the deaths of innocents. Once more evidence was found, they were able to paint a decent picture. This force of missing shinobi must have attacked the Uchiha clan under the cover of night. But this still left more unanswered questions. Who was the one who organized the attack? Was it Danzo or someone else? There was an alarming report of a masked man attacking several Anbu and being seen near the Uchiha compound. But there was also Itachi Uchiha. He too was spotted near the compound with massive amounts of blood on him. He was also seen in the vicinity of the hidden base where Danzo's body was found. His appearance did match the suspected time of death for the old Warhawk. Hiruzen would have simply asked his most trusted Anbu, that is if he knew where he was. No one has heard of or seen Itachi in the days leading up to the Uchiha clan massacre. Due to these factors, Itachi has been labeled an S-rank rogue ninja in the bingo book and labeled as an accomplice to the Uchiha massacre and in league with the masked intruder. Hiruzen did not believe Itachi would slaughter his clan. Itachi did value the village over his clan and was prepared to act if a civil war were to break out, but Hiruzen believed they would have resolved the issues without death and bloodshed. Hiruzen wanted to wait until Itachi returned for a fair trial and explanation of his actions. However, the Konoha Council had already voted to brand him a traitor. Although he was the Hokage, Itachi was not directly under his command at that time, so the verdict lay in the Shinobi Council's hands. It was the quick and easy option as opposed to launching a lengthy investigation into the matter. Fools, he muttered, realizing he was starting to like Naruto. Hiruzen leaned back in his chair, realizing he needed to find another successor so he wouldn't have to deal with these problems or the politics. However, he was taken out of his thoughts as he heard a knock on his door. "Come in," Hiruzen responded curiously. He wasn't expecting any visitors at this time. An older man, a few years younger than Hiruzen, walked through the doors. The man had mid-length, gray hair that was slicked back, reaching to just behind his neck. He had onyx eyes with thick long eyebrows with thick edges. The older man also had a long and thin mustache that extended to both sides of his cheeks. He wore a light gray haori over a dark blue yukata with a black hakama, white tabi, and brown scandals. "Ah, Naobito. It's been a while, my old friend," Hiruzen said. "A lot has happened since I last saw you." "Save it for later, Hiruzen. You can catch me up over a drink," Naobito chuckled. Hiruzen felt a chill run down his spine. He knew the drinking habits of his old friend and knew it would end badly for his wallet. "I'm assuming you're not here to chat and catch up." "No." Naobito sat in the chair in front of his desk. "Makoto sent for me asking to check up on the brat, but then this happens. I'm not surprised though. I told Fugaku to keep out of the political game. He thought he could hang with the big boys." Hiruzen did not respond. He knew Naobito never liked his son-in-law, as most fathers didn't, but he never thought it was like this. Hiruzen cleared his throat. "So, what may I assist you with?" Naobito crossed his arms. "How many are left?" "Including yourself, then 5. However, Itachi Uchiha has been listed as an S-rank rogue shinobi," Hiruzen stated. "He is accused of massacring the Uchiha clan as well as being an accomplice to the masked man." Naobito rubbed his mustache. "Who is the masked man? I need to do some investigating." "That's a shame, his strength was unparalleled. I could have used him, but I'm guessing that brat's alive." "What about the other two?" Naobito questioned. "Who are they?" "Hazuki Uchiha and her grandson, Kato Uchiha. I don't think you've met her given that her husband wasn't a part of the Uchiha clan. She had a daughter, Izumi, who was sadly killed on the night of the incident. Izumi is the child's mother, however, we have no idea who the father is," Hiruzen said. "What do you think the best course of action would be? Since, technically speaking, you are now the head of the Uchiha clan." Naobito was quiet for a few moments before responding. "Nothing," he stated bluntly. "That Izumi girl was a half-breed. She has diluted Uchiha blood running through her veins. Even if that kid of hers awakened the Sharingan, he would lack the chakra to use it. But what if his father was someone strong? Someone with large chakra reserves to circumvent the issue. We do believe his father was a Uchiha given the child's black hair, unlike his mother's brown hair. Maybe this boy could become a prodigy," Hiruzen refuted. Naobito snorted before leaning back in his chair. "I don't deal with what-ifs, Sarutobi. If that brat shows potential, then I'll see to his training. Until that day comes, I don't care what happens to him." Hiruzen sighed. He hoped Naobito would be kinder to these two, but at least he would see if the boy had potential and not completely ignore him. "But anyway, there are some other matters I would like to discuss." At that moment the doors to his office burst, revealing a young girl with long black hair. "Tucson, are you done yet?" She spoke, her words sharp. "I'm getting bored." Hiruzen was shocked and was about to ask this young girl to leave, but his mind went numb when he heard her call Naobito Tucson. "Wait, Tucson?" the Hokage asked, extremely confused. The girl walked over to Naobito, who picked her up and placed her on his right leg. The old Uchiha's face seemed to change from his normal uninterested scowl into a goofy face. "Don't worry, princess, it won't be too long," Naobito replied, pinching the girl's cheek. What on God's green earth is going on? Hiruzen thought as he examined the situation. Her hair was long and silky, reaching her waist. She wore a black short-sleeved dress with brown shorts underneath. She looked to be 10 years old, which made Hiruzen even more skeptical. Naobito was 65, 3 years younger than Hiruzen. Men could have children well into their 50s, but still, it was odd for him of all people to have a child this late into his life. Soon after the young girl burst in, his secretary came rushing in. "Apologies, Hokage-sama, I tried to." Hiruzen put his hand up. "No need to apologize. I'll take over from here. Please close my doors as you exit." He smiled at her. His secretary bowed before closing the doors and leaving his office space. Once the doors slammed shut, Hiruzen turned his attention back to the two before. "Now this is most unexpected," Hiruzen said, still trying to wrap his mind around this. "She does look like Makoto, well, slightly. She honestly reminds me of a certain Uchiha that Tobirama-sensei hated." The Hokage shook his head, trying to clear his mind. "Apologies, but before we continue, I need to know how you ended up with a daughter. I find it puzzling that's your biological child. Did you happen to adopt?" The girl pouted. "Of course he's my Tucson, old man. Don't ever disrespect him like that." Hiruzen's eyelid twitched. "Great, she has a temper, he inwardly groaned. Naobito seemed to finally get out of his stupor and return to his normal expression. "This is Kaori, Tilda, my little princess Tilda," he said, once more in a childish voice. "Oh, okay, when did you have her? Who's her mother?" Hiruzen responded. "You remember the Kishiwada Danjiri Matsuri that happened in Keisha about 10 years back? Well, I happened to be at the capital and decided to partake in the festive events," Naobito stated. "While I was there, I happened to run into one of Makoto's friends. Jun Uchiha was her name." Hiruzen listened, not liking where this story was going. "We got to drinking and she was looking for good. She had a nice ass and some of the biggest bras." Ahem. Hiruzen coughed. "I don't think it's appropriate to talk about such things with children around." Naobito laughed and waved him off. "When did you become a sissy? I remember you used to love this type of stuff." Hiruzen didn't reply as he discreetly showed his copy of Icha Paradise under his desk. He cleared his throat, wanting to move away from this topic. "I just don't think such adult topics should be discussed in front of your daughter." "I've already told her this," Naobito replied, looking at Kaori. "It's not a big deal." Kaori nodded, showing her agreement. All Hiruzen could do was look at them with a dumbfounded expression. I believe that out of the way. We should move. I'll take you to Sasuke." He got up from his chair. "Wait," Naobito said, "there's one more thing we need to discuss." Hiruzen looked at him, curious as to what he wanted to discuss. "First, given the death of the old war hawk and the vacant seat on the Elder Council, I nominate myself as his replacement," Naobito stated. Hiruzen thought about this for a moment. I believe that would work. Everyone knew that Danzo despised the Uchiha, so this could be a great opportunity to restore trust. "I agree and approve of the placement." Naobito smiled. "Secondly, Kaori will become a genin and begin conducting missions, effective immediately." Hiruzen frowned at that last comment. "No," he said, "I do not wish to send out any more children to fight. I've caused enough innocent deaths. Plus, she is unproven." His thoughts wandered to the lives lost in the Second and Third Great Ninja War. He did not wish to see children be sent out to die. He thought of the countless number of Senju children lost. Kaori was a little surprised by his answer. Her father was no stranger to ruthlessness, and given that these two were friends, she believed them to be. Naobito, on the other hand, was not happy. "You've grown soft, Sarutobi. The old you would have taken her without a second thought." Hiruzen looked at him sternly. "Like I told you, a lot has changed." He turned his back on Naobito, opting to stare out of his window. Naobito glared but slightly shifted in his seat. "I've trained her myself. She has unlocked her Sharingan along with possessing 3 chakra affinities." This got Hiruzen's attention, causing him to turn around. "That is impressive. Most shinobi only have 2, but for you to have 3 at a young age is an achievement." "Well done, young Kaori," he said, giving her a warm, old smile. Kaori didn't say anything, not trusting the old man. Hiruzen noticed this and slightly chuckled. "I'll make her a genin, however, she will be placed on a genin squad with a jonin instructor. I'll pick her teammates and instructor and will inform you once I've made my selection." Naobito looked like he wanted to say something, but Hiruzen's gaze deterred him. All right, fine, then. He relented. Hiruzen smiled, turning back to Kaori. I congratulate you, Kaori-san, on becoming a genin. He picked up a spare Hitai 8, conveniently placed on his desk. He gave it to her. Wear this with pride and strive to be an excellent shinobi. Let the will of fire guide you as you journey in your career. When she first got her, she didn't like this old man, but the more he talked the more he seemed friendly. He had this warm aura around him. She took the Hitai 8 and held it. Thank you, Hokage-sama, she bowed. Hiruzen chuckled, bowing in return. You're welcome. Naobito just scoffed, ready to move on. Enough with this sentimental crap. Let's get to Makoto's brat. And with that, they left, headed to Konoha's hospital. Konoha Hospital. Sasuke sat upright in his hospital bed. He was in his room, sitting in complete darkness. His blinds were closed and the only thing he could hear was the shaking of the ceiling fan. His mind kept replaying that night, over and over. He couldn't sleep or rest. He didn't even know how much time had passed. All he remembers is getting kicked by the masked man and seeing lights flash above him. He had been told that once he fell unconscious, Anbu took him, but then something happened that resulted in Naruto dragging him to the hospital. But strangely enough, he remembers seeing Itachi's face before going unconscious. After that, he drifted in and out of consciousness. Today was the first day he felt fully aware of his surroundings. A nurse had told him the Hokage was coming to see him, but Sasuke didn't care. It wouldn't help him feel better. Nissan, where are you? Tucson, Kasen. Sasuke started to choke up and tears began falling down his face, remembering his parents' dead bodies and the sinister laugh of that masked man. At that moment, Sasuke heard footsteps around his door, causing him to quickly wipe away his tears so no one would know he was crying. He heard a knock and a voice said, "Can we come in?" Sasuke did not respond. A couple of seconds later his door opened, revealing the Hokage and two people he never met before, an old man with a smirk on his face and a girl a little bit older than him who couldn't see their faces due to how dark it was. Hiruzen flicked on the light sending the darkness away. Sasuke blinked a couple of times, his eyes adjusting to the light. When he could see, his eyes widened as his gaze fell upon Kaori, and tears started to swell in his eyes. Kasen? Kaori shifted uncomfortably, recognizing her nephew was not in a good mental state. I think you should wait outside, Kaori, Naobito stated. His daughter hesitantly nodded before leaving the room. Hiruzen cleared his throat trying to take control of the situation. Sasuke, my boy. How are you feeling? Sasuke didn't look at him. Where's Itachi? He said, his voice rasped. Hiruzen exchanged a glance with Naobito, who had his eyes closed. Realizing he was going to do the talking, he cleared his throat yet again. Itachi has not been seen since he was left on his last mission. At this moment, he is considered an S-rank Rouge ninja for his involvement with the Uchiha massacre. Sasuke's eyes widened, and a wave of anger surged through him. What, you think he did it? He growled at the Hokage. Nissan would never do such a thing. It was that man. His face darkened, thinking of the masked man, his taunts, and overwhelming strength. We have to find Nissan. Hiruzen could sense the boy's growing anger and hatred. Sasuke, I think it would be if you. Quiet down, brat, the commanding voice of Naobito boomed over the room. Sasuke's glare shifted to the older man. Who do you think you are? What gives you the right to speak to me like that? Naobito's eyes opened as Sasuke saw three dark tomo swirling in his crimson eyes. The older Uchiha crossed his arms and gave Sasuke an unsettling glare. Watch your tone when you speak to me, brat. Don't think because you're Makoto's brat, I'll let you talk like that. When you speak to me, you will address me as Oji-sama. Got it, brat? Sasuke's breathing got heavy as he felt the pressure emanating from this old man. It scared him. Hiruzen looked on worriedly, thinking he had made the wrong decision for allowing Naobito to become Sasuke's guardian, but in all fairness, it was outside of his control. Due to the will of Fugaku and Makoto, Naobito was made responsible for Sasuke in case of their demise. Sasuke nodded nervously. YYS Oji-sama. Hiruzen breathed a sigh of relief that nothing else happened. Well, now that's all taken care of, I'll leave you to it. We've set up housing for you in the southeastern part of the village. You'll be right between the Hyuga and Nara clan. Do be warned, there is a lot of wildlife in that area of the village, but it is mostly desolate. Naobito scoffed, not having love for either of those clans. At least they were in a secluded area. Also, Hazuki has decided to stay in the northern residential zones of the village. She doesn't wish for her grandson to get involved with shinobi manners, Hiruzen stated. Fine by me, Naobito replied. Sasuke just sat there, lost in thoughts, trying to figure out these new relationships and new revelations. He was glad some other Uchiha had survived, but he still couldn't get the picture of his parents' dead bodies out of his head. The walk back was long and extremely awkward. Naobito marched in front of the two younger Uchiha while they followed closely behind. Sasuke had learned that the girl who looked like his mother was named Kaori, and she was 10 years old, making her Makoto's younger sister by 25 years. To say this was weird would be an understatement. He couldn't make eye contact with her for long, so he elected to his eyes trailed the path beneath his feet. To his right, Kaori walked, taking in the sights of this new location. Konoha was unlike any place she had ever been to. Her father lived a nomadic life, causing them to move from country to country on a whim. It would be nice to have stability, however, she too was having difficulty trying to talk with her nephew. Earlier in their walk, she tried to engage in some light conversations, but this kid wouldn't even meet her eyes. After a few attempts, she ceased for the day, realizing she wasn't getting anywhere. She guessed it was still too soon to try building some sort of relationship. So, this was the best Sarutobi could do? Naobito said, displeased. This place is a dump. The two younger ones looked up at an old traditional house with a tiled roof, resembling the back of a slumbering dragon. The roof edges swept upward, with delicate ridge-end tiles adorning the peak. The house was perched on a stone fountain with wooden steps leading to the porch. White plaster covered the exterior walls with the Uchiha crest brimming. To the left, a small koi pond shimmered, its inhabitants gliding gracefully beneath the water lilies. Did Tucson call this place a dump? Kaori thought, in complete amazement, at the house before her. This was the biggest house she'd seen. For the first time since meeting him, Sasuke shared Naobito's sentiment. This house was basic and worse than his previous home. Naobito soon walked into the entranceway with Sasuke and Kaori right behind. He slid the door open, revealing a quaint and cozy area. They were in the Genkan, a place to put their shoes. Further in the house was a kitchen, living room, 1 bathroom, and 3 bedrooms. Kaori was about to say something to her father, but Naobito yawned and retreated down the hallway, heading to the master bedroom. Her father was never one to talk openly, even with her. He would always give her a gift or toy to play with while he went out and about. I guess it's just the two of us. Hey Sasuke, do you? She turned to the right, not stopping the brooding Uchiha. Where did he go? He was right next to me a moment ago. She looked around for a couple more seconds before giving up and sighing. She hoped he wasn't always like this, as it was starting to get annoying. I should cut him some slack, he did lose his whole family in one night. I was excited to finally meet Oni-san. Guess I'll ask him about her another time. With that, Kaori carried her stuff down the hall to find the last bedroom. Meanwhile, Sasuke arose from the shadows, placing himself in one of the bedrooms. Inside was a comfy bed, a closet, and a desk stand with a couple of his items. The Tanto Shisui gave him and a picture of his family. The Hokage must have moved these in here while he was in the hospital. Sasuke said nothing as he grabbed the picture of his family, laid down on the bed, and curled up in a ball. The tears came quickly after as he clutched the picture with all his might, hoping this was just a dream and when he opened his eyes everything would be how it was. Why did this happen to me? Why did Tucson, Kasen, and Nisan? He cried himself to sleep, hoping no one heard his sobs. I wish I was dead. Novemeber 26th Konoha Uchiha Compound. Sasuke walked through the village, trudging along as he adjusted his scarf and placed his hands in his pockets to get relief from the cold winds. Snow had yet to fall, but the passage of time was evident. The seasons began to change as fall was on its way out, soon to be replaced by winter. The cold winter would bring about a vibrant spring. Sasuke too was entering a new stage of his life, but things didn't feel like they would get better. His constant expression was a mixture of anger, sadness, and despair. His Ojisama did not help his mood. The old Uchiha was a stubborn, egotistical, crude, and stern man who demanded perfection, specifically from Sasuke. Naobito would often compare Sasuke to Itachi, even though his father did the same. However, he at least knew his father loved him. His Ojisama, on the other hand, did not give off the same feeling. He offered no praise, approval, or even gratitude. Even though he was a part of what little remained of his family, the old man pissed him off. As for his aunt, they still had a way to go. She was a good person, always trying to talk with Sasuke and would respect his boundaries when didn't want to share. She did have a teasing nature which annoyed him, but she was enjoyable to be around. He learned that Kaori was a genin but had to wait to go on missions until this class of academy students graduated so she could be put on a team with a jonin leader. However, her close resemblance to Makoto only deepened his trauma. Often, he would catch himself calling her Kasen, or staring at her for long periods. This would be a difficult challenge to overcome. Additionally, the Hokage visited him quite often. Hiruzen tried to counsel Sasuke, but his words fell on deaf ears. No matter what anyone said, Sasuke couldn't shake the feeling that he didn't belong, that he shouldn't be alive. He didn't know what his purpose was anymore. Although, there was one person he found himself thinking about, Naruto Uzumaki. He had barely seen the white-haired boy after the massacre, and when they did come across each other it wasn't for long. He knew Naruto barely showed up to the academy as is, but it also felt like Naruto had taken a step back from his usual grips or jabs at Sasuke. I wonder, what keeps him going? He pondered, thinking how similar their situations were. After some time, he finally made it back home. He walked up the wooden steps, slid the door open, and placed his scandals on the mat below, continuing further in. Kaori was the first to greet him. "Welcome back, my little Sasuke-kun," she called, ruffling his hair. He instinctively flinched and took a couple steps back, shocking Kaori. "Sorry, it's just," Kasen would say the same thing. "Oh, sorry, I didn't know," she said, feeling guilty. She started to rub her arm awkwardly. "It's fine," he replied, walking off to his room. Kaori wanted to say something but didn't know the right words to fix her mistake. It was already too late as Sasuke disappeared deeper into the house. "What was I thinking?" she said, chastising herself. Kaori sighed before heading to the kitchen. Sasuke found himself at the kitchen table, sharing a meal with Naobito and Kaori. There was a steaming plate of chicken, broccoli, and rice. He simply poked at his food, his appetite non-existent. Naobito watched him do so for many minutes before finally speaking up. "Stop picking at your food and eat," he commanded. "I don't want to listen to you complain about being hungry." Sasuke remained still, staring at his plate. He stabbed his fork into a broccoli stalk and looked at the vegetable. Naobito's eyes narrowed, and his frustration grew. "Stop acting like a brat and eat. I can't believe you're my daughter's son." Sasuke's anger flared. He had enough of this. He looked up at Naobito, eyes ablaze with his own Sharingan penetrating back at the old man. Kaori did not like what she was seeing. She couldn't understand why her father was being so hostile to Sasuke. Naobito was taken aback by the flash of anger. He smirked before leaning in. "Looks like you've got some spirit in you. So what, are you going to fight me, brat?" Sasuke clenched his jaw and fists, the fork in his hand starting to shake. The room was thick with tension. Kaori watched, nervously. After a few intense seconds, Sasuke stood up abruptly, knocking his chair over and running out of the house. "Wait, Sasuke," Kaori called out, but it was too late. Naobito closed his eyes, scoffed, and leaned back in his chair. Pathetic. When he opened his eyes, he was met with a glare from Kaori. "What?" he snorted, not expecting the glare he was receiving from his daughter. She shook her head before getting up and took her plate with her into her room. Naobito sighed and shook his head, muttering something about girls and feelings under his breath. Sasuke ran through dense canopies, fighting the sadness that plagued his heart. Eventually, he reached a place he visited regularly. Taking another step, he found himself in a clearing within the forest. All around him were tombstones, a memorial to the Uchiha clan. He walked amongst the tombstones until he found his parents' graves. Sasuke looked at the granite blocks before sinking to his knees, his chest heaving with sobs. "Why did this have to happen?" he croaked. He barely noticed the footsteps approaching until a familiar voice called out, "Yo!" Sasuke looked up to see Naruto standing there, giving him a wave with a grin on his face. The Uzumaki was wearing a black jacket with gray pants and had a red scarf around his neck. "You all right?" he asked. "Yeah, I'm fine," Sasuke said, his voice raw as he quickly wiped away his tears, but his eyes were still red. "What are you doing here?" "Just paying my respects to the fallen," Naruto said, peering at Sasuke through his shades. He looked at the tombstones around him, noting the sheer number of them. "It's sad that the Uchiha are no more. They were strong." Naruto took a moment to look at the trees swaying around them. "So, what are you doing here?" "Just thinking," Sasuke replied, his eyes falling back on the graves. "Yeah, I see," Naruto responded. There was a long silence between the two before Sasuke spoke up again. "Why do you continue?" "Excuse me? Why do you keep going when you don't have anyone left?" the Uchiha questioned, looking in Naruto's direction. "You say you want to be the strongest, but why? Your parents are dead, right? What purpose does strength give you?" Naruto was quiet for a few moments before exclaiming, "Who needs reason when you're the strongest?" He smiled but then saw the serious look on Sasuke's face. He scratched the back of his head, realizing now wasn't a good time to make jokes. "But yeah, they died when I was born. I've never met them." Sasuke nodded. Naruto sighed, not wanting to talk about this stuff as truthfully the old reason he came out here was to see if Sasuke wanted to train. But on a serious topic, he relented. "Don't feel sorry for yourself. It doesn't do anything." Sasuke stared at him, absorbing his words. "What? Don't feel sorry for yourself," Naruto continued. "All it does is limit your ability to grow. As for why, my why doesn't matter. A bunch of idiots will tell you to fight for a higher purpose or to be selfless or whatever. It's a bunch of nonsense. The only thing that matters is doing something because you want to do it. Be selfish, the world doesn't reward selfless people." "That's an interesting statement," Sasuke responded. "It's highly irresponsible but interesting." Naruto waved him off. "Yeah, who cares, Kasama? We can't all be like you Uchiha who love to get philosophical." For the first time since that night, Sasuke smiled. "Thanks, Usura Tonkachi." He didn't argue with Naruto's statements, he understood what he was trying to say. Naruto shifted uncomfortably before returning to his normal cocky nature. "Don't think I'll take it easy on you though. I'll be the strongest. So, keep up with me if you can," he declared before departing. Sasuke watched as Naruto faded off into the distance, his footsteps growing quieter and quieter. He got up from his knees and lifted his head up higher, a new question on his mind. What do I want to do? After his encounter with Naruto, Sasuke wandered around the village going from place to place. The sun moved and dipped below the horizon, casting a pink and orange hue across the sky. Eventually, he found himself on the dock near the Land of Fire's longest river. The river started from Isu Bay, in the Land of Earth and spread all across the Land of Fire, splintering into different directions. He stared at the calm water, his mind still thinking. What is my purpose? What do I want to do? Sasuke pondered once more. Sasuke started to see pictures of his loved ones through the water's reflection. He saw Fugaku, Makoto, Shisui, Izumi, and Itachi. Tucson, Kasen, Shisui-san, Izumi-san. I'm sorry. If only I was like Nissan, then maybe I could have done something. The water then shifted, showing the reflection of the masked man with his lone Sharingan staring at Sasuke. He clenched his fists, feeling a surge of anger and hate rush through his entire being before he composed himself, closing his eyes and taking a deep breath. He remembered the words of Itachi. I won't let him do this to anyone else. He opened his eyes brimming with determination. I won't let your deaths go to waste. Sasuke jumped into the cold water, giving chase to image of the masked man. I'll protect what's left of my clan. I will kill that man, and I'll find you Nissan. He continued into the depths of the water, fighting the current and pressure, determined not to die until he accomplished his goals. Naobito stood impatiently on their porch, arms crossed and waiting for Sasuke to return from his temper tantrum. It was dark outside, and he couldn't have this kid die, especially since he possessed the Tokusa no Kage Bojutsu. He was almost tempted to go look for him until he saw his dark silhouette walk through the gates. Sasuke walked forward, stepping into the light, allowing Naobito to see his drenched hair and clothing. Where the hell have you been? Naobito snarled. Sasuke said nothing and continued to walk forward, going up the steps and now walking past Naobito. What was this kid doing? He's soaking wet, the old Uchiha thought. Hey brat, I was talking to you. He reached out to snatch Sasuke's hand. However, at that moment, he felt his whole body rapidly sinking into a pool of black beneath him. He then looked up to Sasuke holding a jet black tanto to his neck. Don't ever insult my cousin again, Sasuke spoke with authority. Naobito was completely taken aback. He must have used the shadows to hide that little sword of his. Did he finally grow a pair? He felt strange, he was angry, yet he felt pride. All Naobito could do was smile and vanish, reappearing behind Sasuke. Sasuke spun around, greatly alarmed by the speed showcased by the old man. He was expecting a scowl but was met with a frightening smile on Naobito's face. So, it looks like you've finally gotten your head out of your ass. You may have potential, after all, Sasuke. Sasuke only nodded and moved forward into their home. Naobito chuckled. Good. It's about damn time. He looked to the stars above him, getting a more solemn expression. He's just like you, Makoto. When Sasuke entered their home, he was greeted by Kaori, who looked at him with intrigue. Sasuke assumed she heard or saw what had transpired. Hey, she said, giving a wave. Hey, Sasuke responded, waving back. Are you going to be all right? Sasuke nodded, remembering his newfound conviction. Yes, I will be. I'm glad, she yawned. I think it's time for me to go to sleep. Good night, Sasuke. Good night, Obasan. Kaori was surprised for a few seconds, then shortly smiled before walking off to bed. Sasuke stood there feeling reinvigorated and ready to take on the world. He would try his best and let the rest fall in place. November 31st, Konoha Intelligence Division. In the depths of the Anbu training facility, a young, 19-year-old man with silvery white, sat on a locker bench, his hatae slanted, covering his left eye. His visible right eye was trained on a picture of his former teammate, Itachi Uchiha, on a page of the bingo book. So, he really was involved? Why would you do this, Itachi? Kakashi mused. Did it have something to do with him? The Anbu captain's eye fell on the mysterious, masked man. No one knew who he was or where he came from. The only lead they had was that the man had a singular Sharingan. The Shinobi Council concluded that he must be a Uchiha or had stolen a Sharingan long ago. Kakashi had a brief encounter with him and couldn't shake the uneasy feeling he got from being in his presence. His thoughts were interrupted when the door to the locker room opened. Kakashi looked up to see a woman with straight purple, reaching down just above her waist, and warm brown eyes. Captain, she said softly. I hope I didn't interrupt you. You're fine, you go. I'm just thinking, he said, closing the book and turning to face his comrade that was 2 years his junior. What can I do for you? She nodded, moving to a seat near Kakashi, who noticed the closeness but didn't relax. Sir, I'm still perplexed by the Uchiha massacre. I can't imagine that Itachi of all people would such a thing. Kakashi stayed quiet and unmoving. All this goes to show is that, in the end, I really knew nothing about him at all. It's my fault. Captain, you can't say that, she protested, moving her hand closer to his. You're not responsible for what happened. The copycat ninja noticed her hand movement but stayed still. As captain of Team RO, I am responsible for my subordinates' well-being. I failed, again. Yugo was about to say something more until a familiar face walked through the locker room doors. Kakashi looked up, already knowing who it was. There stood a man, 3 years younger than Kakashi, with long brown hair going past his shoulders. He had brown almond eyes and wore the standard Anbu attire. Captain, I was. Tenzo stopped himself seeing the two sitting next to each other. Apologizes, was I interrupting something? No, Kakashi said, getting up. What did you need to tell me? Yugo watched as he got, looking to the side before getting up as well, joining him and Tenzo. Lord Third has requested the presence of you and Yugo. He wishes to speak with you too, Tenzo stated. Kakashi's right eyebrow raised, curious as to what the Sandame wanted with the two. Did he say the reason? Tenzo shook his head. He informed me that he wished to speak with you too and that it was urgent. Kakashi and Yugo exchanged a brief look before nodding and disappearing from the locker room. Konoha Hokage Rock. It was a cool and windy morning as Hiruzen stood, hands behind his back, atop the greatest monument in the village's history. This monument represented the power and might of the village through the rock faces of all the Hokage. There were his two mentors, the first and second Hokage, his face, and lastly the hero of the leaf, the fourth Hokage. Would things be the way they are today if you lived, and I died? Sarutobi thought, looking into the wispy clouds above him. HMPH, there's no point in dwelling on what-ifs. I should know that better than anyone. Moments later, he felt the arrival of the two he had beckoned for. The two Anbu, dog and cat, arrived behind him in unison, one knee on the ground with their heads bowed, masks on their faces. You wanted to see us, sir? Kakashi asked. The Hokage did not turn around, instead, keeping his back facing them. How many years have you been in the Anbu? Kakashi and Yugo exchanged another look before speaking up. About 6 years, Kakashi stated. I've been in it for 4 years, Yugo replied. Hiruzen sighed before turning to face them. Please remove your masks, he said, moving closer to his loyal Anbu. The two did as the Hokage commanded, looking at their leader with a neutral face. You are hereby dismissed from your Anbu service as members of Team RO, Hiruzen said. Yugo was shocked while Kakashi kept a somewhat neutral expression. Sir, permission to speak freely? Hiruzen nodded, feeling as if it were appropriate given the peculiar situation. Why are we being removed from the Anbu? We haven't served for a substantial amount of time. I believe our skills would be best used in the Anbu forces, Kakashi stated. I do agree that your skill sets are best suited for the Anbu Black Ops, however, the decision to remove you from the Anbu was not entirely my own, Hiruzen revealed. The Konoha Council wished to have you removed, Kakashi. What? Kakashi questioned. After the night of the Uchiha massacre, many in the Konoha Council started to point fingers and find someone to blame for letting such an event occur. With the Uchiha gone, we have lost, arguably, our strongest clan, and a significant portion of our police force and Jonin, Hiruzen continued. Regardless, your name was brought up due to your involvement as Itachi's captain for Team RO. The Konoha Council wished to place you under arrest and be barred from entering the shinobi forces, however, I vetoed that ruling in exchange for you simply being removed from the Anbu. Kakashi should have guessed as much, he always despised politics. He nodded, not needing to inquire further. But what about me? Yugo questioned, still confused about why she was being removed as well. You see, my dear, Yugo, this is where the other reason comes into play. I believe I had asked too much of the youth in this village. You have been in the Anbu since you were 13, the same as Kakashi, and... The old Hokage's mind wandered to Itachi. I wish for you all to grow old and pursue other things in life besides conflict. Yugo nodded, still unsure of this decision, although this did allow her to finally pursue the thing she had been chasing for quite a while. She looked over to Kakashi, wondering if he shared a similar sentiment. Unbeknownst to her, he did, although it was for a completely different reason. But do not be discouraged, I believe you two have other uses. Starting from this day you two will become Jonin leaders, Hiruzen said with a smile. Once again the two veteran Anbu were shocked to say the least. Lord Third, I don't believe I should be in charge of another team, Kakashi responded. I am not fit to lead anyone else. Hiruzen looked at Kakashi for a while. He knew the young man blamed himself for a lot and had experienced a lot of pain and suffering in his life. He assumed this recent event with Itachi only made him think about his old teammates and sensei. Don't be so sure of yourself, Kakashi. I believe you had much to offer the younger generation. I believe you will be an amazing sensei and help fan the flames of the will of fire within your team. Kakashi just nodded. What are our assignments, Lord Third? Yugo asked. You will be leading a new class of genin consisting of Kaori Uchiha, Hana Inuzuka, and an orphan boy named Sai, while Kakashi will be conducting regular Jonin activities until his batch of academy students graduate. Kakashi didn't say anything. His mind was filled with thoughts and memories of his old squad. Me, a Jonin leader, in charge of genin? Yugo looked to her right, seeing that her former captain had a lot on his mind. I think you two should go around the village and breathe in the sunlight, Hiruzen chuckled. Even though it has gotten chilly, the village is still wonderful this time of year. Hi, Hokage-sama, the two said, before vanishing. Huh, that went better than I expected, he said. Hopefully they make something of their lives. They are still so young, and I don't wish to see them rot in the Anbu. The Hokage turned back to the village below him, taking in the sights, and thinking of his future plans. Kakashi and Yugo strolled through the bustling streets of Konoha, the snowy atmosphere contrasting starkly with the heavy thoughts weighing on their minds. Yugo tried to fill the silence with light conversation, her voice a gentle melody against the backdrop of the village's noise. It's strange to not be a part of the Anbu anymore, Yugo said, a nostalgia of awe in her voice. Wouldn't you agree? Kakashi merely nodded, his gaze distant. He was physically present but mentally miles away, lost in the labyrinth of his memories and traumas. Yugo kept pace with Kakashi through the bustling streets, stealing glances at his profile. His eyes, normally sharp and attentive, were distant today, lost in the swirl of memories and unspoken burdens. She had always admired his quiet strength and the way he led without needing to assert dominance over others. Yet, today, his usual aloofness seemed heavier, his responses clipped and distant. People passing by might see a man withdrawn and lost in thought, but Yugo knew better. She understood the weight of his past, the ghosts that haunted him despite his stoic facade. Still, she wished he would let her in, even just a little. From the corner of his eye, Kakashi could tell Yugo was examining him, searching for a way to get past his shell. He wanted to tell her to stop trying, but it wouldn't dissuade her. She was a good person, but he couldn't let himself move on. He had failed Obito, he failed Rin, he failed Minato-sensei, and he would fail her too. The two walked in silence for a while until Yugo spotted a sign for Amaguriyama, a popular sweet shop in the village. How about we sit down for a bit? I've always wanted to try this place but never had the time. Kakashi hesitated, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. Sure, why not? Yugo smiled and the two of them entered the shop. As soon as they walked through the front doors, the scent of freshly made dango and tea enveloped them. Yugo led them to a quiet corner table, hoping the cozy environment would coax Kakashi out of his shell. These sweets are supposed to be the best in Konoha, she said, trying to sound cheerful. Do you like sweets? No, Kakashi responded absently, his mind elsewhere. I do know someone who's obsessed with them. His mind wandered off to the image of the crazy woman that was Enko Midarashi. Oh, that's cool, I guess, she responded, trying to keep the conversation light. They sat in silence again as the two just looked at the counter before them. They sat in silence for so long that Kakashi was starting to feel uncomfortable. Should I say something? He pondered, unsure of how to continue. He wasn't the conversational type and he didn't think the lines he read from Icha Paradise would help him here. Just as he was about to say something, a waiter came to their table to take their orders. Yugo got herself some dango and tea while Kakashi declined to get anything, not feeling hungry. Silence fell once again until the waiter returned with the dango and tea. Kakashi glanced at Yugo. He watched her move her hair behind her ear and elegantly her dango. He couldn't lie and say she wasn't pretty, she was beautiful. What am I doing? Kakashi shook his head, realizing that he had been staring at her for far too long. Yugo noticed his looks, feeling heat spread across her face, but chose to ignore it to avoid further awkwardness. Are you all right, Kakashi-senpai? She asked. Yeah, I'm fine, but I was wondering, what do you plan to do outside of being a Jonin instructor? He asked, trying to make conversation. Yugo was somewhat surprised Kakashi had asked her a question, but then she suddenly became increasingly giddy. I'm not entirely sure. I may explore the village some more and watch the moon at night. She then put down her dango and got quiet. But there is something I've wanted to do for a while now. Kakashi could see her start to squirm around in her seat and shift uncomfortably. He also saw her face turn a shade of red. Dang it, I must have asked her a personal question. Sorry, you don't have to answer if I asked a personal question. Yugo shook her head like a schoolgirl. No, it's nothing like that, senpai. It's just that we've known each other for a long time. She looked at Kakashi staring into his eye. And that? She looked away again. Kakashi felt his heart start to skip a beat, then beat faster when her brown eyes locked on with his own. He looked down to see her hand inching closer to his. Senpai, before she could finish, the door to the shop burst open with a loud bang. Kakashi, my eternal rival, a voice boomed. Kakashi, Yugo, and everyone in the shop turned to see a tall and muscular man with fair skin, a strong jawline, a large nose, thick eyebrows, and a shiny bowl cut. He was standing at the entrance and pointing right at Kakashi and Yugo. "Senpai, do you know who this is?" Yugo asked, giving a puzzled look to Kakashi. Kakashi inwardly groaned. Of all the times to show up, he decided now would be a good one. "I'm going to take that as a yes then," she said, turning back to the figure but then noticing 3 other unfamiliar faces. "Do you know them as well?" Kakashi looked to see a man with a cigarette in his mouth, a man with a bandana around his head and senbon in his mouth, and lastly, a girl who looked like she was a long-lost descendant of the Uchiha with her tomoless red eyes. "Look at who we got here," Genma quipped. "Never thought I'd find Kakashi, of all people, in a place like this." "Is that Kakashi?" Kurenai questioned, raising an eyebrow. "And who's the girl? A girl with Kakashi? That's a surprise," Asuma remarked, pressing his lit cigarette against the wall. "Kakashi," Might Guy boomed again, striking a pose. "Let us engage in battle and let the flames of youth burn brightly." Yugo giggled, finding this charade somewhat amusing. Kakashi on the other hand was starting to get annoyed. Might Guy leapt into the air. "Dynamic entry," he shouted, aiming a flying kick at Kakashi's face. Kakashi prepared himself for Guy's attack, getting ready to dodge. However, instead of Guy's foot finding itself in Kakashi's face, his foot found itself hitting the back of a child with white hair and pitch-black glasses. The shop erupted into chaos as a thud was heard and Dango flew. Everyone stared in disbelief at the now unconscious child on the ground. Guy landed on the ground, frozen in shock. His eyes widened as he realized what he had done. Kakashi and Yugo's eyelids twitched, finding this situation utterly ridiculous. "Guy, seriously?" Asuma said, rubbing his temples. Genma chuckled, shaking his head. "Wow, that kid flew at least 10 feet. Kurenai rushed over to check on the child with black shades. "Is he okay?" Guy recovered quickly, striking another pose. "Fear not, the power of youth will revive him." He rushed to the child's side, striking a dramatic pose over him. The child did not get up, causing even more panic. "What were you thinking?" Kurenai shouted in Guy's face, shaking him violently. "Sorry, I thought it was Kakashi." Guy tried to defend but didn't get any sympathy from Kurenai. She continued to shake him, but it wasn't. Genma continued to laugh. Asuma relit another cigarette. Yugo watched curiously, while Kakashi had an annoyed expression on his face. "Does this happen a lot?" Yugo asked him. Kakashi looked at the mess before him. "It happens too often." The group was starting to cause a bigger scene and all this commotion brought in another familiar face. "What's going on in here?" a feminine voice said, taking a step in the shop. "You're making a mess." She locked eyes with Kakashi. "Oh Kakashi? Tilda?" Kakashi audibly groaned, placing a hand on his face. "Oh no, not her." Yugo looked at him worried. "Who is she?" looking at woman rapidly approaching. "An old friend," he responded. Before them stood Enko Midarashi. She was a woman a few years younger than Kakashi who had a slender frame with short, spiky, violet hair, styled in a ponytail, and wore a thin mesh with orange miniskirt and tan overcoat. Enko moved forward, getting a better look at the situation and getting closer to Kakashi. "Wow, I'm hurt that you would call me an old friend, Kakashi." I thought we were closer than that, Yugo didn't like how close she was. "Anyway, is he alright?" Kakashi asked, keeping his distance from Enko. "I don't know, he doesn't have a scratch on him but he's still unconscious," Kurenai replied. "What happened to him?" Enko questioned. Guy looked away nervously, but Genma was there to speak up. "Let's just say he had a little incident. But in all fairness, he appeared out of nowhere. 1 second, he was there and the next second he's on the ground." "It was strange," Asuma chimed in. "I didn't think Guy would hit him." Kakashi found it strange as well. Enko moved closer to the unconscious boy with weird black shades. "Honestly, he looks like he could be your son, Kakashi. You two have pretty similar." The copycat ninja ignored her statement, but the more he looked at the boy, the more the kid reminded him of someone who knew. "What should we do?" Kurenai asked. "Isn't it obvious?" Enko stated, surprising everyone. "He needs a feminine touch. Come on." She grabbed the boy and held him tightly. "What are you doing?" Kurenai shouted. "Every male wants to be held by an attractive woman. We have to use our beauty to wake him up." Enko refuted. "Yeah, she is crazy," Yugo mused, her eyelid twitching. Kurenai looked at Anko before finally, she relented and rested the boy, placing his head on her lap. However, after a few minutes he still didn't get up. I guess you're not sexy enough, Anko stated with a mischievous smile. A tick mark formed on Kurenai's head. Why you? Genma, Asuma, and Yugo laughed at the catfight happening between the two, while Kakashi still observed the boy. This doesn't make sense. How did Guy hit him? I don't remember seeing this kid before. It was almost as if he teleported in. Kakashi pondered. With the amount of force Guy hit him with, he should be dead, but he doesn't have a scratch on him. Just then, Kakashi saw a faint smile appear on the kid's lips. Oh, so he's just a pervert then, huh? Everyone relax. Kurenai and Anko stopped bickering while everyone else turned to Kakashi. He's fine, he explained. He's been faking it this entire time. Anko and Kurenai looked down to see a wide smile on the kid's face. Before they said anything, the white-haired boy flipped backward and landed on top of a nearby table. You had to ruin the fun, Eyepatch, the kid said, sarcastically. But at least you noticed, unlike your comrades here. I sensed some interesting chakra signatures and thought you guys would be strong. Guess I was wrong, but hey, at least, I got to be held by some babes. Kurenai and Anko's faces turned into ones of pure white rage. You pervert, you think you can mess with us like that? They shouted, reaching out to grab him. However, the kid immediately formed a one-handed half-tiger, ram seal. Their hands seemed to stop before reaching him, almost like they hit an invisible wall. Sorry ladies, but I've got to go. The kid flashed through a series of hand seals before ending with the snake seal. See ya, he said, vanishing. Everyone was confused while Kakashi processed what just happened. That jutsu. Those hand signs looked familiar to ones Minato-sensei used for the Hiroshin. Who is this kid? What was that? Asuma questioned. And who is that kid? Genma shrugged while Guy silently felt better, knowing that he didn't harm the kid. In the meanwhile, Anko and Kurenai were still pissed at the fact they had been played by some perverted kid. Well, Kurenai more than Anko. Yugo quietly chuckled again, finding amusement out of this entire situation. She had never experienced anything like this during her time as an Anbu. As silly as it was, it made her laugh. What do you think, senpai? She turned to Kakashi, however, he was nowhere to be found. She was pretty sad, seeing that he had up and left without telling her goodbye. Naruto reappeared in the alleyway next to Amaguriyama, exhausted and fatigued. He improved his teleportation, making the process considerably faster, but it still consumed a lot of his chakra. Their faces were priceless, he mused, a perverted smile on his grin. He had entered the shop minding his own business, trying to get a quick snack, but when Brushy Brows walked in and caused a whole scene, he decided to get a kick out of the situation. He didn't know what would happen, but it turned out to be quite enjoyable. Naruto chuckled to himself before putting his hands in his pockets and walking away. Off so quickly? A voice called out. Naruto's eyes widened behind his shades. He stopped in his tracks, turning around to see the same guy from before with silvery white hair and slanted Hitai. How did he get behind me so easily? You do realize it's a bit creepy to follow kids around, right? Especially in dark alleys, Naruto said, his tone light but edged with amusement. Creepy? I suppose perception is key, Kakashi replied, the single visible looking at Naruto. But let's talk about you. Teleporting around, causing a scene. Feels a bit show-offy, doesn't it? Naruto's grin widened. Show-offy? I prefer demonstrative. It's important to make an impression, don't you think? Kakashi's eyes seemed to gleam with a challenge. This kid is extremely arrogant. I thought he was related to Minato-sensei, but it seems I was wrong. I guess I'll knock him down a peg. Impressions are fleeting. Substance is what truly matters. Do you have any of that, or is it all just smoke and mirrors? Naruto laughed, the sound echoing off the walls. Substance, huh? I would say you've got no substance considering you're stealing my look with that hair and covered up eye. You're full of yourself. Makes it seem like you're trying to compensate for something, Kakashi stated. Lack of friends maybe? Naruto bristled at the comment. I'll have you know I'm an annoying kid who's too full of himself to see how people really feel about him. It's a tale old as time, Kakashi finished for him. Though, I wonder if it's just a loud cover for your lack of skill. That was the last straw. Naruto's temper flared, and without thinking, he swung a punch at Kakashi, certain he could land a hit on the smug shinobi. Kakashi sidestepped with ease, seeing the punch coming from a mile away. He stuck his leg out, causing Naruto to trip. "Gah," Naruto said, falling forward before planting his hands down and somersaulting. He turned around and launched his next attack, pissed that he had been embarrassed by this prick. Kage Bushin no Jutsu. In a flash of smoke, two clones burst into existence and the trio lunged at Kakashi in a coordinated assault. Kage Bushins? I am surprised he has enough chakra to make two clones, Kakashi thought, evading the attacks with ease and a calm demeanor. He kept his hands in his pockets, showcasing how much he disregarded Naruto's attack. With each missed attack, Naruto's frustration grew and grew. Who is this one-eyed bastard? Kakashi, seemingly cornered by a clone, was about to receive a solid punch from Naruto when, poof, the clone vanished, and Naruto's fist met air. What the? Before he could react, he felt Kakashi's hand on his shoulder, and then the rope was quickly wrapped around his body. His hands and feet were bound as he wriggled around in the alleyway. He didn't even see the Jonin move. Kakashi stood before Naruto, looking down on him. "Looks like my work here is done," he said, walking away. "You can't just tie me up and walk away, eyepatch," Naruto yelled, writhing against his binds. Kakashi, unfazed, continued to walk away. It wasn't his responsibility to rein in the brash young shinobi, just to humble them. Naruto got even more pissed at Kakashi's dismissal. "Don't underestimate me, Yano. You'll regret it." Kakashi paused, having heard that phrase uttered by a red-headed woman. He turned around and regarded the bound figure. He examined this child's features once again. He couldn't see his eyes, but his face was so similar to his sensei's. The only thing being different was the hair color. "What's your name?" he asked, a hint of curiosity in his tone. "Naruto Uzumaki. Remember it well, because I'm going to be the strongest there is." Naruto declared, his pride swelling even in his compromised position. "And when I get out of this, I'll beat you." Kakashi's gaze softened, a flicker of recognition passing over his features. Minato Sensei's and Kushina's son. He studied Naruto for a moment longer before offering a rare eye smile. "Good luck," he said, disappearing in a swirl of leaves. "Wait, you bastard, you can't just..." Naruto's protest was cut short as Kakashi vanished. "I'll show him, but first," he glanced at the ropes around him. "I need to get out of this." December 10th, Hokage's office. The sun was low in the morning sky as it cast a pale golden hue over Konoha. The air was crisp and filled with the promise of a new day. In the Hokage's office, the early light filtered through the tall windows, casting long shadows across the room. Hiruzen sat behind his cluttered desk, an air of calm authority surrounding him. A group of Jonin stood in a semi-circle before him, their faces a mix of determination and seriousness. Among them were familiar faces, each one a skilled and trusted shinobi of the village. Hiruzen leaned forward, his eyes scanning the gathered warriors. "Thank you all for coming on such short notice," Hiruzen began, his voice steady yet grave. "As you know, Kumogakure has agreed to sign a peace treaty, however intelligence indicates a potential threat to the village. It is imperative that we remain vigilant and prepared for any attacks." He paused, letting the weight of his words settle across the room. The Jonin exchanged glances, their expressions hardening with resolve. Kakashi and Yugo stood present, understanding the weight of the Hokage's words. "That is why we will be increasing patrols and fortifying our defenses. Each of you will be assigned specific sectors to monitor. Your primary objective is the safety and security of our village and its people." The Jonin before him nodded in unison, understanding the gravity of their mission. "I know you will do your best to safeguard the village and protect the Will of Fire. I'm counting on you." Dismissed. One by one, they filed out of the office, ready to carry out their duties, leaving only two behind. "Kakashi, Yugo," he addressed them directly. "I have a special assignment for you both." They stepped closer, their attention fully on the Hokage. "The academy has been identified as a high-risk target," he explained. "Given the current circumstances, we cannot afford to take any chances. Your task is to ensure the safety of the academy and its students. Specifically, Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha must be protected at all costs." Kakashi's visible eye narrowed slightly, processing the importance of the mission. He believes Naruto is at risk due to Minato's sensei reputation in Kumo. Yugo's expression remained serious, her loyalty unwavering. What's special about the Uzumaki boy? I understand the Uchiha, but why guard him as well? We understand, Lord Hokage, Kakashi replied, his tone respectful yet determined. Yugo nodded in agreement, her eyes reflecting the same commitment. Good, Hiruzen said, a note of relief in his voice. I trust your skills and judgment. Do whatever is necessary to keep them safe. Without another word, Kakashi and Yugo vanished from the room, leaving behind no trance. Hiruzen leaned back in his chair, the weight of leadership heavy on his shoulders, as he pondered the challenges that lay ahead. He prayed that this whole ordeal would go smoothly. Konoha Naruto's house. In the eastern part of the village, Naruto Uzumaki stood outside his new home, the house that once belonged to his parents. He had finally moved in a few days ago, and while it needed some work after years of neglect, it was nothing he couldn't handle. He was currently training his sensory skills in his snow courtyard. His Rikugen scanned the nearby surroundings. He could feel the ebb and flow of chakra around him, his senses sharper and more refined without the obstruction of his glasses. Currently, Naruto's range extended to 1 kilometer, allowing him to detect chakra signatures with impressive depth and clarity. He could distinguish between the strong, steady pulses of experienced shinobi and the faint, fluttering auras of civilians. He also got better at reading the techniques and kekkei genkai of shinobi. Seeing their chakra nature wasn't too difficult, but understanding the kekkei was something else. He wanted to spend more time training. However, he received a messenger hawk swooped down, and delivered a note from the third Hokage. The third had requested his presence at the academy today for some reason which annoyed Naruto to no end. Annoying old man, Naruto mused, kicking some snow on the ground. He was reaching the limit of keeping his eyes exposed. I can keep my eyes uncovered for an hour, that's not good. I need to push past my limits. Just as Naruto reached into his coat pocket to grab his glasses, he felt something unusual. From the south village barrier, he picked up on several dense chakra signatures moving steadily closer. Who are these guys? They don't feel like Konoha shinobi. I can't fully tell as they're outside my range. Naruto frowned, wondering who these people could be and why they were approaching the village. Then, something else caught his attention. To the west, there was a faint chakra signature surrounded by 4 average-level chakras. What the heck is going on today? What intrigued Naruto was that this faint signature had a familiar pattern, one that reminded him of his own chakra, but it quickly faded before he could analyze it further. Seriously, what is going on today? Who was that? Naruto's thoughts were interrupted by the sound of his alarm going off. He sighed and shook his head before reaching for his glasses and slipping them back on reluctantly. As he walked toward his house, he stubbed his toe against a curb, cursing under his breath. I still have to get used to these, he muttered to himself, rubbing his foot. After grabbing his belongings, Naruto focused his chakra and weaved a series of hands before teleporting away. Naruto arrived far from the academy, choosing a secluded alleyway to avoid drawing attention to his teleportation ability. He didn't want people to know he could teleport just yet. As he adjusted to his surroundings, he thought about improving his teleportation jutsu. I can definitely decrease the amount of hand signs needed, Naruto pondered, walking forward. I honestly would use Hirishin if I was better at Fuinjutsu, but... He sighed again. His mind drifted to the Rasengan, a technique that had surprisingly been the easiest for him to learn. His father's detailed notes had allowed him to piece it together quickly. There was also the matter of adding a chakra nature to the technique, something Naruto had yet to work on. His thoughts then turned to his special attack, Mugaken no Jutsu. Aka, the reverse of his Ao technique. The difficulty lay in reversing the flow of chakra, an incredibly frustrating task he had yet to pull off. Due to this, he spent a lot of time focusing on Ao and exploring all the possibilities with it. It came naturally to him and wasn't that bad to use. His eyes made it incredibly simple. Naruto finally made it to the end of the alleyway, stepping out to the main street of Konoha. He was surprised to see an unusual amount of Konoha shinobi stationed around the village. The shinobi had made a barricade, blocking the villagers from walking down the main road. They were bunched together on the side of the main path. Gah, this is annoying. If I had known they would be blocking out such a big section, I would have just teleported closer to the academy. Naruto through the streets, taking in the sight. He heard a large amount of footsteps approaching and turned to see a platoon of shinobi walking forward. He slightly lowered his glasses, getting a look at their Hitai Ates. Kumogakure? What is going on? Naruto smiled. I guess I should have paid attention in Iruka-sensei's class. Just as he was about to get moving along, his gaze met with dark eyes. He saw a tall, slim man with dark skin, black hair, and a short goatee. His head was bandaged and a Kumogakure forehead protector covered his right eye. I wonder if he's their Shinobi Gashira, head ninja. Naruto muttered. The Kumo head ninja continued to look at Naruto, unsure of where he saw someone with a similar face. After some more tense moments, the head ninja looked away and continued on. Naruto watched as they disappeared from his view, heading to the Hokage's office. What was his problem? He questioned, continuing on his way. Naruto finally made it to the academy but decided to wait outside, intending to be late and mess with Iruka. After a few minutes, he slid the door open. Iruka's shout greeted him immediately. Why are you late, Naruto? A black cat crossed in front of me, so I had to go another way, Naruto replied, a mischievous grin on his face. Iruka's eyelid twitched, reminded of someone else who often used similar excuses. Just take a seat, Naruto. Naruto took a seat next to Shikamaru, who was pretending to sleep. Do you know why there are so many shinobi around the village? Naruto asked. Shikamaru sighed, mumbling something about it being troublesome. It's probably because of the peace treaty signing with Kumogakure. Naruto nodded. You're such a dependable guy, he said, slapping Shikamaru on the shoulder and causing him to jump. Shikamaru rolled his eyes and went back to resting his head. I guess that's why the old man wanted me to show up today. He's trying to limit the possibility of someone recognizing who I am. His mind went back to the stare-down with the Kumo head ninja. Did he know who I was? Naruto's eyes began to scan the room, nothing how many clan heirs there were in this clan. The most prominent clans had an heir in this room. It's not like anyone's that special besides me, Sasuke, and the Hyuga girl. At the thought, his gaze fell upon Sasuke, who was sitting down on a lower platform. The raven-haired Uchiha was focused on whatever Iruka was babbling on about. Although, Sasuke suddenly turned and met Naruto's gaze. Sasuke nodded before returning his attention back to Iruka. Naruto smiled. I guess he's feeling better. He turned his mind back to the situation happening. Where is the protection? I hope Iruka-sensei isn't our last defense. I like the guy but his chakra network is a mess. There are some academy students who could probably beat him. At that moment, Naruto felt the presence of several shinobi arrive. Guess I spoke too soon. He wasn't impressed by their signatures, however. There were two people who piqued his interest. One of them had a very refined chakra signature and possessed elite chakra reserves. Nothing like a Uzumaki but still impressive. The other had above-average chakra reserves which wasn't too bad. Suddenly, Naruto sensed someone peeking through a poster to the left. Lowering his glasses slightly, he made eye contact with someone who smiled with their right eye before vanishing. Who was that? They're strong. I feel like we've met before. Iruka saw Naruto not paying attention and launched his chalk at the unsuspecting boy. The chalk seemed to bounce off Naruto's head, causing Shikamaru to chuckle. OWW, Naruto complained, rubbing his head. What was that for? I need you to pay attention, Naruto, Iruka said sternly. I'm about to explain some important information. The students leaned forward, eager to hear what their sensei had to say. Iruka began explaining the situation around the village. The Kumogakure shinobi are here to sign a peace treaty with us. Although this is a time for peace and reconciliation, we must remain vigilant. There was a mix of reactions across the room. Some got excited, some got scared, and a couple simply didn't care. Iruka continued, we'll be under supervision until everything is finalized. We must stay alert and report any suspicious activity. Naruto half-heartedly listened, not caring about this entire situation. His thoughts were drifting back to the chakra signatures he sensed earlier, especially the faint one that resembled his own. The sun hung in the sky, its golden rays obscured by the thick clouds not letting a strand of light pass through. Naruto laid with his back flat on a sturdy tree branch in the academy field. It wasn't extremely cold today, so the class had gone outside. Gosh, this is so boring, Naruto thought, looking up the tree branches. He sat upward to find something else he could do to fill in the time until they went back inside. I wonder if an attack will happen. His eyes gazed at the various academy students in the courtyard. He looked at Shikamaru, no, he's too lazy. He looked at Ino, she's too weak. He looked at Kiba, yeah, like anyone would kidnap him. He looked at Sakura, she's useless. Naruto laughed at his own joke. A couple of students heard him and moved away from the tree, thinking he'd finally lost his mind. After he was done laughing, his gaze fell upon Sasuke and Hinata. Yeah, it would be a safe bet to guess these two are potential targets. 3 Jonin was hovering around the Uchiha survivor while there were 3 Jonin and 3 Chunin around the Hyuga princess. Screw this, I think I'll just mess with Sasuke. Naruto hoped down, landing on the field before placing his hands in his pockets and walking forward. Just as he moved forward, he noticed an unusual presence lurking around. Narrowing his eyes, he scanned the academy field, trying to make out the faint chakra signature. A flicker of movement caught his attention and turned towards Hinata's location. Near the Hyuga princess, he could make out curved light around some object on the ground. His Rikugan were telling him that a person was there, but he couldn't see anyone. What is going on? This person? They're using a technique that makes them invisible by reflecting light. Maizigakure no Jutsu, hiding with camouflage technique. Naruto smirked. At least things are starting to get interesting. I wonder who they are. Probably a Kumo shinobi. He slightly lowered his glasses. He couldn't see the person but was able to make out a Kumogakure Hitai 8 for a brief millisecond before the presence vanished. What the? Naruto muttered, confusion giving way to caution. He decided to investigate further. They could have grabbed Hinata right there, but they didn't. What's their plan? Naruto trekked over to Sasuke, keeping his senses alert for anything. Kakashi and Yugo sat perched atop the academy building, taking a vantage point allowing them to keep constant eyes on Naruto and Sasuke. Everything was going smoothly until Naruto strangely got up and stopped before staring at a space near Hinata Hyuga. What do you think that was? Yugo asked, curiously. Kakashi's eye furrowed. I'm not sure. Keep your guard up in case anything happens. Do you know why we are looking over the Uzumaki child? She asked. I understand why the Uchiha, but I don't remember the Uzumaki being a clan. I thought Naruto was an orphan. Naruto's case is special, Kakashi revealed. He is an orphan, but the Uzumaki used to be a prominent clan in the village long ago. They're hailed from the land of whirlpools and were strong allies to Konoha. The land of whirlpools and Uzumaki clan was destroyed during the Second Great Ninja War, causing the clan to scatter. Yugo nodded, understanding the situation a little better. The two re-entered silence. There hadn't been much talking as they kept it to a minimum. At the moment, Yugo looked to the left, seeing a hawk fly over the Hokage's tower. She motioned to Kakashi, showing him the signal. Looks like the treaty has been signed. Kakashi nodded, surprised nothing had happened. After some more moments of silence, Yugo spoke up. Senpai, I mean Kakashi. After this, do you want to? She was interrupted when Kakashi put his hand up. Wait, something's off. Do you sense that? He inquired. Yugo refocused and started scanning for abnormal chakra signatures. She picked up a faint signature from down below. It's very faint. I don't know what it is. Be on the lookout, Kakashi commanded. We have to be ready for whatever happens. Yo, Sasuke. Naruto waved to him, causing the Uchiha to turn towards him. Sasuke returned his greeting with a simple nod. The Jonin assigned to protect Sasuke looked at Naruto with an annoyed glare. Got something you want to say? Naruto chimed to the Jonin. The Jonin were surprised by his boldness before moving to a different location. You don't have to be a prick all the time, Sasuke said. Naruto grinned, it's a part of my natural charm. Sasuke rolled his eyes. Naruto was about to throw another quip out when he sensed the same presence. His head whipped around trying to find it. He felt the presence move around underneath them. It was like the person was traveling through the ground. What's he doing? Naruto looked around, seeing if anyone else could feel what he felt. Much to his annoyance, no one seemed to be alert. How is no one able to sense? I guess I'm just that good. He pondered, inflating his own ego until he turned back to his surroundings. This whole ordeal did not feel right and sweat started to roll down his face. Why am I sweating? Sasuke noticed Naruto's contorting face. He couldn't see Naruto's eyes but had a feeling they were searching for something. Naruto, are you fine? His voice knocked Naruto out of his stupor as he looked at Sasuke. Yeah, I'm fine, he lied. The presence appeared once more, however, it came from atop of the academy building. Naruto looked up noting that there were 2 more Jonins watching from above. He was surprised he didn't sense them before but he still couldn't shake this sinister feeling. To say Kakashi and Yugo were shocked to see Naruto staring at them was an understatement. Yugo peered at the boy with black glasses. Can he see us? I'm not sure, Kakashi replied. I wonder if he's a censor. What's going on? Yugo got another ping of the same signature she felt earlier. Kakashi, that same signature just reappeared. I think they're using some cloaking technique to hide their presence. Should I alert everyone? Just as Kakashi went to reply, a voice called out. Kaneshibari no Jutsu, temporary paralysis technique. Kakashi and Yugo felt their entire body come to a stop. It was as if someone had chained their feet and arms down with invisible steel rope. I see, can't move, Yugo stated, trying to break free of the jutsu. Kakashi tried moving but was unable to, but at the same moment, they heard a sizzling sound, causing them to look down and see the surface below them was littered with kabaku fuda, explosive tags. Get out, now, Kakashi commanded, but it was too late. The tags began to tear apart, igniting and beginning their detonation phase. Kakashi tried moving his body to get away, but he was still under the effects of the paralysis jutsu. Yugo managed to get her right arm free and pushed Kakashi with all her might. Yugo! Kakashi cried out as a large flash of light erupted, pushing him backward and blinding his vision before darkness consumed his whole. Naruto kept his gaze fixed on the rooftop, unease gnawing at his gut. Sasuke moved closer to him. You don't seem alright? Sasuke stated. Before Naruto could respond, he heard the annoying squeal of fangirls cry out. Sasuke-kun. Huh, this is just what I needed, he grumbled. A herd of 5 fangirls, led by the Sasuke fangirl president, Sakura Haruno, marched closer to the Uchiha. Ah, Sasuke-kun. We've missed you, the pink-haired girl squealed. She couldn't come over here due to the Jonin, but now they were gone. My glorious king, we exist to serve you. Sasuke's eyelids started to twitch. He didn't know that these fangirls were this unhinged. Before he could ask them to leave, Naruto spoke up for him. Hey now, girlies, can't you see Sasuke's busy with more important things? Naruto grinned. Why don't you save the worship for another time? Step away from our king, Sakura stated firmly, her irritation showing. Naruto was starting to find their antics more frustrating than annoying, especially with whatever was happening around him. I thought you were just trolling, but it seems like you're completely delusional. Screw off and find something better to do instead of spewing this, king, crap. A flash of light and a boom sent shockwaves, causing everyone to look up to the top of the academy building. What is? Naruto said, bewildered before he heard a sizzling sound below him. He glanced down to see explosive tags before his feet. They were igniting. How did? There isn't enough time to get away. Muggin, he said, swiftly forming a hand seal as a flash of light engulfed his surroundings.